I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL here for our second day of the summer split. It's still very, very early days. I am, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, and this is Zach Rusty Pie, and we're here for Game 1, which is going to be very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, the LPL has kicked off to an interesting start thus far. Some teams that we're expecting to do very well, such as LGD, sort of falling to some new counterparts coming up through the LPL. QG having a brilliant performance yesterday.
Yeah, definitely some surprises coming out. QG looked very strong, but up against the likes of LGD, very interesting to see them perform so well.
Yeah, well, exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, this is our schedule coming into day 2. Vici Gaming going to be taking on Unlimited Potential, and then World Elite up against Snake for match 2.
IG coming up against QG again in Game 3, and EDG against King, the big one for Game 4.
Yeah, King, of course, a completely new roster, a little bit Starhorn Royal Club-esque heading into that one, so an interesting one there. So we'll see how these games turn out, but Vici Gaming against Unlimited Potential, and this is a very interesting game itself, because Vici Gaming, they did used to have a sister team called Vici Gaming Potential. Its name is now Unlimited Potential, and it is in the LPL, and they are facing off against one another, and we'll see how they do. The interesting matchup here I like to talk about is former Samsung Blue, former Samsung White support players, Marta and Hart, up against each other once again.
Yeah, we've got the 2 Korean rule that came in, which is why 2 of the Koreans did have to play for Vici Potential Gaming, now Unlimited Potential. And we're going to have an entirely Korean bot lane up against the likes of Uzi and a Korean support here for Vici Gaming. It's going to be a big one, and that bot lane's going to be full of action.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and we'll see exactly what's going to happen when we head onto the Rift, because, of course, Marta has been his own Marta self, managing to get wards all across that map. His Janna is still incredibly potent, but we haven't seen too much from Hart just recently. So we'll see how he fits onto this roster and how they're going to perform. Of course, Unlimited Potential, our sort of second team to come up through the LSPL into the LPL, and we saw QG coming through with a fantastic performance yesterday. And Unlimited Potential did manage to split a game against Snake, and Snake, now with you on the roster over from EDG, looking a whole lot stronger, but look, Unlimited Potential still managed to take a game.
Exactly. They did still manage to take a game away from Snake, and that is exceptional for their first game up into the LPL, showing that they are still confident. And now coming into their second game, this is much more of a grudge match, I would say. It's the sister team up against what was the main team, now both mains in their own right. They've got everything to prove, and realistically, against this team, they'd be the ones that are the best chance of taking them down.
Yeah, well, it's true. And like you mentioned, the fact that they are sister teams, so they have had a lot of practice between one another, you have to think, heading into this one. But Vici Gaming did not necessarily look like themselves from the end of the last split. Of course, OMG managing to take a game off them yesterday with a brand new roster. Things were looking great there for OMG, of course. Managed to come back in the second game, but Dandy's Nunu was just completely held control of. And as we go through the lineup here of Vici Gaming, we'll see what they're going to be fielding onto the Rift today, because a little bit of a missing Vasily coming through here, but it is going to be Carry back there in the top lane. Didn't necessarily have the greatest performance. You can see that KDA ratio not looking so fantastic, but Dandy still being his Dandy self, managing to get things done, mostly on the Sejuani in yesterday's games.
Yeah, the Nunu not working out too well for him, but the Sejuani showing Dandy still very good at that control play style. As we have a look at Hatong here in the mid lane. Yeah,
Hatong, of course, his Cassiopeia performance left a little bit to be desired, but you go back to that Shurima matchup and things work out for a Xerath there. And here's Endless, of course, back on the lineup again. No Vasily one more time here for Vici Gaming, so Endless going to be filling that role. And look, he played fairly well yesterday.
Yeah, he showed a lot of respect to Uzi, made him even smile, which was amazing. And played exceptionally well in the AD carries. Unfortunately, didn't have the team in the first game to back him up, but the second game, extremely solid.
Yeah, and Marta there as well, picking up the Nautilus and the Janna there at the same time. So really playing to his strengths is Marta, and of course his Peel playstyle fantastic, but managed to pick up the Nautilus and do some work there too.
Yeah, has multiple play styles to go with. Always going to be a playmaker regardless of the champion that he's on. Janna, passive, still can make plays with the ward coverage and positioning. The same thing for Nautilus, just much more aggressive and much tankier.
Yeah, you can use that depth charge to really get things going early on. Of course, having an uncleansable form of CC, definitely going to be working out. You watch people just flashing away, doing all they can to get away from a Nautilus, and it doesn't end up working out. Here's Unlimited Potential, though, of course, 50% win rate, managing to take that victory against Snake in the second game. We're going to start off with Long there in the top lane. 5, 6, and 10 was his overall score, and that full AD Jarvan yesterday was exciting. And we're missing Energy Pacemaker, but Amazing J, shades of him heading into this lineup.
Yeah, starved himself a little bit early. A lot of rotational play coming out of this team, which was great to see. And the Jarvan's coming up massive with the amount of damage he did.
Yeah, of course. And Amy there, the jungler, the super aggressive jungler, still sitting on these Cinderhulk junglers. No problem there at all. Xiaoyang picking up a couple of Azir games and being very impressive, especially towards the end of their second game there against Snake. And Scatch here, sort of the hyper carry player, does have a Sivir game in there as well, but his Jinx was very impressive. Sort of the man on the team with the highest KDA ratio, really able to get things going on there. And here's Hart, and we'll see how he does in this support role. You can see already played the Alistar and the Nautilus, heavy engage, and that's a lot of assists.
That is a lot of assists and no kills, which is great to see as a support.
Yep.
It goes to show they have the hyper carry there in Scatch, and they've got the supports and the other players that can go get around him. It's almost like watching the old Starhoin Royal Club-esque side, focusing around the AD carry, who is the hyper carry. Comes up big if it goes well.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, of course. Hart has been playing with Deft in the past, sitting there on Samsung Blue, and Deft really came out of his shell, especially in the last split. Arguably the best AD carry in the world. I mean, he is on currently the highest rated international team here in EDG, who managed to take down their Korean counterparts there at MSI. So things really working out here so far for the former Samsung Blue players. Maybe not necessarily Dade, in the mid lane. But look, we'll see how things go, as we do have the really exciting graphs that no one really understands are about. But I like to think of a demonstration of the fact that these are, in fact, sister teams. Graphs looking very similar.
Yeah, comparison of the ganks coming from lanes, I believe. If I could tell you what lanes they were, I'd let you know. I'm going to say jungle is the predominant ganker there.
Interesting that the lane that the ganks are going to be coming from is, in fact, not even a lane. I like that a lot. But, of course, it is very early days, and we'll see how things shake up as we head into this one. Because, of course, these teams, very similar playstyle, judging on this very difficult to decipher graph.
Yeah, no doubt similar play styles. I think the key factor is that Vici Gaming have been around for a very long time as a solid roster and unlimited potential, only coming together through the spring split, I believe, in the LSPL. May not be as experienced together, may not play the same way because they have that hyper carry focus as the AD carry, whereas Dandy and Marta seem to do a lot of the work for Vici Gaming instead. Yeah,
and there's also the fact that Vici Gaming very used to playing with Vasily, who does sit on a lot of these mid-game focused AD carries, the likes of the Graves and the Corki there being his sort of most played champions. So it's a very different playstyle when you've got the likes of Jinx running around there as well, trying to be that hyper carry for the team. But we are, of course, into champion select, ladies and gentlemen, and Xiaoyang, he's not going to have that Azir. Of course, played it in both of the games against Snake, and he's going to have to mix it up now.
No, they've done their research straight away, taking the Azir with no hesitation, ban it away from him, and the response is the Hecarim.
Yeah, carry, not going to have that one, of course. Nar and Hecarim were sort of carry's staple champions there in the top lane, so not going to be on the horse. And Hart, a lot of respect already. The Alistar being taken off the board.
Yeah, got to get rid of that Alistar. Loves the tanky champions, I believe. Alistar and Nautilus were the two that he played yesterday, so at least alleviating one of the options there for the bot lane.
Yeah, and we saw Alistar really come into popularity in MSI as well. Wolf picking that one up quite a few times, and of course, sort of later on in the competition, it was Mako picking that one up as well, as far as our two sort of top teams from MSI are concerned. Cassiopeia going to hit the bench here. Hatong not going to grab that champion, and it's interesting because they didn't quite find a victory on there, but Vici Gaming not going to be seeing it this time around. They're waiting for their final ban. See what does come through here, because there are still a lot of glaring champions still available. The likes of Rek'Sai and Gragas from the jungle are going to be the options, and Kalista as well is an opportunity here for either of these teams. It is going to be both of those removed, of course, Kalista and Urgot being sort of the high priority picks there in the bottom lane, but it leaves the jungle untouched, Rusty.
It leaves the jungle completely untouched, and Rek'Sai does seem to be the #1 priority for most drafts, up until the Maokai as well in the top lane, probably the #1 priority for that lane. Gragas still readily available, and I do like the Cassiopeia ban. Getting rid of it because Azir seems to be the only pick into the Cassiopeia as of late.
Ah, interesting.
Now that it's gone, you may as well respond with the Cassiopeia, and mid lane is completely open to interpretation now as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Looking to pick up Sivir again for Scatch. And Xiaoyang would be surprised if the mid lane was picked up now, but
You've got the jungle option available. I don't see why you would go from mid unless it's to take it away from Hetong. And he plays a lot of champions, very long-range control style, so you can just opt into your jungle pick now. Gragas or Rek'Sai, both very good at the moment.
Yeah, Gragas, Rek'Sai, you've got Nunu there as well, though. There's a lot of different options, but Hart was thinking for a second, taking away Janna from Marta there, but Dandy looking to go straight back to the Nunu. Of course, didn't find success on it yesterday, but may not have necessarily been because of Dandy's play. Has, of course, been in the past a fantastic Nunu player, and if you're going to think about having control of the jungle, especially the enemy jungle, being on Nunu is going to be the way to do that. So, look, we'll see how it works this time around if they do decide to go with it. Now hovering the Rek'Sai, and a little bit more early game power. We'll see how things shake out.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one he's going to go. The Nunu not working out too well for him yesterday, and funnily enough, against the Gragas where it didn't work out so well. Looks like he's going to go for the Rek'Sai here instead. A very smart pickup, able to be everywhere on the map, and will suit Dandy absolutely perfectly for vision control and ganking.
Yeah, and Hetong, he may have been watching some Invictus Gaming games yesterday because Rookie just putting on an absolute clinic on the Orianna, and Hetong now going to do his best impersonation of that. But with carry there on the Maokai, some fantastic synergy as far as ball carrying is concerned, and Rek'Sai is no slouch in that department either. We'll see exactly what happens here. And unlimited potential, thinking about the Gnar and possibly a Morgana here. I'm not sure whether that Morgana is going to be heading into the mid lane or the bottom lane. We saw it a lot in the mid yesterday, but we shall see. Of course, Morgana support's still a thing.
Morgana support definitely still a thing. The Black Shield always going to be prevalent, and we've seen a lot of Morgana mids picked into more burst style mid laners.
Yeah,
so
true.
having the Orianna available, not necessarily known for the burst capabilities, going to go for the Thresh instead.
Yeah, Thresh going to be locked in there. Of course, my face not working anymore because, of course, Thresh is just such a weird pick that in my my whole system just decides to reject it completely. Endless now considering the Lucian there as the Morgana is going to be picked up by Marta, and that'd be an interesting one. Now hovering a Bard, much more standard pick there in the bottom.
I really want the Bard to come
Oh, so
out.
do I. And so many people have been practicing the Bard. Bard has been seeing a whole lot more sort of opportunity to be played, and I'm actually quite surprised that we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it even banned or picked once
Yeah.
just yet. It does enable a lot of work around the map, and Marta would have loved it. Absolutely perfect to his playstyle, roaming around, doing his thing and making plays. Bard is perfect for that, and you never really know where he's going to be at any time because he's going to get those chimes in weird, obscure places where he can also decide to gank from. They're opting for the Morgana instead. They're going to get that control bot lane where they've got the Lucian who can harass, Black Shield, stop any of the Thresh poking. They're going to be quite comfortable in that bot lane, really.
Yeah, Jiayang thinking about what he wants to bring there into the mid lane, was considering a Kog'Maw for a moment for some long-range poke, but it is looking to be the Kassadin that he's going to opt into here. We've seen Kassadins have decent times in a lot of these lanes, but how is he going to fare against an Orianna?
You're always going to get poked out against the Orianna, and you don't look at Orianna and say she has a lot of lane pressure. She's even hovering that cleanse, so it's not that she has a lot of kill pressure, but she's got that extra auto attack damage with every attack, and it even ramps up with consecutive auto attacks. And in this matchup, Kassadin has a very rough time, and he just looks to scale through, get some levels, and have some relevance, either roaming or until he scales with an extra item where he can trade in a 1v1 fight.
Yeah, and of course that Null Sphere being fantastic as far as negating a fair bit of that extra magic damage is concerned, but with the amount of consistent damage that's going to be coming out of an Orianna, he may struggle, especially in the early levels, but a lot of the Kassadin players here in the LPL really able to deal with that early laning phase that can be a problem. Pretty standard top lane here as Maokai is going to enter that one against Gnar, and Dandy going to be picking up his Rek'Sai that he's seen a lot of power on against Amy's Gragas. Hetong, two scaling mid laners here, but we'll see exactly how the Kassadin is going to fare as Endless heads up against the Sivir here in the hands of Sketch.
And we've seen so many strong Sivers yesterday. And
oh yeah.
All of them managing to get fed through laning phase, smart 1v2 rotations, and just clever rotational play from all of the sides. We'll see how it goes here on Unlimited Potential, but hopefully their name lives up to it.
Yeah, well, they're going to need a fair bit of potential here against what was sort of their big brother side here in Vici Gaming. And with the likes of Dandy and Marta, they are looking fantastic. People were saying that Vasily, arguably sort of the weak link to this team, and now with Endless on the side, maybe be able to sort of get a little bit of a better performance, but we'll see how it all works out as we hop onto the Rift, because, of course, we're not going to know until we see these sides face off against each other.
Yeah, exactly, and people say that Vasily may have been the weak link, but it's also, you have to keep in mind that they adjusted their play styles to work around Vasily, so maybe it'll take a bit of time for them to adjust, but we'll see how they actually go in that.
Yeah, well, we'll see most definitely as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, Vici Gaming taking on Unlimited Potential. As we do have UP actually sitting around here. Beautiful ward. Man, it's always great to see that one coming through. First game of the day as well. Carrie's got his eye in.
Fantastically hard ward to do. I was so impressed that he pulled that one off, and they're not going to be able to do anything. They've been completely spotted here, Unlimited Potential, but they are looking to be bullies. They're looking to get into the jungle of Vici Gaming and control what happens at the level 1.
Yeah, it's Amy actually trying to get some deep vision down there. Is able to get that ward between the two mid lane outer turrets. So not exactly sort of the lane swap scouting wards here available for Unlimited Potential. Weren't quite able to get deep enough there, but they do have a lot of deep vision around the Gromp and, of course, the mid lane.
Yeah, neither side really having a need to do a lane swap at the moment. There's no hyper carry Vayne that wants to ramp up in a lane where they'll get solo experience. They're quite content with the 2v2. And I guess the interesting thing to note here is that Maokai is still going to be doing the jungle with the Rek'Sai, perhaps on the assumption that there is a lane swap coming out against them.
Yeah, or maybe just wants to help out here. Of course, Maokai often likes to take a camp early on and then just teleport into that top side of the map. But it's interesting, really trying to get Dandy ahead early on, and maybe he wants to be entering the enemy jungle, make sure that he can get Amy behind very early on.
They're doing 2 camps together as well, so it's a very prolonged stay in the jungle, 2v2. Is not a whole lot's going to come from it. Nas doing his jungle camp, he's going to recall, and their timing should still be very similar in the top lane.
Yeah, and cute little Chroma Lucian here as well. Sketch is going to take a fair bit of damage from the puddle and, of course, Endless's harass. But Siva, not going to worry about it too much, just wants to shove out this wave over and over again. You can see level 2 now hit by Marta and Endless. That Dark Binding is going to be available, and might see Morgana trying to get some things to happen here on the bottom side. But as far as a 2v2 is concerned, how's this one supposed to work out here for Vici versus Unlimited Potential? As the hook does actually land here. There's the Relentless Pursuit in, as Endless does not quite find the piercing light, but it is going to mean that Marta loses most of his health bar, but nothing else going to come of it.
Well, you just saw the perfect example of how this 2v2 matchup actually goes. They're very able to kill a particular person if the death sentence lands, but the Lucian can always respond and just turn it back, as Amy might even be looking for very early level 2 gank here.
Yeah, he's looking for something, and it's actually going to be a ward to be put down from Marta. He might take a fair bit of damage here, but nope. Amy decides not to do anything, and that was fantastic Sixth Sense there from the Vici Gaming bottom lane.
Definitely an amazing Sixth Sense. He might have been spotted from the early ward placed in the side bush. He went into the Dragon Pit though, so it was just Dandy with the amazing awareness to say that that's where he is, and continuing to spot him as we're looking at now.
Yeah, Tunnel's actually coming through here as Dandy able to know exactly what this Gragas is doing using that Tremor Sense, but Scuttle Crab was taken by Unlimited Potential, so they're going to have vision of that river forever.
And this is really smart.
Oh, Endless might be in trouble. My goodness, if that passive shot had have come out from Endless there, he may have actually been able to get that kill, but of course, with heal still available, didn't want to extend too far.
And this is the troubles of the 1v1 if they leave the lane as they were. And this really expresses to the point I was about to make of Dandy with the pressure that he's consistently placing in the jungle of Unlimited Potential. Stealing away that blue buff, forcing Amy to go somewhere else and get some jungle camps. The Kassadin has to rotate, and Kassadin does not want to lose experience. The bot lane, the Thresh rotated, and there's a gank in the middle.
Yeah, Dandy actually does have the ball on him here as well. Jiayang down to about 300 health as Hatong able to add some extra damage to that one. But Dandy so far may not have necessarily looked like he's ganking any lanes, putting pressure on that way, but noticing the fact that Amy was down there for the level 2 gank, said, okay, well, I'm going to take away your jungle, making sure that they capitalize from every slight misplay to come through from Unlimited Potential. And this is what we expect from Dandy.
Exactly. One aggressive position. They spot him out. Gragas not getting a successful gank, and instead completely punished for the next 5 minutes as we've seen the jungle be invaded. Mid lane pressure placed down. That's all you need to do. Get some pressure onto a Kassadin, maybe he'll start to either bring the Gragas mid to respond to that, or he'll just start to lose a lot of health because the Orianna can freely auto-attack. And it's starting to work, not massive amounts of kill pressure, but it's still very relevant pressure across the board here from Dandy, and so smart.
Yeah, and sending Amy to the mid lane there with Zhayang as well didn't net them anything whatsoever. It was Hatong able just to chill towards his turret, but not even let the minions crash in there, so no pressure added to the mid, even with 2 people.
Yeah, and he was confident enough to continue to farm, managing to freeze it. Perfectly done from him. And everything right now at this early stages, though it's not translating into a gold lead worth talking about, the Gragas is starting to get starved, and Dandy's starting to ramp up his vision more aggressively and controlling the jungle and where Amy is.
Yeah, well, it's exactly right. And Endless and Marta now having some free time in this bottom lane as well. Marta going to head back and possibly pick up that Sightstone and, of course, the sweeper there as well, as Endless does have the pickaxe to the double longsword here available from Sketch. But Sketch sort of forced to go back there just before and didn't really get anything, just got some consumables on top of these double longswords that he's picked up. Looks like it might be the Ghostblade Sivir to be picked up, as Carrie's actually going to get gnawed into the wall here on the top side of the map. Misses the Arcane Smash here as well, as Lung's going to head back into his previous form. Dandy finding his way around. Lung looking for the dive as he bounces forward, but Carrie turns it around. And man, that was so close, but beautifully played.
I believe he was going for an all-or-nothing play right there, knowing that Dandy was just around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't get the bounce or anything to speak of to be able to secure the damage, and just enough mana from Carrie to be able to turn that around with the smash and stopping any forms of damage, getting the first blood. No assist to the Rek'Sai. It's a mini win within itself, I suppose, but first blood to a Maokai.
Yeah, really beautifully done, and able to head back to base, pick up that Catalyst as the first item here is Carrie, and even has some boots for himself as well. Hexdrinker looks to be the option from Long, wants to have a little bit more ability to bully that lane out, but of course Hexdrinker just such a fantastically gold effective item here for that top laner. If we have a look at the jungle though, Dandy doing the Dandy thing here, just continuing to have control of that jungle situation and just farming it up, making sure that he's ahead of Amy.
Yeah, and early pink wards, we just saw them clearing as the aggression starts to come out in the mid lane. The fact that they're placing pink wards that aggressively that early is the perfect sign of what's to come and where he wants to be from here on out in this game. And usually you'd see a pink ward more in a neutral or defensive position to deny them vision. Instead, it's aggressive, saying you're not going to get vision of your own jungle. Every single time that you go to do a buff, take another 10 seconds to walk around and see if we know where you are.
Yeah, exactly. And Sketch and Hart actually taking a bit of an excursion towards the red buff here, but Dandy, I believe, was able to take that one down. Dragon, of course, hasn't been a point of contention just yet, as a nice boomerang going to get both ticks onto Marta after he lands a decent Dark Binding. Endless, though, able to get some time here with the bottom lane outer turret. Does have a 4 CS advantage. So, of course, Sketch, massive props to him in being able to stay up in farm here. Considering the fact that he's had a rough laning phase.
Yeah, he has had a bit of a rough laning phase. Bringing Thresh away for a lot of pressure in other spots of the map has left them in a more of a 1v1 situation where the Piercing Light's very strong and very able to beat out a Sivir who is not always going to be able to react to a spell shield in time.
Yeah.
And the pressure that Illusion provides, I don't think there's a big range difference, but you're able to outplay the boomerang. It's much easier to dodge and allows you, as we're just seeing right now, trades going so well in the favor of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, Dandy was down here just for a moment, but nothing going to come of that one as Sketch. He's going to have to wander through the puddle here just a little bit. But just going to take away a Scuttle Crab here, and everything's sort of a little bit slow at the early stages. No early dragons going to be taken thus far. Nothing really to speak of here, just both of the top laners now back into a different dynamic, as Long did actually sacrifice the first blood. Carry now with that Catalyst is going to be immovable here on the top side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the Catalyst now from that first kill. He's sitting in a very good position at the moment. The Gnar able to do a lot of damage, but not going to be enough now that he's got that sustain. And getting a Catalyst before level 8, I believe he got it at level 7.
Yeah.
It's going to be near impossible to push him out of lane just from the extra sustain that you get from that.
And Dandy actually looking to head into this Tri-Brush in the top lane, but Long doesn't want to have any of it. And Unlimited Potential going to answer immediately here with this Dragon already being started up. And Smite used very early from Amy, actually, as he may have had an extra couple of... wasn't even a Smite, just looked like it from there, as Dandy is hanging around, thinking about going for a steal, but nice explosive cast, going to make sure that the Rek'Sai can't get anywhere near it. And first Dragon going to go over to Unlimited Potential. Unless Zhao Yang. Ooh, Dandy actually does get the Unburrow. There's a Rift Walk out of the way of the Shockwave. Hetong thought he might be able to catch it in time, but wasn't quite there.
Only just getting out of that one. The knock-up I thought was long enough to enable the Shockwave. Didn't hit in time, and a smart Dragon coming out there. No trade available. Great ultimate from Gragas to knock away Dandy and any chance of a steal. Saving that, and the reason they even started the Dragon, there was wards spotting Dandy in the top lane, and the bot lane had recalled at the same time. Endless and Marta were in base. Instant rotation. Free Dragon.
Yeah, Sketch and Hard actually, there's the ultimate to be used here from Sketches. Doesn't quite land the box in order to stop Endless from doing anything, and the culling not going to find too much either. So explosions here on the bottom side, but not really going to find too much from it.
I originally thought they were just looking to use the ultimate to get to the turret sooner so they could get all of the last hits. Apparently they wanted to fight, so able to do a bit of damage there and push them off the tower completely, but not for long.
Yeah, Sketch might be in trouble here as Ardent Blaze even going to find him after the spell shield wears off. Vici continuing to push. They really want to be able to take down this outer turret and roam around the map, of course. Pickaxe and the BF sword now available for Endless. And Sketch, he has managed to pick up his BF sword of his own, but is going to be behind as far as getting towards that Infinity Edge is concerned. Chilling Smite onto Long here on the top side. Is forced to use that flash. There's the twisted advance, though. Amy does flash into the body slam. There's the explosive cast carry. Most definitely dead as Dandy does have to tunnel his way out of here. And Amy body slamming up to this one. Beautiful boomerang. Long might be able to get him slowed down in time. Nice Chilling Smite allows Dandy to form a little bit more distance. The bounce, the hop, skip, and a jump here from Long really wants to try and continue the pressure. The hyper procs there. Dandy moves out of the way of the boomerang and burrows his way to safety. And man, I was not expecting that one to miss.
The leap off of his teammate there on the Gragas to get in range to throw the boomerang. Absolutely perfectly played. And unfortunately, the last boomerang being duked there by Dandy, so well done from him to survive.
Yeah.
And what a counter gank that was from Amy, coming in there at the right time, right place, destroying that Maokai, who found himself in a very bad position without a twisted advance available.
Yeah, a little bit of an overdive here from the Vici Gaming squad. Long able to capitalize on it this time. Ninja Tabi has now been picked up by Carry, probably looking to turn that Catalyst into the Righteous Glory eventually, but I believe wants to find either a Spectre's Cowl or that Glacial Shroud first up. Dandy actually pressuring Amy out of his jungle now as well. Cinderhulk's being picked up for both of these junglers, and Dandy just demanding the respect. Dandy's taken a whole lot of red buffs thus far in the LPL.
Yeah, he's taken, I think, majority of the enemy red buffs from the first series up until now, and that one included.
Yeah.
You probably have all of them but one, perhaps.
Definitely been a lot of red buff taking. Oh, nice work with the Dark Binding there. Sketch able to take a Dark Passage in order to get himself a little bit safer, but loses half of his health bar as Endless did throw out the ultimate. Hetong and Dandy able to get some free time here with the mid lane outer turret, and that one's definitely going to fall down. Vici Gaming just able to get enough pressure here in these lanes, and they do have a lot of these outer turrets with a lot of pressure on them. Yeah,
and the first turret of the game is going to go down to Vici Gaming. The bottom turret is very low, and Maokai's doing quite well in the top lane now after getting that first blood. He's able to harass Long and push him out of lane. Eventually that turret will start to fall if left unattended for too long, and now they're starting to pressure all of their lanes. They're starting to control everywhere. You can see Dandy has this freedom from the start of the game. He just goes wherever he likes and pressures the Gragas out. He was 2 levels down when he went for that red buff. Did not care.
Wasn't worried about it whatsoever. And you can see Hetong here in the mid lane. Massive CS advantage. 40 CS here at 14 minutes is the lead for this Orianna. And we know that Orianna is very much able to stay in control and get the farm up, but the fact that he's been denying Zhao Yang so effectively here in the mid lane is massive news.
Oh yeah, it's very natural that these two are being left in their own environments. We've seen Gragas and Rek'Sai put some pressure there, but there hasn't been any real kill pressure. Everyone casually walks away after every gank. And
yeah,
the fact that they've essentially been left unattended in terms of damage onto each other, to have a lead this big, to have the mid tower down now and be able to control that wave and be ahead by what is around 40 CS is exactly what you need to be doing as that Orianna. You cannot let the Kassadin get a completely free lane and run away with the game.
Yeah, and does this mean that it's sort of over here for Xiaoyang? Because, of course, level 10 is the situation. He's been 6 for quite some time. Dandy going to take away another buff as well. There is nothing that Amy can do around his jungle as far as picking up any extra buffs is concerned. And this is massive here for Vici Gaming because the Rek'Sai just endlessly far ahead of Amy.
Yeah, the starting to stretch the pressure that they're achieving as the ultimate from Siffer comes out in the mid.
Yeah, Xiaoyang looking to try and collapse here onto Hetong. The boomerang actually going to land. Hetong getting very, very low.
Whoa,
oh my goodness, that Black Shield. Look at the adventure that Heart just goes on. There's the Ignite as the Command Protect is going to try and protect him. Beautiful boomerang. Sketch picks up the kill, and that is Xiaoyang picking one up for himself as well. Beautiful team fight play, and this is Heart. This is how good this guy is. Takes the adventure on the death sentence, and they're able to transition it into 2 kills, and most likely this turret here as well, and unlimited potential. Staying true to their name.
A quintessential example of a death sentence right there. Traveling
yeah.
so far, following him to secure the kill. Unbelievable work. The trade is going to come out on this top turret, but it looks like it's now going to be 2 mid turrets, and they've got the kills as well, 3-1.
Yeah, and unlimited potential now able to head over towards this dragon if they want to as well. They might decide to back away. There are some low health bars, but they do definitely want to get some vision there. There's none available, and it looks like Vici Gaming might be able to pick up their first dragon.
Yeah, they're going to be able to at least attempt to start this one up. Everyone's going to be recalling from unlimited potential, so it should be an uncontested dragon. As we're seeing, no vision available for them. And this will be 1-1 in dragons. They're going to get that percentage extra damage on the champions, and they're going to be liking that buff. Not going to do a lot for them immediately, but it's also taking one of the dragons away from a team that's now taken 2 of their mid turrets. They already had the first dragon, and they're up in kills. So denying any chance of another win condition is a very smart play.
Yeah, and I'm looking at both of these teams as well. With the likes of Kassadin and Orianna, you think, you know, going for these late game plays, as Sketch is able to actually secure the Gromp. Dandy not going to be able to take that one away just yet. Explosive Cast going to come through, denying Hetong his blue buff as Amy just says, yes, I have managed to secure a blue buff thus far this game.
Finally getting a buff of his own. He's going to be so happy. Amy's got that blue buff, and Orianna not having one is the big deal here.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't have a whole lot of mana regen. Even though the Athenes is available, you only really get majority of it back with a killer assist. So up against the Kassadin, who is now level 11, doesn't have the blue himself, but you do have mana return with the W extra auto attack mana regen.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to be okay as the Kassadin. You're going to be a lot happier than what you would have been if Orianna had a blue buff.
Yeah, and Dandy actually looks like he's going towards the Black Cleaver here. We did see this yesterday, but it was Zatai in the top lane that decided to do that on the Rek'Sai side. Dandy aiming for a little bit more aggressive playstyle available here. It's some skirmishing on the Rek'Sai side. We'll see how it works out here coming from the jungle. There's unlimited potential now, just trying to hold on to this bottom side of the map. Endless and Marta pushing up fairly relentlessly. Nice piercing light there from Endless as the spell shield is going to block away that Dark Binding. Endless going very aggressively in here as Marta's going to fall down. Heart picks up that kill, and Endless now will have to get out of that lane. There's just a little bit of over-aggression there with the Dark Binding on cooldown.
The amount of damage that Heart and Sketch are doing between them every single time that a hook hits is phenomenal. They can instantly throw out that boomerang and know it's going to connect. And unfortunately, I guess the spell shield's not timed very well with the hooks and able to hit everything and flay them back into the ultimates. And they're playing this lane so confidently. Every time the Sivir presses ult or Thresh hits a spell, they know they even can before they're in range.
Yeah.
They just go all in and they just destroy their opponents here of Endless and Marta.
Yeah, Amy actually is going to get spotted there by the Tremor Senses. Dandy is going to try and take down this Gromp. Barrel not going to find him there as he does secure that one for himself. Twisted Advance onto Long here as he pops the ultimate, but it's just going to be the classic wet noodle fight in the top lane. Not really too much coming.
Dandy has a Phage at the moment, which most likely, remember, we are on patch 5.8.
Yeah,
will
the
be
Black
going
Cleaver.
towards that Black Cleaver, unless he decides to go for a Trinity Force. And I'm going to stand corrected if he does. Most likely the Black Cleaver, and that's a very good item for Rek'Sai. Having that extra physical damage with his spells, that extra auto attack damage, complements him so perfectly, reduces the resistances, and gives a lot of health. Works perfect with Cinderhulk.
Yeah, it really does work well with the Cinderhulk, and does sort of give Rek'Sai the ability to have a bit more skirmishing power when you have sort of foregone the warrior enchantment option.
Yeah, definitely. Now you've got that extra ability to trade the resistances of your person that you are fighting against, especially if they're tanks, because it reduces by a percentage amount. They get absolutely shredded. And the fact that most people that you're going to be fighting, if it is a skirmish, are going to be tanks in a 1v1 situation, whether it be the jungler of Amy or the top laner of the Nah, you're going to be it's more possible for you to win a trade, I should say, in a 1v1.
Yeah. And you also, I mean, it's going to reduce their resistances here so that Endless can do a whole lot of extra damage at the same time, sort of double dipping there a little bit as blue buff is going to be taken down. Does reset itself. Zhao Yang really wants to be able to pick that one up, but it is now back up at full health, and Dandy, waiting in the wings, wants to be able to steal away another one. We'll see whether Vici are going to go aggressive here onto this one. Unlimited Potential have been able to win a whole lot of the team fights here as blue buff is going to reset again. I'll just get it done. Sort it out. There it is. Unlimited Potential. Lock that one down.
They're letting it reset to stop Dandy from getting any closer, and they had the numbers sort of converging around them to prevent it. And up until the point where the pressure was high enough that he couldn't walk in, reset it so its health back above smite amounts.
Yeah.
And then just take it. And they do get the blue buff onto Zhao Yang. He's going to be quite happy. Level 12 Kassadin has the blue buff available. All of his summoner spells up. Rod of Age is finished and working towards what looks to be a Luden's Echo or a Zhonya's.
Yeah, he's definitely heading that way. I have to think that it probably will be that Zhonya's Hourglass just so that he can get in amongst these team fights with a little bit more impunity heading into this one. But I have to think that Hetong, he might be going towards that Luden's Echo. We've been seeing it picked up a whole lot more on the Orianna.
Yeah, we have seen a lot more Luden's Echo from champions with low spell cooldowns and just good scaling damage. It does so much for them, and you can put that with the death cap. Having an extra plus 120 ability power item, it just does wonders for late game carries.
Yeah, well, exactly. And Orianna, no slouch there in the late game, so we'll see how this one is going to work out for Hetong, who's continued to have a fantastic CS advantage, but hasn't really transitioned that into any teamfight victories just yet. Of course, the power trough of Orianna, something that's very, very well known. When you've just got that one item in the Athenes, you're not going to be really doing too much as Endless looks to try and get some damage down with that culling, but doesn't really find it, and UP not able to get that turret down just yet.
No, but they are very available and able to do any strong rotations as a team right now. They've got the comp for it. They've got the Sivir Thresh. Gragas can use that ultimate, and they've got a Kassadin who's now a high enough level to be jumping around the battlefield like it's nobody's business. And they've now got the capabilities in them. Nah's going to be split pushing because he still has the teleport available, but now's a good time for them. They've hit a power spike just in terms of knowing that Orianna is in the trough. The capabilities of what she can do is a lot less. Whereas the Kassadin consistently ramping up from this point on. They're able to do any rotations that they opt into from here on out.
We'll see whether they are going to be successful here, as it does look like Unlimited Potential looking to start off this dragon. Will be their second one. Vici Gaming hanging around the area though, and we'll see whether a fight is going to break out here. Carry has found his way into this fight. There's the ball right on top of the dragon. Amy might find himself in a slightly uncomfortable position here in the back of the dragon pit. Death Sentence doesn't land. And Vici now with positional control. Carry right in amongst the fight. Beautiful now on 3 members. That's a 2-man shockwave. Immediately Hart gets eliminated. Dandy trying to escape from the fight, but Amy is going to take him down. Zhao Yang might be his time to fight through this one, as that's a double kill for Amy, and Sketch able to sort himself out. A kill carry over the wall, is able to secure that one, but finds himself the last man standing on Vici Gaming in this Unlimited Potential squad. Their team fighting is beautiful.
And that works so well in their favor, baiting the dragon fight, getting them all into a position. Unlimited Potential had realized that they can fight. They recognize the fact that they are stronger. They've got that Kassadin ramping up. Orianna Shockwave only hitting 2 people, and it was the Thresh of Heart and the tanks of Lung. And Lung hitting an amazing ultimate to start it all off as well, turning that fight around. Everything just went so well from their Kassadin, getting straight onto Hetong, and Dandy.
Oh, didn't quite manage to nail the steal here as Dandy's trying to get some damage down onto Amy and Zhao Yang. Of course, very low mana bars, but doesn't secure the dragon, nor does he manage to stop anyone from being able to get out unscathed.
And this is a great start to their first game of this series, Unlimited Potential. Being the sister side, everything to prove right now.
Oh, yeah.
Just promoted themselves up into the LPL, and here they are, 9-3 up, 5k gold ahead of what was their original main team.
Yeah, precisely, and Hetong is able to secure himself a blue buff here, and of course there is So there's no slouching here from Vici Gaming when it comes to late game power. And let's have a look at this fight again. Have a look at the Gnar here from Lung.
So it's worth noting how far away Dandy and Carry were at the start of that fight. And Lung can just jump straight over them, use that bounce, and hits the fantastic ultimate. Kassadin ramping up, using the flash ultimate, getting right next to Orianna and destroying her. And from there on out, Scats just did his job, and that was living for a very long time and pressing his ultimate. The rest of the side here able to completely clean up and destroy Carry in a 1v3. And that fight just went perfectly, baiting the Vici Gaming side into them and then turning it around on their heads.
Yeah, Death Sentence was down, but of course that didn't really matter. And after Vici sort of forced that fight, there wasn't a whole lot they could do. And I find it a little bit interesting that Vici, who is a team that had been playing against a whole lot of very high-class Gnar players for a very long time, would decide to take that fight right when Lung was sort of perfectly able to get the evolution off.
Yeah, I believe the twisted advance was right, and then they flashed even further back, so he was stuck in an awkward position. And then you're walking into a thresh box, which makes it a lot harder for you to disengage. And Gnar actually used them and the bad positioning they unintentionally found themselves in to be right next to the rest of the team of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, Hatong actually going to get pulled forward by the Death Sentence here. Hart taking a lot of damage, but there's a whiffed Shockwave as Hatong taking some damage from Scatch here. The rest of Unlimited Potential. Nice double body slam into knocking back both of the front line as Unlimited Potential just cleaning this one up. Marta tries to get the Soul Shackles to do something, and Endless kiting away quite nicely, but Vici, they are definitely on the back foot. Scatch picks up a double now as well as Carry's going to fall. Amy locks that one through. 3-0 and 6 for both the jungler and the mid laner of Unlimited Potential, and with 3 dead, why not take a Baron?
And this is them playing their team comp perfectly again. Vici deciding to initiate, catching someone out of position with a hook. Getting hooked, They had to try and push back, and then it didn't really work out for them. The whiffed Orianna ult was the signal to go, though.
Oh, yeah.
The second that missed, they went straight in. Gragas body slams, hitting the fantastic ultimate, and now they've got the Baron to back up another one team fight for them. They're in a very good position for the rest of this game.
Yeah, very nicely played. We'll see whether they are going to be able to use this one effectively in order to push down some inhibitor turrets, but it's only 27 minutes into this game. It's still quite early days, and Unlimited Potential probably just want to solidify map control and then bleed out the likes of Vici Gaming, because there's not a whole lot they can do when they're this far behind.
Yeah, you said it. 27 minutes into the game. It is still early, but they also have the Baron this early into the game. So the pressure that they can place on all lanes of the map if they choose, or anywhere in particular, which looks to be bottom at the moment, is going to be immense. They can just walk to the lane, have the Baron buff minions, and it's going to be very hard for them to clear because it is so early in the game. The items they have aren't that massive yet at clearing minions.
Yeah, they're not really going to be able to get much done. Endless is going to head back, possibly pick up that Phantom Dancer as his second item here, but doesn't even manage to get that recall off because, of course, Unlimited Potential already here. That ball sitting in the middle of the lake.
It's in the middle of the rocks at the moment. It's a very menacing ball position.
Yeah,
you never
odd one.
really see the ball coming, which is actually a very clever strategy if you've seen anyone do that. You put it in a terrain area and you can't see the ball at all until it comes out. It's very hard to dodge an ultimate from there.
Interesting. I didn't even know you could place it there.
Yeah.
That's a new one. Thank you very much, Rusty, for a little bit of that the knowledge bomb. Now Vici Gaming looking to try and get something done. They need to... I don't know whether they're going to be able to win a team fight, but it's going to take a massive, massive play from Hatong to land that Shockwave exactly where he needs to in order to get this one working out, because this is what Orianna sort of fall into the trap of. It's being sort of having this ultimate that can be such high impact, but if you don't land it, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, they're going to have to rely a lot on the Shockwave hitting many targets, but it's going to come down to picking someone, most likely with the Morgana binding, onto a high priority target, such as your Kassadins or your Sivers.
Yeah.
You're going to need to hit someone very important to be able to win a fight from now, otherwise it's going to be quite difficult. They've got all of the makings of a team that cannot be caught here, Unlimited Potential. They've got the Sivir with Spell Shield available. It's going to be very hard to get any initiations onto her. You've got Azonia's on the Kassadin completed now. And Unlimited Potential are in a very, very good position to be able to continue this lead and push it towards the end of the game.
Yeah, and Scatch now with 3 items and the extra lifesteal from that Vampiric Scepter, as well as Endless trying to get something done here, but not going to want to chase too far onto that Sivir. But think about the boomerang damage coming through from this build. So much extra armor penetration, extra flat damage from this build coming through from Scatch. And It's going to be very, very hard for Vici Gaming to stop a siege when you've got minions dying left, right, and center from that one ability.
Yeah, that's right. It does do a lot of damage, especially given the Ghostblade Last Whisper build. And the rest of the side here, when it comes to wave clear, they've got so much of it. Gragas, underrated, has a lot of wave clear because all of his spells are AoE, and he's going in here.
Yeah, Carry actually going to get explosive cast back. He's going to try and flash as Dandy's going to get gnarred into the wall. Carry still alive somehow as Hatong looking to try and get the ball in position. There's the shockwave onto 3 members. Some high priority targets there, but the members of Unlimited Potential just so far ahead as Sketch manages to pick up another kill, and he's now rampaging through this fight. That's a double kill. I'm sorry for the AD carry here of Unlimited Potential, and they're going to roll through this one. Dandy, the last man standing. This is an inhibitor most definitely, and we'll see whether Unlimited Potential can take more.
I guess the best way to describe that was a little bit too little too late, and they are still capable of winning this game. They don't have anything, just the inhibitor at the moment. They're going to back off, so that's a big win for Unlimited Potential, but the shockwave hitting all of the big targets, just not doing enough damage yet, and not at the right time. It was at the end of the fight. He had to bide his time to actually hit the shockwave on the right targets, and by that stage, Nara had already destroyed Dandy and Carry, and the rest of the team of Unlimited Potential had shredded the rest of his side.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and 4-0 and 6 now for Zhao Yang as well. He has the Athenes on Holy Grail there, so not going to be gated by the mana too much if he can whisk around these fights, picking up some kills. Blade of the Ruined King was just completed outright here from Sketch from a Vampiric Scepter.
That's a lot of money that has just gone into an item. Rey Mysterio's score right now, looking in a very good position.
Oh yeah, that's some dangerous stuff as Dragon number 3. Now going to be the option here for Unlimited Potential if they want to take that one down. Hart doesn't quite spot out that ward, nor does he get that one in the brush, which is a little bit unfortunate. But Vici Gaming, I think they know that they're not going to be able to contest this Dragon.
No, there's no way for them really to contest the Dragon unless they want to sacrifice someone's life for potentially for a steal. It is the 3rd Dragon, so they're going to be getting a move speed buff here onto Unlimited Potential if they secure this Dragon. And that's going to be a big deal for them, able to work around the map and rotate a little bit faster with that 5%.
Yeah, Amy is able to secure that one. So now Unlimited Potential probably going to put a little bit of pressure here in this mid lane as Sketch is hanging around that area. Red buff spinning around him here as well. But now with the Blade of the Ruined King, just a little bit more survivability on top of the spell shield. And Sketch, that's his first sort of attack speed item. So really going to be providing a whole lot more damages. Nice little dodge there from Zhao Yang as he clears out this pink ward.
That's so cute. Using the Lantern to get out, not even wasting an ultimate stack. Wants to save the mana where possible. And you're right, the first attack speed item besides the Ghostblade active that the Sivir has picked up. And not necessarily needing the Bloodthirster, not needing to respect any of the outright burst damage that can come out instantly here from Vici Gaming. They're going to get that second tower, and it looks like they want a second inhibitor here. Yeah,
it looks like Vici Gaming just bleeding structures at this stage. Second inhib going to fall down as Endless doing his very best to try and clear out this minion wave, but Unlimited Potential just look unstoppable at this stage. Vici need to try and make something happen, but I just don't know what they can do to try and get themselves in that position. 13,000 gold is now the advantage here for the sister side. And UP have just been, they've played their comp better this game.
Are you seeing a lot of Relic Shield stacks on this Thresh, like somewhere around the 20 mark?
Yeah, there's a heck of a lot of...
That's a lot of Relic Shields. There is nothing really that Vici Gaming...
Oh, there's a Flash Descent. Manages to pick off Carry there, but Command Protect going to try and help out. Scratch, beautiful spell shield. Gets rid of the shockwave there, and Zhao Yang able to use that on his Hourglass. Destroys Endless here as well as he's tanking up both of the turrets, but takes a Dark Passage and secures his life there as Dandy just trying to tank up as best he can. Death Sentence says nope, but he is going to make it back to the fountain just now. 3rd inhibitor going to fall. Unlimited Potential. They have super creeps here heading into the base. Carry and Dandy, not a whole lot of damage available. And Hatong, not exactly the tankiest man, but Heart's Thresh has been so good this game. Carry, last-ditch effort here into the back line as Dandy does get the knock-up. They take down Sketch, but here's the teleport to come in from Long. Members are dying left, right, and center, though. Vici still with some fight left in them as Amy, he's diving very, very deep onto this. Marta now back alive again, and Dandy, he's very healthy now. Just tunnels underground, able to use that passive to get his health back, and Hart and Long, they're still in the base here as Meganar is going to come in here as well. The Crush and Bounce combo is going to be used, but Vici, they're putting so much damage into this Gnar, and he's doing so much work. Beautiful triple stun with the wallop, but Twisted Advance is going to keep him into the base. Endless with some DPS, but there's another Dark Passage. Man, give Hart the MVP for this one. That's some beautiful play thus far.
He has been playing exceptionally right now. All of the hooks hitting, and it looks like the mini game is about to begin. Can VG Gaming stop these minions, or is it too little too late?
Yeah, this Nexus is definitely going down incredibly low. Endless trying to do what he can as Vici are trying to tank up the minions for themselves. It is so incredibly low. I don't know whether they're going to be able to do it here as Dandy. He's hanging around. Come on, guys. Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you save the Nexus? I think they have. I think they've managed to kill the super creeps heading into their base as Unlimited Potential looking to take down the Baron and then put the last nail in this coffin. But Vici, the minigame of sort of tower defense, is actually won this time around.
My favorite minigame, Atlas, watching people last-ditch efforts. The inhibitor has respawned in the
One
top
of
lane.
the inhibitors. Yeah.
That is one. That is at least a lot less super minions. They're not going to be completely flooded if they can push this out. They might get one more fight chance before they try and close out this game.
Yeah, it is going to be a 12,000 gold lead now available. 36 minutes into this game, and Unlimited Potential looking to try and finish this one off. Just the Nexus remains after this inhibitor falls down. Carry knows that he has to fight right now. The Righteous Glory not going to be doing too much, but he's found his way on top of Hart. The culling to come through, but Endless already down to half health from nothing here as Xiao Yang just picks up the kill out of nowhere. Tong, he's going to fall as well, and Unlimited Potential, couple of auto attacks. And that Nexus falls down. Triple kill in the end there for the Kassadin, and really beautifully played. Unlimited Potential, man, it's not a similar situation from last LPL. This team has came to play.
They came to play, and they came fully prepared. The mechanical skills, the individual player skills from this side here are absolutely phenomenal. They're doing so much work. We've seen the Sivir mechanically, spell shielding, shockwaves, everything going so well for them. The Gnar ults was so perfect, and this side right now, they either know what they're doing, or they're just exceptionally good against this VG Gaming side.
Yeah, it seems like they may have known something that we didn't, but I'm not sure whether that's even the case. Xiao Yang's Kassadin looked fantastic after only showing us one champion yesterday, really proving the fact that you can put him on a whole lot of different champs and he is able to perform. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do still have one more game coming up here between these two squads, and we'll see whether Vici once again can bounce back from a defeat. Of course, did it yesterday against OMG, and we'll see after this break whether they can do it again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson. This is Zach Rusty Pine. We're here for Game 2 between Vici Gaming and Unlimited Potential. Of course, the sister team managing to take Game 1.
Yeah, getting all the revenge back in solid Game 1 performance, absolutely, and methodically and cleanly taking apart their opponents right there. And they looked exceptionally strong right there, as individuals and as a team.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. And the fact that Dandy managed to get around, he 3-buffed Amy at the beginning there, but despite all of his efforts really trying to keep the Graggets down, in the team fights, Unlimited Potential just rolled over Vici.
Yeah, try as they might to control the map and control objectives around the map. The second it came down to team fighting, as we can see by the scoreline here, it went perfectly for the side of Unlimited Potential. What needed to happen, happened. They've got 23-6 in kills and assists across the board. The Thresh did so much work.
Yeah, and speaking of the Thresh, of course, MVP going to hard here. Really nicely done. And man, his Thresh play was so incredibly good, getting his friends out of all sorts of disastrous situations and really creating the fights that Unlimited Potential were looking for. And Hart, heading over from Samsung Blue, really making some waves here on this new team.
That's right. The Lantern's doing exactly what needed to be done. And going on adventures with the hooks as well, enabling his team to do so much work. They had to flash to keep up with him over walls. And doing a lot of work, hitting all of the hooks required of him, winning in lane, winning out of lane. Mechanically and individually, these players from Unlimited Potential are exceptional.
Yeah, and the thing about Hart that I really loved as well, it wasn't necessarily his laning prowess, although they did manage to pick up kills there. It was the fact that he was always exactly where he needed to be in order to either start the fights that they were looking for or pull the players out of sticky situations. Of course, the last Dark Passage there for Long, getting him all the way out from in between 3 members of the enemy team, was beautiful to watch.
And that's right. And speaking of Long, he did an exceptional amount of work on the Gnar as well. Yeah. Came through massive, had a bit of a hiccup at the start of the game, giving first blood, trying to tower diver Maokai, who just kind of turned around and said, it's not going to happen.
No, just smacked him in the head.
And from there on out, baiting fights where the Gragas came in, and as we said, the objective control was entirely in Dandy's hands, but when it came to team fighting, it just felt like Unlimited Potential were a lot better and a lot more well-rounded.
Yeah, they were a little just able to pick the fights exactly when they wanted to as well. And speaking of Long, his transformations into that Mega Gnar were almost pinpoint every single time, managing to make sure that he was able to get that ultimate off on multiple members. And speaking of ultimates off onto multiple members, Hetong really did not have the greatest Orianna game thus far. A couple of hula hoops there, and when it came down to it, when he was actually managing to land the shockwaves, he just didn't have the items required.
Yeah, by the time he was hitting the shockwaves on the right targets, it was too late into the game for him to be able to have that massive impact.
Yeah.
So he's playing the Orianna. I think the big issue was not necessarily that he was playing the Orianna poorly by any means. It was more that his team comp didn't allow the backline, the Lucian and the Orianna. They were sitting so far back that it was near impossible for him to hit a shockwave on the right targets, because then he'd be in a position where he would die. So the team comp itself was a little bit disjointed in that respect, and the front line was perfect, but the back line couldn't complement the front line by any means. And they were stuck in their own little worlds where they were just trying not to die for as long as possible.
Yeah, and Carey, he was making aggressive plays, really trying to get in amongst it and get things happening, but just wasn't really able to do so in a way that his team could follow up on. And Carey is, we've never said that he's had trouble with aggression, but maybe a bit of passivity could come into this one, because he was picking fights that he may not necessarily have been able to get any support in. And it's difficult, of course. When you are on the Maokai, you want to try and Twisted Advance in there. You want to try and soak up the damage here for your team, but you've really got to try and find that coordination, especially when you're playing with an Orianna.
Yeah, it can go both ways. And as you just mentioned, with the Orianna is why it may not have worked as well in this last game. The way that he was initiating was flashing and then using the Twisted Advance, and puts him in a very, very forward position. And when you have the no mobility champion of Orianna, she's a sitting duck.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Unlimited Potential still looking pretty serious about heading into this next game, wanting to make sure that they can come through with a follow-up performance to rival that of their first. And Vici Gaming, they have an ability to come back, assess what went wrong in the previous game, and make things happen in the second one. So we'll see if they can make the sort of the adjustments necessary in order to get things happening this next time around.
Yeah, you might even be looking, if they liked what their front line was, if they liked what the general idea of the team comp was, and it was starting to have moments or glimpses where it was working, maybe change out the Orianna for something with mobility or something with more range. He does like the Xerath and Lysandras. That might do either of those will do the job of Orianna, just in a better position for what the rest of the team comp was.
Yeah, exactly. And One thing I want to mention is the fact that Sketch looks incredibly strong on this Sivir. And I really want to see him on these hyper carries that he's known for. Of course, Sketch has been one of these players that the team has been playing around for quite some time, is able to pick up these sort of late game hyper carries, and I want to see what he can do with one of those in his hands because, of course, I mean, don't get me wrong, his Sivir performance was brilliant, but I want to see sort of what his wheelhouse actually is all about.
Yeah, that's right. Sketch being compared to Uzi is the hyper carry and the crux of this team's damage, and they do rely and work around him a lot to be able to provide the consistent damage, so putting him on a hyper carry might do wonders for their team.
Yeah, precisely, but we are going to hop into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see exactly what happens as we get this one forward, and we'll see whether the picks and bans are actually going to change around here just a little bit. See whether the priorities are going to be placed in different areas, because of course we saw the mid lane getting banned away just a little bit, the Hecarim going off the board there, and no focus on this jungle whatsoever, and I wonder whether that played into the hands of Unlimited Potential, because of course Dandy's champion pool is massive.
Yeah, and they did give him the Rek'Sai, which you thought might be a small mistake. Dandy loves that champion, and we saw how much pressure he was placing across the board, but by the end of the game, the Gragas was still a big force to be reckoned with, and he was still the big fat man that we know he is, and so much work, and they've opted towards the same similar bans, at least at the start of the last banning phase.
Yeah, well, of course, the Cassiopeia is going to leave the table here, so Atong not going to be picking that one up, but Kalista a little bit further down. Beachy Gaming want to take that one away immediately. And Unlimited Potential waiting a little while before really focusing in on what they're going to do. And if you were Unlimited Potential, what would you be taking away from Vici here? Because, of course, you may as well try and focus on getting the same situation again.
Yeah, you don't really need to adjust your bans by any means, because what happened last game was what you wanted to happen. You came out ahead.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, if you don't need to ban a jungler and you can target ban and still come ahead in a game, you don't really need to. And you can see the adjustment here from Vici Gaming is to get rid of the Gragas.
Gragas was definitely a massive point there, and no matter how far Vici put him behind, Amy was able to make it happen. So, look, just remove it, force Amy to play something else. Unlimited Potential now with the last ban option. Urgot is still available, definitely a worthwhile ban there if they decide to take that one off the board.
There is also the possibility of the Rek'Sai or a Sejuani, as we're seeing, being banned in response because the jungler has been taken away from them. Now you have to either ban the Rek'Sai or a Nunu, or you can opt to give them one and you pick the other. It's a big decision that needs to be made. Do you want to get rid of the Urgot, perhaps, that has been banned in the first game, or do you want to keep it so that the Urgot is available? Make them first pick a jungler, for example, such as maybe that Rek'Sai that they do want, and then you can pick Nunu and Urgot in the one rotation. It's a very, very big decision with this next ban.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. I actually would like to see them not ban away the jungler here. The Kassadin is going to leave the table. Azir is still available as well, which was a ban from the previous game. Of course, Xiaoyang very comfortable on that one, but Vici Gaming, they don't want to see the Kassadin this time, and it means that Xiaoyang able to pick up the Azir, more than happy to first pick it away. Does give Dandy sort of his pick of the litter as far as these junglers are concerned, and Carry could even play Rek'Sai in the top lane if he wants to take Nunu.
Well, yeah, he definitely could, and they have the option of, I suppose, taking the Rek'Sai top Nunu jungle and leaving him with barely anything available across the board here for junglers. And
yeah, sort of forced onto the Jarvan, perhaps.
Yeah, but either way, I wouldn't be surprised if they do pick up a jungler. The mid laner has been picked from Unlimited Potential, so I don't think it'll be the Riven, but they may look towards the Gnar, perhaps, with the Rek'Sai or the Nunu to take away from the top laners. Or Alistar, which we have seen a lot of bans.
Yeah, banned actually away from Heart, so now they're going to pick that one away as well. Dandy thinking about heading over towards the Nunu, which is going to be locked away. Amy, few options here, but Rek'Sai is, of course, still available. He can head onto that champion if he wants to. Xiaoyang, we'll see whether they're going to lock away the top laner here or whether they're going to pick up sort of a jungle and support combo, maybe save the AD carry and the top laner until the last couple of picks here.
I know Amy does like a bit of Lee Sin, I have been informed, so...
Well, that's true.
He has the option of picking that. Up into the Nunu, it's interesting because the trading is quite even. Nunu doesn't take the damage, but they do opt towards the Rek'Sai. They want to get that away. And the Urgot, very smart, strong AD carry pick.
Yeah, sort of Urgot went a little bit unnoticed there. Did get banned away in the previous series, but Sketch does have the opportunity to pick that one up if they want to. Vici Gaming now. Do they just go to a Sivir?
Well, it looks like he will be defaulting to a Sivir. That's a very good assumption to make. It does well into the Urgot at the very least. Able to spell shield or push the Urgot into lane. into the tower, make him waste all of his mana in the laning phase. And the Nara is being hovered now. I do think it'll be that taken away. That or the Maokai most likely is the top option. So we'll see what they go with here. And if they go for another AD carry that isn't the Sivir, they'll most likely be going for a lane swap.
Yeah, well, we'll see what does come through there. But Carry, of course, has played a heck of a lot of Nara in his career thus far. More than happy to lock that one away, force Long to play something that he may not necessarily be as comfortable on. He has already played Jarvan and the Nara, so we'll see whether the full AD with an Infinity Edge Jarvan is going to head into that top lane. Man, that was such a cool build. I loved it,
It was
so much.
A phenomenal build.
Loved it, but Hart thinking about what he wants to grab here, and with Sketch hovering over a Draven, I don't know where Urgot's going.
Let's not count our eggs till they hatch at the moment. Let's see what they plan on doing. They have been hovering a lot of different champions, the Bard being hovered again. We're still not sure what they're actually going to lock in. They're like waiting until the last second.
Yeah, damn, I was so excited for a potential top lane Urgot. Not going to happen this time around, though, as long as he's going to try his hand at the Rumble, picking that one into the Gnar this time around, going for a little bit of mid-game power. And with Urgot and Rumble and Rek'Sai, that is so much power in the mid-game. And then you've got sort of the late-game insurance of Azir.
Yeah, and they have a lot of scaling damage as well. The Azir Rumble do a lot in the late game. Urgot and even a Rek'Sai just does a lot of damage. You've got a big front line, very well-rounded team comp that seems to do a lot at almost all stages of the game besides the level 1 to 6 phase. We're still waiting for the last pick here for VG Gaming, but the 4 members they have, none of them really going to die anytime soon either.
Yeah, well, it's true. We are possibly going to have some fairly drawn-out fights, and there are some alarm bells going on in my mind here as Hatong locks away that Vladimir, because the duo of Vladimir and Nunu is next to 0 CC in that mid lane.
Yeah, exactly, now I think about it. They don't have a whole lot of... Between all of their team, Gnar has no CC unless he's Mega Gnar, and then they've got the Alistar with the Headbutt Pulverize combo. You've got Ice Balls, which is a slow amount, so it's not an exceptional amount of CC, but it's consistent. But overall, they don't really possess a lot of hard engage or consistent hard engage. It'll be all or nothing or kiting back will be what they look to do.
Yeah, and a lot of it is going to be on Mata, making sure that he's in the right positions, headbutt pulverizing his way into these fights and getting things happening. But when all of your eggs are in the basket of the cow, you could be running into some problems here just a little bit. But of course, with the Nunu, is able to secure a lot of jungle pressure. We've seen this before, but as we go down the lineups, it's all pretty standard here. I mean, Vladimir Azir was seeing a lot of play towards the end of the LPL season previously. And of course, Sivir into Urgot is something that we were seeing a lot towards the end as well.
Vladimir into Azir was the mid lane matchup that we've just hovered over, and that's a very interesting matchup because there's a lot of trading throughout. And Azir's a very volatile champion, doesn't have a high amount of health, but if he does look to trade with a Vlad, it tends to be an all-in style trade, so there might be a lot of jungle pressure in that mid lane. Yeah,
well, if there is, I mean, we've mentioned this before, it might sort of go into Unlimited Potential's favor straight out of the gate because, of course, you've got the knockups. But, ladies and gentlemen, we want to be hopping into the Rift as soon as possible, but man, Unlimited Potential again with a brilliant draft phase.
Yeah, their draft looks so well-rounded. They've got damage throughout the entire game. They've got the tankiness, they've got the damage, and they just look to be so strong right now through their drafting phase. Their coaches are phenomenal.
Yeah, they're really doing some work here, and Vici, they may need to sort of think about exactly what's going to be going on here because, I mean, so far, I mean, they lose to OMG yesterday in Game 1. They managed to pick up a win in the Game 2, but see whether they can do it again as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 2 between Unlimited Potential and Vici Gaming. Of course, all of Vici now sort of piling towards the opposite side of the map.
Nothing going to come from it besides the very standard deep vision being placed.
Yeah.
Looking to see if they can spot a 1v2 matchup, and the Sivir going straight towards the top lane, not going to be spotted until quite late in the wave if they choose for it, and can't really say where they're going to go from here just yet because they're all sitting near mid.
Yeah, and it is going to be Mata and Endless not wanting to walk over wards. There are a whole lot of them littered throughout the jungle, though.
Oh, I might spot them.
Yeah, they may need to be careful. It's a cute little ward around the blue buff, and they have been pinged out. So Vici, in clear vision, Unlimited Potential able to get the lane swap.
I like this that they've opted for the lane swap in the Urgot. We don't often see it because Urgot so good at trading in the early, well, not early level 1 to 3, but from there on out, once he has every spell, it's so hard to trade. And the Sivir, even with the spell shield available, you can just use an Acid Hunter and bait the shield before you throw out any damage. And opting for the lane swap is so good for an Urgot because you've got the Nautilus who can roam, and you've got the Urgot who wants levels as quickly as possible. Up against the Gnar, you can just hang around until you hit a level cap that's good enough to sustain in a 1v1, and then you're fine.
Yeah, no worries at all. Hart is up here with the Urgot, though, and I love the Nautilus-Urgot combo. So much CC in that combination of champions, and honestly, Unlimited Potential, when you compare them to Vici Gaming, it's like a buffet of CC in comparison.
Yeah, it definitely is. They've got the Nautilus. Even Azir has a bit of CC, and they've caught carry.
Yeah, level 1 here. The Flame Spitter doing so much work as long as he's going to tank a tower shot. Carry doesn't need to use the flash just yet, but message received.
These minions don't want to stop chasing them.
On an excursion. Sketch just saying, no, don't you dare take away my cannon grip. I'm going to need that.
That's actually really good because it can freeze if they choose to. They've got the cannon just sitting on the side that they can just not put near the turret.
Yeah.
That worked out really well for them. And Endless, not opting to hard push, but opting to push the minions to the turret at the exact same time and waiting for the Nunu to come back and maybe just clearing some waves before. So it looks to me as though Sketch and Hart are getting this tower down as low as possible. And big minion stacks on both sides. The difference is 1 against 2 and a dragon being started.
Yeah, and Carry is down here as well, not wanting to teleport to that top outer turret, which has been sort of a death sentence for almost everyone that's decided to do that around the 3-minute mark. So intelligent forethought in not using that summoner spell in order to get some more experience from the minions underneath that one. It is going to be Dandy taking away this dragon at 4 minutes into the game.
Always the risk that you play when you've put your top lane in the 1v2 situation. If you're the one enacting the lane swap, then you're the one who might be in a very bad situation when it comes to early dragons. It's not always easy to contest those, so it's going to go down very early in this game, but not a big issue this early. It is a scaling dragon buff.
Yeah, well, of course, it doesn't really mean too much for the squad of Vici Gaming right now, but of course, if they want to accelerate to a very early 5th dragon, it is a much more relevant situation. So if Vici can pull ahead in any way and get some control there over that one, the fact that their sort of amount of CC in a team fight might be a bit of a problem, may not necessarily be so much if they can get the snowball rolling.
Yeah, that's very true. If they get 5 dragons, it doesn't really matter how much CC you have because you've got enough
Just
damage.
burn everyone down.
Exactly, enough damage to burn everyone to shreds.
Yeah, it is going to be 3 men strong heading towards this bottom side. Unlimited Potential. Notice the fact that the dragon has been taken, I believe, as the dredge line just gets thrown out there by Hart. Spell shield just preemptively there as Sketch now going to put on some pressure here on the bottom side. And do you understand why Unlimited Potential probably swapped this one back?
I guess the Urgot has hit that level 3 mark where it does start to have a bit more strength in a lane. Okay. You're against the Sivir, who is a very low-ranged AD carry of Endless, and he is level 5 though, so being the Urgot, you're in a 1v2 matchup until the Nautilus comes back, especially at the moment. He's being very aggressive, and 2 levels between them, you need to respect a level 5 Sivir's boomerang.
Yeah, and Sketch, he has picked up a tier, but I mean, that is no combat stats at all. So the fact that Endless hasn't been back to base has not been punished at all from the item buys to come in from Sketch here. So it's interesting that Endless is playing so far back in this lane.
It's fine that he did swap back. In fact, I don't mind it at all because he does have the tier available. He came to lane the level that he needed to at least sustain the lane and not get pushed out. So he's got the item he needs. He's got the level that he needs to sustain. And I believe that's what he's for the most part going to do, but here we are.
Yeah, there's the flash pulverize there as well. As Sketch's going to get exhausted, does use the heal, but Hart in amongst everything. The teleport coming in from the top lane is here as long. He's going to arrive first. Carry finds his way in, but Dandy picks up the kill. Mata, he's burning down, does manage to fall as Carry bounces over the top of Long and picks himself up one as well. Actually, Endless grabbing that one for himself. Titan's Wrath onto Hart. But already his team's gone, and Vici with a much better beginning of this game. But, I mean, their beginning last time wasn't too bad either.
Yeah, but this is much more kill-oriented in the beginning of a game. They're going to be able to at least zone away Hart from this turret and deny a lot of minion experience. Not going to go to Urgot and Level 6 to 4 already is the Sivir against the Urgot. The flash initiation from that Alistar as well, enabling so much work. And between, we said they don't have a lot of CC, but between the Urgot, the Alistar and the Nunu this early, exhaust going down as well, very hard to stay alive.
Yeah, Endless actually going to get caught up there from Hart, who manages to land that dredge line. It was very cute. I think that was completely blind.
Just denying a recall. Yeah, it was completely blind as well. Just on a chance.
Yeah, not bad. Endless actually going to find Sketch there, who lands a nice Noxian Corrosive Charge. Not going to find too much. Does have a Ruby Crystal now, though, so of course the current Urgot build of the Black Cleaver looking to be what Sketch is going to opt for early. Able to pick up the Phage, which is just a brilliant early game item. Just having the extra health, the extra AD, and of course the Rage passive, just so useful in these early trades.
Yeah, being a low range AD carry, you want to stick to people as much as possible. So having the Phage will help a bunch. And it's going to work out quite well. This new Black Cleaver build is amazing on Urgot.
Yeah, Xiaoyang able to pick up his blue buff here from Amy as he throws that one over there. And Long was able to at least take down the turret. Of course, Sketch had put in a lot of effort getting that one low earlier on, as Endless does manage to use that spell shield on one of the Acid Hunters, but still taking a whole bunch of damage.
You can see how this early in the game, even with the tier available, Sketch runs out of mana pretty much straight away. So being able to spell shield one of the three is still one less hitting you.
Yeah,
and
true.
He runs out of mana within about 3 attempts of this. So this early in the game, it's a pretty good position to be in as a Sivir, and that's why most people tend to pick the Sivir into the Urgot, because you have the spell shield available. Your range isn't better or worse by any means, it's very similar, but you can sustain through an Urgot's early damage, which isn't that high, it's just consistent.
Man, look at Carry. He's so incredibly low in health here on this mini Gnar at level 5. Amy, he's going to take a boomerang there. With the help of the longsword, Carry's able to get a little bit of damage down.
Yeah, Carry in fact looking so squishy compared to even Endless.
Yeah, he's looking very squishy.
830 health was what he had as the mini Gnar there.
Look, he's putting the mini into mini Gnar there, Rusty. It's understandable. Patong might be in trouble. Of course, does have the pull, so Vladimir able to be pretty slippery.
Yeah, blue buff as well being here on the Azir as the turret finally goes down for the bot lane. They denied as much as they could.
Oh, and they managed to pick up a kill here as well as Sketch falls down. Dandy, I think, may have used a Blood Boil and thrown out one of the Ice Blasts, but that was just Sketch falling down.
Yeah, I guess he overstayed his welcome. The tower was very low, and
yeah,
they'd been denying a lot. They decided now's the time to take it, and they took it. Urgot with them.
Yeah, it's a different experience here. This game is Endless 2-0-1 now on this Sivir. Hart looking to try and get something done. Only level 5, doesn't quite have the ultimate available just yet. Amy going to come through, unable to use his Void Rush to really get himself any deeper into this one, just because there's not a whole lot of turrets around this side of the map. And Vici, Dragon has respawned, and they're looking to try and set up a bit of a gank brush here. Hart might fall for it.
He may walk into it. It should be warded by the Nautilus, or at least thrown an E out by the Urgot. They may still go there, but we'll see what Urgot...
Ooh, unlimited potential.
There it is.
Yeah, Noxian Corrosive Charge does come through, but
safety
the pings go off. So they have been spotted out there just a little bit. It was a cute little plan by Vici. Nothing going to come of it.
I really like the adaptation that Nunu has made here. Dandy is being very smart, staying bot lane pretty much since the last Dragon.
Yeah.
Sitting there, just putting the Blood Boil onto the Sivir, denying as much as they can onto the Urgot. And there hasn't really been a rotation from the Rex side to answer it yet, though the farm is massive difference between them.
Yeah.
45 to 24. Nunu still has that kill participation, so he can afford to sit bottom and use the Blood Boil, make sure that Sivir is massive. And speaking of massive Sivers, while we're looking at the scores, 86 to 59 in CS and 2 kills. The items right now between them, just as big.
Yeah, out of control. Only a Phage plus a tier to the BF Sword, Berserker's Greaves, and of course the Avarice Blade there as well. Things going fantastically this game for Endless, as long as just hanging out with a pretty big enemy minion wave here on the top side of the map as Carry comes through just to try and hold this one off.
Yeah, he's going to try and push it to the tower and stop Long from freezing it as much as possible, but he's going to opt to back off because he is a bit pushed there. Amy is not to be seen in the top area whatsoever. In fact, they've seen Amy near the Dragon Pit, and they don't want any control of it, going in favor of unlimited potential. Vici want this Dragon.
Yeah, Marta's just running around. I didn't know Cattle could move that quickly, but he certainly manages to. Endless, nice spell shield there. No corrosive charge is going to be coming down as just the cannon creep to go. And Endless, lots of pressure here, of course. If Civa can do anything, she can push minion waves, and this inner turret is going down very, very quickly. Sketch doesn't want to spend too much time underneath that one. He knows exactly what happens if he does so. And man, Vici, lots of map pressure so far. Both outer turrets in the bottom lane have fallen down, and they're the only ones.
It's crazy to think that the amount of pressure that is being placed in the bottom right now is essentially the only lane that has actually had pressure.
Yeah.
Logic almost dictates that a Rek'Sai should be there from start to finish to answer this, because there's nowhere else for the Rek'Sai to be, and all he has really been doing is farming.
Yeah, 51 CS to 28. He's definitely been farming. You can say that again, but sort of hasn't really netted them too much. Is Vici going to be able to take their second dragon here at 12 minutes into the game? Carry just bouncing over the top of Hart, who wants to find the stun. There it is, as Zhang, he heads over the wall at the same time.
Yo.
There's the depth charge. Amy flashes forward, wants to try and find the knock-up. There's the equalizer, and Carry is most certainly dead. That was so many abilities just to kill that Nah.
They made sure that he was dying, and they do get him in the end, so they managed to pick up a kill, and it's going to stop them from wanting to get the mid turret, and I'm saying that as they rotate towards what looks like to be either a bait for the Urgot or the bottom turret as a team. Civa's probably going to ult now.
Yeah, they're heading over there. There's the on the hunt pop. Sketch, he's going to try and swap himself into position, but Endless throws out the boomerang. He gets headbutted back, and Marta picks up the kill. And man, Vici, they're moving around as a squad. They're rotating as a team in really weird ways. It's catching unlimited potential completely out of position.
Yeah, that's not something you'd often expect. They had the mid-outer turret completely available, but because Carry has died, the next reaction was, well, we can't siege mid anymore. They've got the numbers. Let's just kill Sketch again.
Yeah.
And they're really enjoying killing Sketch thus far.
Yeah, they most certainly seem to be working out exactly how that one works. And look, if you found something that you're capable of that seems to be winning you a game, you may as well just keep doing it.
Well, that makes perfect sense. I can't argue with that.
Yeah, it's just logic, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just totally know what's going on here. Jiayang able to clear out this mid lane as well. We haven't really seen too much from the mids, but they're very, very close as far as the farm is concerned. Same score, so not too much to write home about here, as Hatong does have that Negatron cloak in his back pocket. Probably the Abyssal Scepter going to be coming through after that Will of the Ancients, which is just such a fantastic item for a Vladimir to have.
Yeah, definitely is. And those both mid laners at the moment, we know Hatong loves to scale into the late game and start ramping up with more control mages. So I guess Vladimir, while he doesn't have the control of your normal Lissandras or Xeris that we like to see him play, he still scales very well, and it suits Hatong's play style to a T. And he's going to sit there and scale. We know Xiaoyang loves the Azir. I think third game now in the 4 games that he's played where he's been Azir. Only banned away.
Azir.
Yeah, banned away in the last one. So he likes to scale as well. Azir needs that scaling. So Xiaoyang clearly likes scaling. I've said scaling a lot.
Seems to be scaling is the thought for both of these sides. But of course, Jiayang this is one of his comfort picks. He's more than happy to grab that one. Of course, Will of the Ancients now completed by Hatong. Blasting one to augment Jiayang's items here, as Endless with a beautiful spell shield means that Heart's not going to find the dredge line.
One of the nice things about the dredge line is that it's very predictable as a Civa. It has the animation prior to actually throwing out, so you can always react to it. It's not like the piercing light of the Lucian Q.
Yeah, well, exactly. So certainly making that work out for him. Of course, Endless's spell shields have been very, very good so far this game. But Vici with a slight lead, but not really much to write home about. And is it a mistake leaving Endless here in this bottom side? But Hatong, he's going to get ultimated here. There's a really nice emo plague as Jiayang able to take a fair bit more damage there from that. But in the end, not going to find too much. The teleport was started there from long, but then cancelled. And Carry followed his one through. Vici now going to flash forward. There's a flash snowball as Hatong picks up Xiaoyang. And Amy, you're dead as well. Heart in so much trouble. Tides of Blood not going to quite find him, as Vici, they are able to take down their next outer turret here. And it looks like Endless has discovered the mid lane, and that is bad news for unlimited potential.
Yeah, especially because there is a tower in the mid lane, and they ever loved pushing towers as a Civa, especially with the Blood Boil from Nunu. And they just had the numbers advantage. If you were long right now, you'd probably be regretting cancelling the teleport. You needed to kind of be there to use your equalizer, and unfortunately, the Carry continuing his teleport, I should say, managing to come in, having the numbers advantage, and not hitting an item spike But just being so far ahead in items over Sketch is endless. The amount of damage that they're doing is comparably so much greater that they can continue to just convincingly push objectives down. It's now 4-1 in turrets and 6-2 in kills.
Yeah, and Sketch not even with the mana mune completed just yet, so none of that extra mana translating into sort of extra damage whatsoever. Hatong finds his way back into this lane here at the same time, 1-0 and 2 now with a CS advantage, and you can see more than happy to go aggressive here onto Xiaoyang.
Yeah, it's quite difficult for the Azir at this stage to just consistently trade with the Vladimir because of the sustain that a Vladimir has. It goes without saying that if you do prolonged amounts of trades, it's not going to work in your favor against the Vlad, so you need to bide your time and show respect to his damage until you're going to all in him.
Yeah, just certainly make sure if you're going to be doing damage to Vladimir, chunk him out completely and send him to the death chamber rather than give him time to just transfuse his way back to health. Long does get a ward over the side here as Hart looking for the dredge line, doesn't find it as Chilling Smite onto Dandy, going to slow him up just a little bit. But Long very, very slow now after that snowball came in, and Endless doing a lot of damage with the auto attack reset. But the outer turret is going to fall down. Carry possibly going to answer with the tower in the top lane and does immediately. So that's a 1-for-1 trade there as far as these turrets are concerned. 5,000 gold still the lead here for Vici. 2 dragons to 0 as the dragon is going to be up in another 40 seconds. Vici probably want to pick that one up as well. Really keep this 5th dragon as a win condition available to them.
They definitely want to get this 3rd dragon. And Carriol thought he might have started a recall after getting the turret so that he can rotate and get back here. But instead he's going to push it to that turret before recalling. Rumble has to answer now. And with dragon up in 20 seconds, Na's going to get there right on time.
Yeah, making sure that someone has to be in that top side of the map. And of course, Long doesn't have the teleport available just yet. Marta heading back to base now after getting some wards down, as Long is going to hold this one off the turret. With Amy, does have Void Rush, so of course can get around that dragon pretty quickly, but there's only one turret available to, tunnel, sorry, available to him to teleport to.
It's in a weird spot, isn't it?
It is in a very weird spot. In complete vision. UP actually with a lot of deep vision here available to them. They'll know exactly what VG are doing when they do head around there.
This should most likely be an uncontested dragon, solely because of the fact that Rumble doesn't have teleport.
They're out of vision at this point.
Yeah. There's no way for them to get near the pit. It's too risky. There's pinks everywhere. Ward control. Just look at the minimap for a second and really take in where the red wards are here from Vici Gaming. They're not defensive, completely offensive, and they're the ones controlling the middle area. So while the wards from Unlimited Potential are still offensive wards from where they invaded before, it's not going to reveal the dragon. It's not going to reveal anything of any substance because they're not near that area.
Yeah, it's true. Hatong does have the Abyssal Scepter now completed as well as the Will of the Ancients. So a nice item spike there for the Vladimir. And when you're sort of a short-range mage here as well that wants to do consistent damage, Abyssal Scepter is just such a good item. Infinity Edge completed by Endless here at the same time, so some real item timings to come down for Vici, and it looks to me that they're just starving out Unlimited Potential. And this is Dandy's Nunu doing exactly what Dandy's Nunu wants to do every game.
Yeah, that's right. They are starting to starve them out at the moment. They've got control and they have initiated this Baron, and it is completely out of vision. Seems like they know, but even the Absolute Zero going down to rush this.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Only down to 4,000 health now at this stage, 3,000 here, and they're not going to make it here in time as the Baron, it's most definitely going to fall down.
Oh,
the Equalizer tries to do some work there, but Long maybe a little bit early on that one as he's going to fall down very, very low. Has to get out of there. Endless with the depth charge on him. Nice spell shield. Going to try and stop something, but Heart's going to fall down in the end. Nice headbutt. Going to get Amy out of the way. And man, Vici able to turn around what was a difficult fight. Sketch and Xiaoyang sort of hanging around the backside, but Carry, he just zoned them out completely and gave his team 3 kills and a Baron.
That's exactly right. They managed to zone out. Carry did what he had to do. He was up against the carries of the opposition team, funnily enough. And what was essentially happening was the Sivir was kiting back, and the rest of the Vici Gaming side were just doing as much damage as possible to those tanks.
Yeah.
By the time that they finally went down, Rumble was already out of the equation, blown up almost instantly. They just got it. They got the Baron buff. They had the number advantage because Carry was zoning, and then it was just a free fight from there.
Yeah, it was really well done and a really decisive Baron here at the same time. As let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, so very standard, instantly going on to Loong. They need to get him out of the equation as soon as possible, and you can see Carry goes over there to secure that one. They have Siva using the spell shield smartly, and the rest of the side of Vici Gaming just kiting back and keeping the Siva alive, the biggest damage source there. And all Carry had to do was sacrifice himself for as long as possible to save his Siva.
And Hatong now with a massive amount of minions, all with that Baron buff as well, and he does not look too scared. The fact that there's 5 members chasing after him here. He doesn't have the Ghost, does have the Flash if he wants to use that one as Pool comes through. Marta and Carry, though, they're around. Carry about to turn into that Mega Gnar as well, as Hatong is going to get flashed on. Actually flashes over the wall into the enemy base, which is an odd use of that Summoner spell. There's Endless and Dandy. They're just ignoring everything. A Blood-Boiled Siva taking down this inhibitor. Dandy decides to stay around as Amy super low. Endless takes that one down. Nice absolute zero. Beautiful positioning as the heal comes through from Sketch. Zhao Yang now is just going to get exploded. Triple kill now for Endless and Sketch. No mana to speak of at all. Marta tanking up this turret. And that is going to be Carry picking up the kill. And this could even be the game here for Vici as Amy, he's up in 15 seconds, but the inhibitor falls down. Baron buff still here. Vici Gaming with Endless still around. And man, Siva seems to be the MVP champion of the LPL so far. I mean, I know it's been 2 days, but she has been carrying her teams.
Every single game that we've seen the Siva picked in, they've been 2-0 roughly in laning phase alone.
Yeah.
The support that the Sivas are getting, we've seen the Nunu and the Nautilus just on the back of the Siva this entire time, and the pushing power, the team fight utility, everything that the Siva does, the underrated amount of damage, it's just that really enables your team to do so much work.
Yeah, it's really beautiful plays so far, but Vici, yet again, turning another series into a 1-for-1, as they seem to be tying a whole lot. We'll see whether they can pick up any 2-0 victories moving forward in this one, but man, seems like unlimited potential. They came out very, very strong, but fell apart there, and I have to say that Sketch just didn't look as comfortable on the Urgot.
The biggest thing was that they got to the team fighting stage in Game 1, and Unlimited Potential have a really strong team fighting stage.
Yeah.
They seem to have out-team fought even the likes of Vici Gaming right there. And the problem with that last game, Vici Gaming won in laning phase. The Siva got 2 turrets. They got the 2 mid turrets straight away. The Dragon control. Everything was in the early game stages that snowballed a win for Vici Gaming. There was no real team fighting stage.
Yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot that Unlimited Potential could do. But, ladies and gentlemen, we still have a massive day of LPL to come. Of course, after this very short break, it's going to be World Elite taking on Snake. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and this is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and we're here for Game 2 between World Elite and Snake. Snake now with a slightly different roster. Of course, Conan coming in for World Elite as well, meaning they're both switching up sort of one player. But let's hop back to the previous series just quickly and chuck Dandy an MVP.
Absolutely. It was definitely a game of two halves. If you look at those two different splits as one big game, Unlimited Potential looking great in the first game, but Vici definitely coming strong in the second one. Dandy was by far the MVP. I was worried when they drafted the Vladimir Nunu combination. I wasn't sure if it would work out. If that game ever starts to go bad, you don't have really any initiation, any pick potential. You can get run over, as ironically we saw with our upcoming team, World Elite and Spirit in the jungle yesterday. But if you control it from level 1, you play that rotational play, which Vici Gaming plays best when they're ahead. It looks great.
Yeah, and when the focus is completely away from the mid lane as well, Hetong was just on his own little island there against Azir, and not a whole lot that Unlimited Potential could really do against the comp towards the end of that series. So Vici Gaming really coming back strong does seem to be their thing so far in the LPL, especially for this split. It seems that they're more than happy to drop the first game and then figure out what to do next.
I think to some degree they're working on rosters. You see the pre-match graphics with their 9-10-man roster. They have a lot to work with. So far, the only modification has been bringing Endless in instead of Vasily, which jury's kind of out on whether that's an upgrade or not. A strict upgrade, probably not. But I mean, maybe they have different champion pools that make sense. Hetong and Carry, I believe, both have subs on the roster as well. So they might consider playing with the roster a little bit further. But look, it's a learning exercise. It's a long 44-game season. Work out things at the start and then get your strongest roster, 3-4 weeks into the season.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You can work out as many kinks as you want over 44 games. You most certainly have
Just
time.
look at LGD. I mean, they got it all together, 46, 47 games into the season? It looked great by then.
Yeah, they certainly did, managing to come through as the runner-ups, but have already dropped a couple of games here. And all of the teams generally in the previous split came out swinging immediately just to try and solidify a spot here in the standings. But LGD so far sitting fairly towards the bottom.
I mean, we'll come into this second game here, World Elite versus Snake. World Elite, they were one of the teams that were expected to be on the rise, finally settling this roster week 9, rushing their way to playoffs from the bottom of the table to 8th, and then almost upsetting Edward Gaming in a result that would have changed basically everything about League of Legends in the last couple of months. We wouldn't have seen Edward Gaming go on to become the MSI champions. Looked a bit weak against IG, specifically in the drafting phase in our first best of 2 yesterday. Drafting weak lanes, and the one thing, the kind of the criminal thing, you look at this World Elite lineup, it's definitely improved, but still all about Spirit. Spirit's the real carry of this team. Getting him onto those passive champions and then picking scaling laners, you just don't open up Spirit to carry, and that's really been World Elite's MO whenever they've looked good in the last, basically since January.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. As soon as World Elite sort of went through their massive roster change-up sort of after IEM in the middle of the last split, they have looked a whole lot better, but Spirit has, of course, still been that pivotal role, and Spirit just, as far as his career is concerned, has always been sort of that power jungler. So we'll see whether they are going to put him on something that might allow him to carry from a much earlier situation. But what do you do when it is sort of all about the jungler?
I mean, the one thing you do is you pick strong lanes. That's what World Elite wasn't doing. When you have Vladimir in the mid lane, as we saw in the previous game, the downside's always there. If for some reason the Vladimir's pushed in, as was the case, I believe it was Orianna from Rookie against the Vladimir. Orianna was pushing in, and the jungle was a mismatch. It was Rek'Sai versus Sejuani. So Rek'Sai's going to have that ganking pressure anyway. Then if your lanes push up, it empowers the Rek'Sai to go and counter jungle, and all Sejuani can do is kind of stand there. And it reminds you of, say, 2010 Anivia games, where Anivia so strong at wave clearing, but can't really walk over to help her jungle. It's the same thing with Vladimir, can walk over, maybe throw out the Hemoplague as kind of a deterrent. In fact, we saw Jie do that quite a lot, just throwing out the Hemoplague for deterrent purposes. But the result was, Spirit unfortunately falling behind on Sejuani, who really has quite a high item floor to be relevant, has to pick up health on top of the Cinderhawk for both damage and tankiness. Doesn't have any inherent tankiness in the kit. And at the end of the day, Rek'Sai was well ahead. Orianna was matching or winning in CS and controlling the wave. And the big loser was Spirit, and that's the one person they need to set up to carry. So pick the strong lanes, pick the Sivers of the world, pick the LeBlancs of the world, and then throw in the Nidalee jungle or those really strong junglers that do have the carry potential. It wasn't many months ago that the Nidalee came out from Spirit against EDG and just blew them away in what was looking previously like a one-sided series. Don't forget days like that. Even though Nidalee's been changed, still very strong as a carry jungler.
Yeah, we saw Juju actually yesterday picking up the Nidalee, not exactly having the best experience, but we've seen the fact that Nidalee can still be relevant.
Sure, I mean, the base stats have been hit. Definitely the jungle clear is both slower and slightly more risky. You know, you get through those early levels with the strong lanes, there's no chance of being invaded or anything like that, and you show up strong.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. But we are going to have a look at the schedule once again, ladies and gentlemen, just go through exactly what we're going to be experiencing. There was a slight miscommunication, but it is going to be RNG taking on M3 in the match after this one.
I mean, the exciting thing is their last 2 games of the night, they both have all new teams. We have not seen RNG, M3, EDG, or King play. And ironically, a lot of these things have changed. So that's Royal Never Give Up there, Royal. But we're going to have to get into it in the next series, but Royal Never Give Up is, in fact, mostly the old King lineup, throwing in the Gamti mid laner Xiaohu, and I know Let Me, their previous top laner, is also in the roster, so they both might be playing solo lane-wise. Rest of the members from King. And then the actual King team that's going to be playing against Edward Gaming, that's effectively Edward Gaming versus definitely not Starhorn Royal Club. It is the exact old Starhorn Royal Club. Name, Insec, and friends are all back. So EDG versus King should be a really exciting match with a lot of flavor. Of course, Name against his old team, an old rivalry. Edward Gaming definitely on the top this year. And King, they just really have to show some relevancy, show that last season was a hiccup, a big hiccup. They got relegated, but they're back again. So it's just exciting how it worked out. Yeah, we did have IG versus QG. We flashed that earlier, but it will be RNG versus M3. So Xiaohu versus Dade. An exciting mid lane matchup. Definitely the old versus the new in that particular game.
No, it's going to be very exciting. I very much like the King lineup as well because they've picked up Sync Dream over from Gamti as well. You're splitting them up and just throwing them all over the LPL, but Sync Dream, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, he could potentially play again.
I mean, if he's on the King lineup, is he?
Yep.
He's probably not going to be playing much over Zero.
No, it's a worry.
Sorry to sink that dream of yours,
Atlas. No, I just want to see more Archangel Staves.
Archangel Staff Sonas with Sheen.
With Sheen.
That match made me real mad.
Yeah, that certainly did make you very mad.
Almost as mad as you do sometimes.
Hey, no. Almost as mad as Old King made you sometimes.
I'm happy that King is gone. Bring back Starhorn Royal Club.
Well, it's okay. Now you can get very happy at King.
Exactly.
Now you can enjoy a King game, Papa Smithy. Everything is going to be absolutely fine. But it is going to be a huge match coming up. Let's focus back here onto Snake because, of course, Snake moving Barker out of that mid lane, of course, his champion pool was a little bit of a problem there. A hiccup maybe for that team towards the end of the final split. But I mean, towards the end of last split, but now with you on the side, is this going to offer more as far as that is concerned?
I think we'll get more into it as we see their lineup because we're going to start with Team World Elite coming through. 0% is a bit interesting. Train Driver Luca, you haven't seen this one yet, Atlas, but they're really leaning into some of the Chinese fandom and memes that have come through for some of these players.
Oh, I just love Luca. I just love
Even after all the Sion nerfs on basically every patch since 5.6, Sion was still banned 2 out of 2 times by IG.
Yep, see, because Luca is the master.
He curves those ultimates,
man.
He
most certainly does. And that was Spirit as well. Probably should have given him a little bit more of a mention. The power player here for World Elite. And now Jie sort of came in as the saving grace for this World Elite lineup towards the middle of the split. And see whether he can really get on a carry performance here as Mystic. Siva and Cogmore not quite working out so far, but his Urgot play has been brilliant.
And Mystic was definitely an upgrade on STYZ, who was hailed as this big hyper carry, but never really performed. So Mystic and Conan there, your new bottom lane. I mean, they've gone positive against Uzi of all people, so they've definitely shown very good performance levels in the LPL. It's kind of a downside for World Elite that they have to import this Korean AD carry when there is quite a good pool of Chinese AD carries, so they can't afford to field a Korean a different line. Of course, the 2 Koreans being their jungler Spirit, who's basically indispensable, and Mystic. But Mystic's level of performance higher than we expected, given his previous stint at the Jin Air organization in Korea. He's looked good, and honestly, World Elite, they just need to get a first win on the board. They do not want it to be 0-4, because they'll get all those flashbacks from last season where the first 10, 11, 12 games weren't happy times for World Elite.
No, World Elite seemed to be a little bit of a free set of points there for any team that was going up against
starters.
them. It was, exactly.
To a fault last season. They got there, but man, it was at the last minute. We were just looking at the schedule thinking, all right, if they get 3 points, they get 0, draw
and
over here.
And it was so close as well.
And Snake, you mentioned them before. I think Barker's being out of the lineup, bringing in you. I think you is a strict upgrade because he can play those control mages with a larger champion pool, but he can also play those assassins. This LeBlanc won the MVP in the first game yesterday. LeBlanc definitely not a champion we expect from Barca. Speaking of MVPs, top 5 in the MVP Flandre last season is a rock in the top lane.
He is just huge and loves playing Maokai as much as he possibly can. Beast here as well. Did hop on the Nidalee yesterday, just didn't really see too much success there. But I mean, you've mentioned the LeBlanc performance coming through from you there in the mid lane. It's Kassadin, although he got completely camped out in the early stages, still was relevant towards the end stages of the game.
It was relevant. That was a crazy game there, Snake versus UP, going seesaw both ways. The word throw should probably become a verb based on how that one went. Crystal, Urgot didn't seem to suit him. Actually looked great on the Sivir. So there's still 2 new champions to his pool. And Ella jumping on the Alistar hype train. Alistar been a really high priority pick. I'm happy to see it because I love the Cal myself.
Yeah, you
it's
certainly
nice
do.
As a first rotation, I think it's a bit of an overreach. I think people are slightly overvaluing him, just like people have been slightly overvaluing Evelyn the last couple of weeks. He'll be found out. There's definitely scenarios where Alistar's not the strongest support. But hey, man, from level 2 onwards, the engaged potential is always very powerful.
Oh, yeah, and we've seen already today some fantastic play coming through from that Alistar as well. I mean, Marta comes to mind on that champion, just running around on the cow. It was just, yeah, there seemed like a herd of cattle rather than just one in that game because it was everywhere he needed to be. So, I mean, the Alistar, I mean, you might say that he's being over-prioritized, but he is definitely filling out the role that he needs to. And these are some very different looking graphs.
And it's just kind of the death of the assassin meta. It's one less target you can assassinate if you're LeBlanc, for example. You see an Alistar post 6. And the other thing that Alistar provides is the turret dives post 6. So strong at turret diving, a region that, of course, is always perhaps over-prioritized, but to a fault, but in a very amusing way. The turret dive has always been massive. So we saw QG pull off a masterful turret dive yesterday in their first series. When you have that Alistar from level 6 onwards, you can have those situations where it's, say, 4v5, and you think, okay, they can't dive the turret. When you have Alistar, it's something that becomes possible.
Yeah, Unbreakable World really does open a whole lot of doors. And when you give China more tools to tower dive, that is problematic, ladies and gentlemen. But look, we'll be hopping into this game very soon, and I'm excited to see what Crystal's going to bring out now because it looks like he's really been practicing a whole lot of these other champions, and it has been sort of the story of Snake. Almost every single role, apart from the top lane, has been sort of questionable as far as champion pool is concerned.
And the AD carry in particular, as you mentioned, that's why it was such a surprise to see Sivir and Urgot, because usually that champion pool was the hyper carries. It was the likes of the Kalista, of the Draven. It wasn't these champions that are more team-orientated in terms of their picks. And that's why when Martin was announced as the sub-80 carrier, they actually put very high performances in the LSPL on their effectively their sister team. We thought, okay, maybe they'll just go for the situation where you want team-related picks, you pick up Martin and sub him in the second game. If you have Crystal, then you know what you're getting. But Crystal, credit to him, he stepped up. He was still the second overall in the MVP rankings. Comes in with a new champion pool. Sivir better than Urgot perhaps, but honestly the Urgot comp, his Urgot play was fine. It was interesting to see the Black Cleaver into Frozen Heart 40% CDR build come out for the first time. It was just the comp, the no wave clear. It just didn't work out. Drafting errors aplenty from Snake in Game 2 yesterday.
Yeah, there were drafting errors. There was also some interesting decisions made moving up the mid lane as well into the base. But look, we're not going to bring that one up yet again. We don't really want to say anything about that. But the bans are coming through, and things are very interesting over here. Of course, Snake banning away Nidalee and the Scion. Of course, you were mentioning the fact that Aluka's Scion has been banned away. Now 100% of games that World Elite have been in.
And I wonder what point Scion has to get before people finally let Aluka play it against. It's such a wonder to see. Every time it's even hovered by Aluka, the fans just get up in uproar at excitement to see his play. But banned away and Nidalee as well. You know, no slouch with the nerfs recently either herself. In terms of power levels, lower than it's been in quite a while, but still, respect bans are plenty coming through from Snake.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Rek'Sai banned away in the end. It means that Gragas is, of course, available here. And Spirit, I mean, you put a champion like Gragas into his hands, he's definitely going to make things happen. One omission from the ban list that you can see is that Urgot. Of course, Sivir hasn't seen a ban so far, but it is going to be Gragas locked in. We'll see what Snake decide to do. There's a lot open here. And is Flandre just going to go back to, I'm going to pick Maokai because it's up?
I think Maokai, it's a bit of an oversight not to take it first pick, but Gragas is right up there in terms of first pick priority. And it's a playmaking champion for Spirit. Finally not going to be on Sejuani duty. Finally going to be on the more proactive of Cinderhulk junglers, up there with the likes of Rek'Sai and the amount of power you can put out early. Rek'Sai banned away. Gragas, I would say, inarguably the strongest jungler available right now. Sejuani, of course, has her time, but it usually is later into the game. If you want to make things happen, you take the Gragas, and that's why I'm excited to see it snapped up by Spirit.
Yeah, and Beast actually looking at the Sejuani here as well, like you mentioned, going to take a little bit longer to roll there, but Sivir again here for Crystal.
And there's other powerful picks. Both Azir and Cassio have come through the picks and bans. Use
and
Azir
LeBlanc,
will
everyone.
be needed if Cassiopeia is available. Yeah, LeBlanc being available is a surprising one.
That's huge.
No mid lane bans after we saw a series yesterday with, what, 4 or 5 mid lane bans?
Yeah.
Picks and bans in general have gone so many different ways. Sometimes we're just looking for what priority picks are up. There's priority picks up in the 4th round of picks these days.
Yeah, there's going to be priority picks everywhere throughout this one, and Conan is thinking about picking up his Janna. Of course, plays that one a whole lot, but GA wasted no time locking away that Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and the Maokai still available in the 3rd round after being snapped up basically first pick every tournament or every competitive game I've seen since MSI. Maokai has been prioritized that highly. To get both of them, the Maokai and the Gragas, it negates a lot of AoE damage, and you've got an AoE team. You've already got AoE CC and then the On the Hunt available. We were expecting maybe the Rumble, some more AoE damage to come through, but a lot of that negated with all the disruption coming through from World Elite's first 3 picks.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. The fact that they do have all of that disruption, some interesting hovers to come through there. I would have liked to see both Azir and LeBlanc locked in. That might have meant that Ella could have been playing the LeBlanc support, which is always fun to see, but it looks like he will be defaulting back to his ever-present Janna here. Of course, Ella, a fantastic Janna player. Flandre on his Gnar as well, and we've seen him with, you know, relative success on that champion. It's been a little bit hit and miss when it comes to Flandre, though.
And just returning to one of your previous questions, you were asking about jungle picks and how they could build up Spirit. We talked about how he played Sejuani yesterday and fell behind just because his lanes weren't strong. If you look at Snake's side, Gnar versus Maokai is a winning lane matchup for Gnar. Of course, not a lot of kill pressure on Maokai. Maokai can still get that one-item power spike and be relevant. So there's points of power for Maokai, but certainly not in the lane. He's just going to eat free auto attacks and be kind of irritated by the no-resource Gnar. So Gnar should be able to control that wave. In the bottom lane, Sivir and Janna, of course, can just push in the wave and can control it as well. Wave control and Sejuani allows Sejuani to be flexible in their choices. Not going to be pigeonholed into relieving pressure off lanes. Can potentially farm up if the game so chooses it. So suddenly you have matchups here, and if Azir is picked in, you have a skill matchup in the mid lane. There's no obvious places that Sejuani needs to camp to get ahead. So Sejuani should have that flexible option to farm up, and it might be a late game Sejuani situation, which is where you always want to get, because the first 4 or 5 levels especially, painful times for a Sejuani.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And it looks like you is thinking about taking the Azir into this matchup. And one thing I really want to question coming through from World Elite here is the fact that they've gone with this Nami Vayne lane. And Nami Vayne is a fantastic lane in its own right. Tycaller's Blessing really gives Vayne the tool she needs and all that sort of good stuff. But Urgot Nautilus was available.
Urgot Nautilus was available. Mystic, of course, is a noted Urgot player, good at the champion. I guess if you go for that, you don't have as much late game damage, but you have a Cassio already for damage. Now they're pairing it with 2 very high single target based champions in the late game, but how do you get this Nami Vayne through lane? Do you try the 2v2? And honestly, we've seen an abundance of teams try the 2v2 with Vayne. One team succeeding, I forget who yesterday, and pulling it off, but most teams really struggling to lane 2v2. And if you go for the lane swap, you're going to be lane swapping as the blue side up the top side, so you lose dragon control as well with a strong ganking jungler like Gragas. So red side Vayne, I can understand the lane swap, but blue side Vayne and needing to lane swap, I think it's risky.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, it's an odd decision. We'll see whether Mystic has some plans for that particular pick. And of course, the combination there in the bottom lane is a big deal. But let's go through the lineup. So Luca on sort of Flandre's favorite champion there in the Maokai against Flandre's Gnar, and Spirit going to be picking up the Gragas. Much more high impact early on against Beast's slow rolling Sejuani.
But there's CC in the lanes. There's definitely damage in the lanes as well. This is a game primed for Spirit to really justify his reputation and get lanes ahead. Honestly, he's probably going to have to spend a lot of time in the 2v2 lane if we do see true 2v2 action, just to make up for the fact that Vayne Nami, not the strongest in the early levels. Once Nami gets a few levels, though, gets the sustain higher, and there's a bit of kill pressure around level 6, there can potentially be a big snowball, even with Sivir and all her mobility. Her mobility, much like Vayne's, is on the attack. It's the fleet of foot.
Precisely.
It's popping the ultimate. Once the ultimate's down, Vayne with Blade of the Ruin King has incredible kill pressure on a Sivir. there is potential to snowball that lane. And if Sivir only becomes relevant in throwing out some boomerangs to clear minions and back away, we get a free farm Vayne. It's looking like good late game times for World Elite.
Yeah, that's precisely right. And we'll see whether Conan can roam around the map as well. I mean, you get to a stage where Vayne has that Blade of the Ruined King. You want to be split pushing. It does alleviate some pressure from Conan. He can get deep vision down. He can roam around with Spirit, really make things happen on this map.
Yeah, that's always a possibility. On the Janna, though, sorry, on the he's on the Nautilus, I believe.
I believe he's on Nami.
On the Nami, sorry. Yeah, it's Nami versus Janna in terms of the support matchup, so not high impact in terms of CC. But still going to be able to roam around and do as much work as possible.
We'll see whether he can as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, as we hop onto the Rift for Snake versus World Elite. Game 1 here. As Conan there was just hanging around in the brush, of course. He is on Nami. There we are. We nailed it. Beast and Flandre waiting for the blue buff to spawn as well. No deep vision to come through for either side. Just going to be wards up the river, just making sure no one crosses over to the other side.
It looks like Snake did get some vision. They have spotted the fact that Mystic and Conan are going to be landing in the bottom lane. Already seen the lane swap initiated, though. So lane swap initiated by Snake. Maybe that was just a double bluff that was pulled off. Ella getting a lot of damage onto Spirit, so it's going to be a risky early clear for Spirit.
Yeah, Ella actually going to get body slammed here by Spirit as well, who just drinks a whole bunch as well. And now that he's level 2, really able to answer back that aggression. Aluka going to start off this blue buff as well, and Ella's not giving up.
I mean, look, Ella doesn't need to be in lane. The freeze has been enacted by Sivir and top, so might as well try and get a cheeky steal. We've seen early level 2s from the likes of Mako, you'll remember, on support Vega. A little bit harder when you're Janna and you only have auto attacks to show for it, but still, harassing, getting timers for Snake.
Yeah, and Aluka and Spirit a lot lower than they would have otherwise been here as well. As, of course, with that Eye of the Storm, you do a fair bit of damage with your auto attacks. Beast able to clear out this one. Ella, okay. Going to get out of there. We're going to be fine. Beast, going to take a little while to clear out that Raptor camp there as well, as GA, of course, going to be pushing in relatively hard.
It's hilarious that, of course, Beast is still Sejuani, so it looks like he's been auto-attacked by a Janna the whole laning phase. But no, that's just how low you fall in the jungle as a Sejuani. And I'm sad that we missed the first minute and a half, because I'm not really sure how World Elite, with a Vayne Nami lane, managed to get both a lane swap and stay on the bottom side of the map. So actually have Dragon control in this vertical jungling situation.
Yeah, it looks a bit ridiculous. Maybe Snake, they have a
could have been a bluff,
slight
obviously.
Plan for it. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, of course, Snake, without any vision of a lane swap, may have just predicted that something may have happened. Nice little sapling from Aluka is going to spot the fact that he does not want to be in this lane.
Aluka, even though he's not a teleport smite champion, still got a very good jungle follow, so he'll be just fine. The pause comes through, so we can kind of take stock of what's happened. Honestly, World Elite have won in a lot of ways in the early game. Maybe not quite in the health bar in Gragas, who got really poked out by Ella, but apart from that, getting a lane swap but not losing Dragon control is such a bonus, and they've got jungle Gragas, so once he's shot, picked up his jungle item, Gragas has excellent early Dragon control because he can pop that Drunken Rage. It gives him the extra damage to those neutrals. I believe the cap was increased to 400. Bit of sustain coming through from the Happy Hour. Can, of course, body slam over the back of the pit on this blue side very safely, so can do it largely unseen. Can't really solo it. Maybe around level 3, 4 we'll be able to, but fall low. But basically, every early metric is working good for World Elite. And honestly, when you pick Nami Vayne and things work out this well, it's better than expected for World Elite.
Yeah, and when it's about sort of 3 to 4 minutes into the game here as well, is this sort of... Are they out of the woods just yet? Because, of course, the counter lane swap could come back through here for Snake if they are able to actually fast push down this top lane out of turret. Might get a little bit of extra gold and then make the lives of World Elite bad.
I think regardless of how this was caused, I think you kind of have to follow that logic as you mentioned, Atlas, and go for the fast push. I think you have to understand that the best way is to force Vayne into a long lane or force Maokai into a long lane and take advantage of the suboptimal situation that you found yourself in. Go for the fast push. Vayne doesn't have as many fast push options as Sivir Janna, of course, and try and take back the 2v2. At least pick up something and then swap back. You don't want to just swap back and waste time and waste minion control and creeps that you miss when you're looking to swap between. You want to take that turret quickly, counter swap, before even the first dragon is picked up. I think that's probably too optimistic. It looks like dragon's a realistic objective 4 to 6 minutes into this game, but we've seen stranger things. We've seen teams with dragon control still not pick up their first dragon until 8, 9 minutes into the game. So honestly, Snake, at this present point in the situation they're in, push in that top wave, try and take that turret fast, and then counter swap to start to get that dragon control back.
Yeah, and so we'll see whether it is World Elite getting away with taking that dragon very, very early on without the top lane being taken yet, or whether it is going to be Snake able to take that top turret before the dragon even goes down, because it's good to sort of look at what can go right for these teams, and we can see exactly what happens as we hop back into the game and see who's actually going to be able to fit those win conditions, because of course as this game moves forward, I mean, you've got the likes of Vayne and, of course, a Cassiopeia. There's a whole lot of damage coming out of World Elite in the late game.
It's very single target, and of course, if one of those targets is bursted down during a Sejuani Glacial Prison cooldown, then perhaps it'll come undone. But yes, absolutely, there is definitely teamfight potential in the late game coming through from World Elite. I just want to go through a bit of a thought exercise while we look at the great fans. Now we're going to load back into game, but just to consider a point, you might wonder, okay, let's assume, because we missed the first minute and a half, let's assume that Snake just initiated a lane swap. You might think, okay, but why are you lane swapping when you could have had this Sivajana versus a Vayne Nami matchup that does on paper sound very positive. World Elite working on their win condition, 4-minute dragon will be very early. But one reason why they might do that, Atlas, is to hide Sejuani. We've already seen Sejuani's get behind. When you initiate a 2v1 with a jungle follow, it's much harder for a carry jungle-like Spirit to get in the face of the Sejuani, steal away her camps, or just basically harass her out of the jungle early. It's the strategy that LGD used prominently to hide TBQ on his Cinderhulk jungler, so perhaps it was just a chase that Snake wanted to hide that jungler and just try and get Beast through those awkward early levels as Sejuani.
And speaking of an awkward time here, World Elite may actually find themselves in trouble, but Ella's just going to get caught out. Beautiful Aqua Prison. First blood is going to go to Spirit of Snake. Try and hide underneath this turret, and they just didn't quite get there in time.
And they had two choices of their victim. Smartly, FLICKR with the instant flash towards turret. Ella not so lucky. Eats the bubble. Dragon in first blood. Things going great for World Elite.
Yeah, World Elite able to pick up that kill, and it's amazing that they managed to get there exactly at the right time as well. They knew exactly what Snake was going to do and just destroyed that option for them, as Beast is going to try and push this one out. Permafrost doing some work there to try and do some AoE damage to these minions, as FLICKR is going to continue trying to get some farm. Of course, 14-3. Things going okay for FLICKR, but Tumble's going to get Mystic out of trouble, and Aluka now able to get into this lane and try and get some work done.
Yeah, Aluka definitely on a standard tank, not quite the Scion, still unavailable for Aluka, but going to be happily farming from range. That's the unique thing about Maokai, is that his ranged farming for a melee champion is just ridiculous. You don't even really think of him as a melee champion, because the only time he starts auto-attacking is either once he's used the Twisted Advance and using that high base damage to get in your face, or just for sustain, honestly, with the passive.
Yeah. And Spirit there with an interesting parade of friends as the minions follow him out of that mid lane.
Have you noticed that minions follow you a really long way?
Yeah. I'm starting to feel like I have more friends on Summoner's Rift.
I had a minion follow me to the blue buff from bottom lane.
Well, at least you know that the enemy team had vision.
It was the most effective ward they could have ever asked for.
That's what happens, what people have to do. They have to convince their minions to follow Papa Smithy around in order to know where he's going to be in these games. FLICKR not going to get bubbled there as Conan throws out an optimistic one, as now Mystic trying to do what he can, picking up the minions underneath this turret.
Rangers Trailblazer are actually used by base just for a bit of AoE pushing potential. They really want this lane to reset. It looks like they can continue the jungle follow. I imagine the freeze would have happened whatever the case was once Beast left the lane, but just trying to put themselves in an optimal position as possible. And we talked about the fast push. It's definitely been on. It's not a 5-minute turret, but with the reinforcements, that's a lot of chip damage for 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, precisely. And Crystal able to use that Eye of the Storm shield as well, really buff up those auto attacks. So this tower falling very, very low, but of course First Dragon has already gone over the way of World Elite. And it might be the second one that Snake might be opting into contesting, because of course not a whole lot they could do without the man advantage there in that lane.
We haven't spent a lot of time talking about mid lane. It's definitely a skill matchup. We saw it 3 times in a row during the LCK finals between Kuro and EasyHoon in that particular match, SKT versus G. EasyHoon was able to get on the winning side of both, but it's a true skill matchup, and in this case, I feel like the slight advantage is towards Cassiopeia. You can get those really strong damage trades, and as you only really have wave control and defensive options. 12 CS advantage is probably what we expect at this point for Gia on the Cassiopeia side of things.
Yeah, you've been doing a respectable job, but you're exactly right. Of course, Gia, he's only got that tier as well, so Fiendish Codex is in the back pocket of you, so more combat stats available for the Azir, but Gia is still able to put on the pressure, so definitely a commendable performance here for the World Elite middle lane.
Yeah, it's a fairly even matchup with the early advantage towards Cassiopeia and the late game team fighting advantage towards Azir, just because Cassio
Is that how it's supposed to work?
those weird laning, those weird late game situations where you just positioning, the use of the ultimate, the petrifying gaze. In this case, might actually be quite reliable. Obviously, a fairly unreliable ultimate just because it depends on the way the enemy's facing. But when you're fighting next to a Vayne, if both these hyper carries fight together and you have to come onto the Cassiopeia and Vayne, and there's, for whatever reason, the Beast ultimate is down or they have Banshee's Veil or QSS respectively, in that situation, if you know the enemies are diving a Vayne, Petrifying Gaze becomes a very strong AoE deterrent to stop the dive onto the hypercarry Vayne.
Yeah, so on paper, things definitely looking okay. We'll see how it works out in practice here as Snake move forward here on the bottom side of the map. Top lane out of turret, as we saw before, did recently fall down, but only 200 gold is the lead here for Snake.
It's a very small lead. Big lead between Nara and Maokai, but Maokai's just been doing the team thing. They picked up Dragon, so we can always talk about that intangible difference between the first Dragon and picking up a bit of farm, but that's definitely been the result. Finally, Spirit feeling spry enough to get into the enemy jungle now that standard lanes have emerged. Beast's going to spot him with a ward.
Yeah, Beast actually staying invisible here as well, as Spirit does notice the fact that he's got a couple of friends coming down here.
Cassio's reacting fastest, though.
Yeah, there's the flash into the body slam there as well. Flandre going down solo, exploded by that Vengeful Maelstrom, and World Elite pick up their second kill.
That's a lot of base damage. Remember, no combat stats barring the small amount of ability power completed between those two champions, but they basically popped a Gnar.
Yeah, and that was just perfect timing there with a mini Gnar there as well, as Crystal is going to get, oh my goodness, that spell shield was wonderful as the bubble came through, but Final Hour has been popped. Crystal's held onto his ultimate for quite some time as a tumble comes through. After that condemn, I'm not even sure how that managed to actually get the stun, but Mystic winning the trade here.
That was really nice Vayne mechanics to get the stun, as you mentioned. I didn't expect it at all. He actually held onto the condemn till he knew that the spell shield has been used. You can see the mechanics of this lane. Conan needs to hit the bubble to try and draw out the...
Oh my goodness, there's another condemn into the wall. Nice Monsoon to get Mystic out of the way there as the boomerang comes over the top. Heal's been used, but Ignite's ticking onto Crystal. Flandre, there's the boomerang. A second one comes down, and Crystal is going to be able to pick up that kill, but Flandre's not done. The Hyper Proc's now trying to be used up. Mystic makes his way under the turret, and he is going to be okay, but Snake baiting quite nicely.
Yeah, Maokai actually had good wards to teleport to, but chose not to. Had a big wave finally pushed towards him, finally trying to equalize the massive CS disadvantage. Only 5 CS behind now. So he's chosen the selfish route. They only lose 1. Mystic didn't die. So maybe vindicated there for Aluka.
Yeah, just a little bit. He's able to get some work done towards that top side, and the gold lead has not changed 1 iota in that situation, of course, with Flandre falling down on the top side. So this game very, very close here. World Elite more than happy just because they're up the Dragon. The Dragon is now respawned as well. They're 1 Dragon ahead, and if they can keep a shutout on that objective, then 200 gold means nothing.
This is really exciting to watch the dueling in bottom lane. Now that Vayne's gotten going, probably has Blade of the Ruined King on the next back. You have this situation where Conan needs to hit the bubble to try and draw out the spell shield. Then you finally have the ability to get the condemn. There's lots of skill shots, a lot of high octane action happening in the bottom lane. You wonder sometimes why you don't see a lot of Nami and solo queue. Is that the bubble is a slow moving skill shot, super powerful, but you need to hit it to really be relevant as a support.
Yeah, and of course, if Crystal doesn't manage to spell shield a condemn, if that's used first, that's the easiest bubble of Conan's life.
Absolutely. So it's just a lot happening on the 2v2. It's always the case with Vayne. Now that Blade of the Ruined King is completed, you're going to have to start respecting this Vayne if you're Crystal.
Yeah, precisely. But Mystic, now that he's got it, heading back to this bottom lane, doesn't give him any sort of options as far as AoE wave clear, so Sivir always going to win out on that front. But as soon as he can just duel a Sivir away from a lane every single time, it's going to be a problem. Luca has discovered Flandre here, who's got half a Gnar bar built up. He really wants to fight this one if he can. Vengeful Maelstrom was used just to prevent some of the damage, but Aluka sitting on half mana is going to be A-okay.
A surprisingly equal trade, despite the fact that Flandre face-checked a Maokai who was full health Only the Catalyst compared to the Merc Treads. The Madras is doing a lot of work again. Decreasing the CC duration as well. Trades continue to go well for Flandre. Aluka has teleports. They need to make a play around Dragon because they have that teleport advantage.
And actually, Spirit may lose a pink ward there, but isn't going to go down, which is quite strange. Of course, Snake not deciding to remove that one as well. They're going to make their way back down towards this bottom side of the map. Spirit just zoning away the Snake bottom lane as best he can, trying to get some pressure on this next Dragon that's going to be coming through. Of course, Flandre with a lot of pressure on the top side. So that is something that Mininar is sort of able to do.
But still, it's not a lot of options here for World League. They're kind of caught between two bad options. They have that global teleport, so you might think, okay, Maokai teleports in, take the free Dragon. They kind of need to engineer a situation where Maokai can threaten the teleport, but not actually use it. Because if he teleports, that's going to be an inner turret down from the Na. Na already has double Dorans and a longsword. We're talking about what? I believe that's 26 extra AD. Already a very potent turret taker. Maybe that's the situation they're engineering right now. They do not want Aluka to teleport or they will lose a massive objective.
Yeah, Jie making his way around here, but only puts down a little bit of poison. Second Dragon going to go over to World Elite very easily here. Snake conceding that one completely.
Some of these concessions by Snake just are surprising to me. The lane swap that they managed to get on the blue side, so getting lane swapped on, a surprising concession to World Elite. Now taking a second Dragon when they were in such a good place strategically, not having the teleport, but having the minions so far pushed up that inner turret damage was a possibility. Again, two surprising things about Snake. Plenty of surprises in yesterday's series as well, but Snake, I feel like they're making some strategic mistakes when they've actually got a very powerful early game comp.
Yeah, I find it very strange that Snake would ever opt out of fighting as well, because this is Snake that we know and love. I mean, this team loves just to do battle at all times.
I feel like they listened to a lot of the criticisms and said, okay, we can move away from the team fight only approach. It looked good in game 1 yesterday, then they went full team fight in game 2 and lost that game. They've gone back to a more rotational based comp, but they're not taking those early advantage. In fact, they're conceding. They're conceding Dragons, especially not turrets just yet, but Dragons over to World Elite that honestly they don't need to.
Yeah, and Beast hasn't had an opportunity to use that ultimate once so far this game. We've seen the Sejuani sort of be a little bit of a non-factor. Has gone back, picked up the Cinderhulk, does have another Ruby Crystal there as well as tornadoes and boomerangs heading towards the bottom side of the map, but Mystic not going to find any of them, and Conan is going to take a bit of a ride into the sky for a moment, but he's going to be A-OK.
And honestly, the big benefactor of all their lane swapping and machinations has been Beast. It has been the Sejuani, who's basically been able to farm happily to level 8, pick up the Cinderhulk, work on those next items. We're going to be looking for a big carry performance by Beast in teamfights into the mid to late game. Just look at some of Clearlove's games on Sejuani last season to see what a free farm Sejuani can do in the late game. It's going to be on him to lock down Jie, Mystic, both of them, or at least delete one of them. Otherwise, it doesn't justify giving Vayne effectively free farm. Vayne the big winner for World Elite, Beast the big winner for Snake.
Yeah, and it seems to me like Snake sort of don't even really mind about what Mystic is going to be doing on this Vayne. Crystal more than happy just to, you know, be Sivir into the matchup. On the Hunt has been popped, but Crystal's taken so much damage already. World Elite full health after Snake decided to take that fight.
Now Conan, once again, hit the bubble, drew out the spell shield. All Crystal can do is pop the ult and back away. No good options available. Being a bit of a bubble magnet, you have to think. We don't know how much practice that Crystal has on this Sivir. Has played it competitive. I believe this is his 6th outing on the champion. 2 and 3, I believe, overall. Definitely wasn't something we associate with him. Much more the hyper carry player. And the 500 range is getting punished for every trade that he takes.
It's not working out so far. They were, of course, trying to bait something there for Beast to find his way into that fight, but World Elite decided that they're not going to take any fight that they don't want, and Mystic more than happy just to sit in this lane and pick up the farm that he can.
And will they just concede the 3rd Dragon? I don't understand when they start turning it on to Snake. They're in a very capable position of fighting. Look at their items. They're much more offensively minded. They have the Hex Drinker Merc Treads onto this Na. Actually, a lot of items on you already with the Morellonomicon and the extra Needs Large Rod. A lot of wave clear available, and Sivir has the Infinity Edge. So if they choose to take a fight, in fact, if you just engage a fight and bot, you sidestep the bubble and you just get an auto attack crit into a ricochet crit, you have a lot of kill pressure on the very low base stat Vayne. But again, it's just wave clear wars, and that suits World Elite.
It does, but I guess in this mid lane, this is where things are going better here for Snake, as Yu has formed himself a bit of a CS advantage, up by almost 20 CS at this stage of the game. GA struggling just a little bit to deal with the fact that Yu has so much flat AP affecting these Sand Soldiers auto attacks.
Yeah, basically, when the AP comes through and the wave gear becomes that much more regular, think about the same sort of situation with, say, a Xerath, the Shurima champions. Very similar in a lot of their power spikes, but 20% CDR into an initial large rod means much faster wave clear, and then Gia has to respect the Sand Soldiers, not able to walk through them as a medium to short-ranged mage, and just ends up getting passively out-CS'd over time. But again, you're trading a little bit of extra CS on an Azir for just so much more CS on a Vayne than you'd expect. You'd expect Vayne to be 20 CS down in this matchup, not a couple ahead.
Yeah. It was very, very different here from what we're normally seeing on the Vaynes so far. Mystic might be in a little bit of trouble, but Conan's still waiting in the wings. Crystal is going to find his way out of that brush, just hold this minion wave away, as Ella hasn't been spotted just yet, but Boomerang does go wide. Or they want to try and find something. Conan has been pinged out here, as Beast is going to find Spirit and Conan following him up. Oh, beautiful spell shield, going to stop that Condemn from coming through. Final Hour and Tumble have been used now, as Mystic is going to come around. The auto attack reset going to come through, but Mystic with so much damage. Beautiful exhaust to save Crystal's life there, as both teleports are going to come in. Flandre with a nice Narbar there as well, just waiting to try and get his bounce in there. But in the end, nothing going to come from it.
So we'll have to be very quick to build up Rage as this dragon spawns. Of course, with the 30 seconds from the moment that you spawn into Gnar to when you can next build up the Gnar bar, going to be about 10 seconds before the dragon that they start to build up the Gnar Rage bar again. So this is the big dragon. It's the third dragon. The extra 5% move speed will negate a lot of what the rotational advantages that Sivir poses as well. But there's the team fight.
Yeah, Luca jumping right in on this one. Beast hasn't even used his ultimate just yet, and he's going to die. In fact, it was on cooldown. World Elite going to transition into taking down this blue buff. Spirit going to lock that one in, and Flandre going to get condemned against the wall as well. Mystic trying to get some damage off. Nice Emperor's Divide, going to cause GA to bounce around quite a lot in tandem with the Howling Gale, but World Elite now with positional advantage around this dragon.
Exactly. Being able to kite back to the third dragon is a massive backup win condition here for what they would not have expected. This monopolization over the early dragon against the likes of Sivir and Azir, but that's the third dragon in their pockets, and at 20 minutes, that's an early fifth dragon. We're looking at potentially around the 32-minute mark for such a big win condition like fifth dragon.
Yeah, and there's still a whole lot of standing gold here available for World Elite as well. One turret has been taken the whole game.
Exactly. They don't even have a turret themselves. So standing gold and potentially fifth dragon. We're talking about 12% bonus stats super early into the game. Okay, it's not ideal. You don't have the 400 AD to get the big 12% spike, but you'll take it.
Yeah, you most certainly will. I mean, don't look a gift horse in the mouth or a gift dragon or whatever the heck we're talking about here. As you pushing the wave into this mid lane outer turret. Crystal going to finally finish off the outer in the bottom lane as well. Does have the Brutalizer completed, so Crystal also going towards the Ghostblade Sivir build. Wanted to make sure that Boomerang is hurting as much as possible.
Again, that's a early to mid-game focus build. You're talking about 6 seconds of power once you pop the Yoma's Ghostblade. Not a consistent power spike they would have expected. Flandre's found a lot of opposition.
Yeah, there are a lot of friends here in this top side of the map. Wants to use the Gnar, but another beautiful bubble as Flandre wanders out of the tidal wave as well. Luca continues to tank this one up as Mini Gnar is on the run from 3 members here. Oh, you. That was
cool-esque.
It was definitely cool-esque, as the turret is going to get tanked up here as Beast finds GA there as well. A lot of consistent damage, but Crystal, he's going to take down Mystic somehow, and GA turns it around in the mid lane. Flandre continues to be on the run here. There's the Boomerang just going to stop a Luca from finding his way around, and Flandre continues to build up his Narba here at the same time. Snake is going to take down this outer turret in the mid lane, and Papa Smithy, I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, a couple of kills were donated over to World Elite, but Mystic falls and 2 turrets fall for World Elite. Standing gold has become a bigger and bigger concern, as now it's a 3,000 gold hole for World Elite. As Snake honestly out-rotated them like crazy.
Yeah, picked up the outer turret in the top lane, the outer turret in the mid lane there as well. Then now going to have a whole lot more map control, and leading up to the 4th dragon that World Elite really want to be taking, Snake are going to have a lot more control over this map. But Ghostblade being completed. Yu has also finished off the Rabbidan's death cap as well. There are item timings that are coming through for Snake, which Would have been really nice to have as soon as the Dragon was spawning, but man, right now, this team is looking much stronger than they were a few minutes ago.
Definitely. Just coming back to that Youmuu's Ghostblade. Very early game focus, but massive power. A 2-item spike that cannot really be compared by Vayne, whatever she builds. In fact, she looks like Vayne is caught between Ghostblade and perhaps Azeel into a Phantom Dancer as his next pickup.
Interesting.
Has a bit of attack speed and already has the Berserker Greaves. So obviously we'll eventually building into a bit more attack speed, but it's not going to match Youmuu's Ghostblade Infinity Edge already completed here for Crystal. 4th Dragon spot, maybe that's when we'll finally see the Titanic 5v5 team fight that we've been expecting to see for the last 10 minutes or so. But the item timing's definitely earlier, so you have to wonder if you're going to get outscaled in terms of items. For example, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, going to always outscale whatever damage item Crystal builds after Youmuu's Ghostblade. You'd expect earlier fighting, and that's the surprise to see 3 dragons in the hole for World Elite.
Yeah, well, precisely. Well, World Elite now focusing here towards the top side of the map. They really want to start picking up at least some structures anywhere. Spirit waiting around here as well. Snake sitting at half health. I mean, Flandre, sorry. He's not the entirety of the team. He's just Flandre, but certainly a pivotal member. But sitting at half health here as well, so not with a whole lot of Narbar. And Snake wanted to try and get some pressure down into this mid lane. Spirit was moved away from the top side of the map. But GA is going to be able to take the turret.
There's so many wave control options for Snake in terms of they've got the Sivir who can push in. Azir, at this point of power, can very much push those waves quickly. So fiercely single target a World Elite outside of a Luca and Spirit. This is the result, unfortunately, is that you're often going to be multiple turrets in the hole. Make any mistake, Snake will just roll in with the On the Hunt and take multiple structures. So World Elite, even though they had this scaling comp, remember we said a lot of these same things yesterday when they had a very strong scaling comp against IG, and still, couple of mistakes, specifically Mystic being caught out by Rookie, and the game was over.
Yeah, well, Snake can certainly snowball these leads very quickly. Mystic has finished now that Ghostblade. He's sitting on just an extra dagger, so probably just had room for it in his inventory.
Really duelist build coming out from Xie. Finishes the Rylai second. Spirit goes for a steal.
Yeah, Spirit. Emperor's Divide's going to be used there as well. He's very, very low, but he's going to survive in the end. The Dragon up in a minute, but there's the ultimate. Not going to find it. Permafrost also not going to get Beast the kill either.
Nah around the back.
Yeah, Flandre looking to try and get something happening here. Spirit, the Gnar into the wall on both Mystic and Conan as well. Final hour has been popped, but Flandre, he's getting melted in the hands of this Vayne as Crystal throws the perfect boomerang. GA flashes forward a whole lot of consistent damage as well, and he's tanky as all heck on this Cassiopeia. We thought the Vayne was down, and that was the damage gone. Heck no, this Cassiopeia doing some work.
GA went in 1v4, getting a 4-man ultimate with the Petrifying Gaze, and literally 1v4 from there. So much sustain coming through from their passive. The slow meant that no one could get away with the poison hitting all 4 members. And an effective 1v4 with just the slightest amount of help keeps World Elite in this game and gives them position on Dragon number 4.
Yeah, the build is just beautiful out of GA as well. I don't know why more Cassiopeias don't pick up Rylays early on, because the item is just fantastic. Giving her the tankiness as well. It's not even necessarily the slow, what that item gives you that no other item gives. It's the fact that you get it to build a giant spell.
Exactly. 2,100 health, then another 500 health coming through from the Rylays. It's a very tanky early game Cassiopeia. Flandre has a lot of chase potential onto Luca, but probably not kill potential, with no Blade the Ruined King or potentially... Sorry, no Black Cleave or other offensive choice coming through in the build.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the frozen mallet here as far as his offensive choice was. He did pick up that Hex Drinker early on and now has the Giant Spell, possibly going towards that Randuin's Omen as his next choice. The Spirit's going to take away these Raptors as well. GA almost stole that one away from Spirit, but Snake, they've started off the Dragon. It's about half health here as well, and Sand Soldier's in position. Snake, they lock that one down. On the Hunt's being used here as well. Spirit looks to try and get something, but look at Yu's damage. And Snake just snuck the Dragon.
Well, they had the ability to just use the On the Hunt defensive if they needed to. They had to respect Jay once he finally showed up, but they didn't have position. They cleared the wards. It was smart play coming through from Snake, but they're trying to answer it with Baron. They have a Cassiopeia, remember. There's a lot of Baron damage between Vayne and Cassio.
Yeah, and already Blade of the Ruined King as well as the Silver Bolts. And this Baron is getting torn apart. Snake no idea what was going on at all. And World Elite say, yeah, you can have the Dragon,
Here
but
we
we'll take
go.
the Baron. And Ella and Beast getting caught out. Nice tidal wave, but it's a beautiful ultimate from Beast as you uses the ultimate already here as Aluka trying to get in there, but he's not going to be able to. Crystal also managing to get some damage down, but it is going to be you that picks that one up. Mystic uses the Condemn to try and get the heck out of dodge. And Snake, I mean, they took the fight, but they've lost the Baron.
It's a really big misplay coming through from Spirit. He actually chased onto the low health Beast instead of fighting with his single target carries. And Gia and Mystic just had no target selection. The poison fell down. Vayne was zoned away. You need to fight with your team there if you're Spirit. And the fact that he split away just left this squishy backline, especially, of course, the Vayne, exposed.
Yeah, and I mean, as soon as Snake can take control of an area, Yu is doing so much damage on this Azir. The Rabadon's completed and is going to soon have the Void Staff in his back pocket as well. This is only going to get worse for World Elite dealing with these sort of area-based fights.
Absolutely, and that's the big thing about World Elite's comp. You aggress onto it, you aggress onto the Petrifying Gaze, and Vayne just tumbling around the back. Excellent team fight comp in that situation for World Elite. When you're going aggressively, unless you're using the explosive cast to push targets in, unless Maokai's getting a pick on a single member, it's much more awkward fighting aggressively if you're World Elite, especially if in the back line you can set up some standstills and really get damage down the front line.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll see whether World Elite can orchestrate the team fights that they're looking for. Of course, not too many neutral objectives for either team to go after here as Snake now trying to deal with some Baroned up minions. But World Elite, they've been struggling to push this entire game, and it seems to be what a lot of these Vayne lineups tend to run into as far as the problems that the team comps face.
So you wonder, why not the split push? Vayne, a wonderful split pusher. The purple build was coined, and the purple build is completed in this case with a Zeal on top. Vayne can easily outduel Sivir in a sidewave push, even with the item times. Of course, random double Infinity Edge crit, anything can change.
True.
But so many tools in the kit for Vayne to outplay a Sivir. They should be happy to put Mystic in a sideway, but they don't have ward control on the blue side of the Snake's jungle, so they're not really able to commit to the split push. And then you get this awkward situation where, with plentiful wave clear, you're never going to get more than an outer turret with Vayne sieging.
Yeah, with the fact that Vayne has such low range here as well, not going to get much free time with the turret, even if any of your minions do survive.
And because the defensive wards are so strong, they're being met every time they go for these clears. Usually, if you're the team aggressively cutting between mid and bottom lane, you have a shorter route, so you should expect them to get there faster. But if you're predictable, this is the situation. You're able to anchor up, defend the structure, and World Elite doing their best to get another turret, but this Baron buff, it's not crashing down objectives for them.
Yeah, and Baron buff generally, I mean, you're talking about if you pick it up and grab 2 turrets, that's really good use of the Baron, but so far World Elite have not really been able to pick up much at all. I mean, I believe they may have got the outer turret in the mid lane, but I mean, that is about all they can hang their hat up on. And they do have the gold lead. So 3,000 gold now in the lead here for this World Elite lineup, but it's looking difficult here for them because Snake's sort of win condition in a team fight is a little bit more obvious than what it is for World Elite.
It's all about the double stun. If you can get that Glacial Prison onto Gia and Mystic, the first time obviously you're probably only going to get the cleanse, but the second time a lot of kill pressure coming through. World Elite's set up a very slow push in the top lane, but it's not really going to help out. Maokai's just going to go equalize that wave now anyway. They didn't have the minion waves or the aggressive ward clearing to be able to cut between mid lane and bottom lane, and the result, no turrets.
Yeah, unable to find anything, and the Baron buff now going to wear off as Crystal is going to meet Aluka there on the top side of the map. Actually decides that he wants to back off as Flandre does have teleport available, so if anything is going to happen here, Flandre can answer. Dragon up in another minute and a half, but with the fact that Snake managed to pick up the last one, they are going to have those 6% stats for themselves as well, and as soon as you can shut another team out of every single Dragon, it's fantastic news, but now things are a little bit more even here, only missing out on, you know, some pushing power and maybe some movement speed.
Absolutely, and that's why the first Dragon giving you the 6% stats is such a crucial factor about Dragon, is that even though there's Snowball, even though the fifth and the first Dragons are so strong, the first being relevant gives you that catch-up mechanic. They have those damage statistics coming through. It helps them opt into a fight for what would be the fourth Dragon for Mystic and World Elite. World Elite just don't have the defensive wards on this blue side. It's hurt them a couple of times. First with that rotation and now with Dragon Control. They need to make Snake's movements around their blue side jungle more predictable to get this safe Dragon, because they need to know especially where Beast is at all times when they initiate a fight.
But, I mean, if we're talking about anything that World Elite can hang their hat on, GA has hit a fantastic item spike here. It does have the Seraph's Embrace for the shield, but the Rylays and the Liandry's Torment for so much extra slow and damage here against these high health targets.
He's an equal opportunity murderer. He's happy to take on anyone in a fight, even happy going to burn down Sejuani with the big health stack.
Yeah, Beast actually might be taken down here as the tidal wave comes through. Nice condemn over there as well as Beast tries to find a target that he needs to fight here. Nice work of the lock into the Iron Solarian. Beast able to flash away here as well. Nice Nara into the wall as Spirit and Aluka getting locked down. Beautiful bubble under Crystal though as Aluka flashes away, but Yu picks up the kill, and I don't know how, but that was the first one in this exchange. And how is Beast still alive?
Yeah, but Spirit still high health, Beast very low health. Will they look to fight 4v5? They still have a lot of power in this comp, but it looks like Snake, with the numbers advantage, should be able to pick up the Dragon.
Yeah, Spirit is going to be able to make this a 50-50 though, but Beast does pick that one up with the Smite, and Snake, they're just going to move out of here.
I mean, it's just so awkward fighting in this terrain. They want a situation where Snake are coming into them so they can take advantage of the synergy defensively between Jay and Mystic, but offensively, Spirit and Aluka getting poked out by the Sand Soldiers, poked out by all the chip and AoE damage coming through from Crystal. They're trying to rotate and take a turret. It was already very, very low. But this Dragon, it could have already been a 32-minute 5th Dragon like we spoke about. 2 have been stolen away effectively by Snake.
Yeah, so Snake keeping themselves in this game, of course, still at a gold deficit now, but of course being able to pick up these Dragons is a massive deal for these guys. And look, we'll see whether they can actually change this one around, because Baron's up in another 9 seconds. And if World Elite get another one, I have to think that they will be able to use that to push through. Of course, we've seen already that their wave control is great. Being able to pick up that inner turret in the bottom lane without really much to do with it at all. So Mystic now with the red buff. We'll see whether they go back.
Trinkets are kind of an issue for World Elite. They need more sweepers to be able to clear out Dragon, Baron Vision especially. They've been slow and second to react to both Dragon and Baron Vision in the last 10 minutes. Very questionably, Aluka still has a warding totem, not an upgraded warding totem like a Crystal has opted into. Just a regular warding totem doesn't really offer them anything in this particular situation, with the Sightstone, the Ruby Sightstone, in fact, being completed by Nami in this particular situation. I think you need to go either for the upgraded yellow trinket and get more wards on the map around this Baron, or just help with the sweepers to try and get exclusive vision.
And so Flandre picked up the Randuin's Omen, but Aluka, he's sort of got his big items now in his back pocket. The Frozen Heart, the Righteous Glory, and the Spirit Visage all complete. So the Maokai fighting ready at this stage, and World Elite now looking to try and create some control around this Baron. And World Elite, they don't find the bubble, but Crystal gets knocked into the air.
It's a big team fight ultimate down. Conan probably too trigger happy on the tidal wave. Don't have that cooldown available in a fight to just try and disrupt any of the engage that will linearly be coming in from the likes of Beast. Flandre trying to split the team. These team fights have been so awkward for World Elite.
Yeah, World Elite looking to try and find the right position. Mystic actually tumbling into a boomerang, which is not what they want to be doing, but World Elite find themselves back towards this Baron pit, and they're committed to setting up around here.
As long as Cassio has blue, their Baron threat is through the roof, especially with the Liandry's Torment being completed, which will burn down Baron additionally. So Snake have to react. They want to split. They don't want to just go through the mid, take this inner turret, and just punish World Elite for all their machinations around Baron. But given all the Baron damage between Vayne and Cassio, they have to respect the threat over a 5 to 6 second Baron take.
Yeah, and it's also the same the other way around. If Snake get to set up here in the Baron pit as well, you can get the Sand Soldiers available for himself and get them into position, and then things are very difficult for World Elite. Mystic and GA were thinking about starting off the Baron.
Sideways pushing for both teams, to be honest. Bigger wave in World Elite, so probably slight advantage given that's crashing on this inner turret and top already. But there's a wave pushing in slowly for Snake as well. towards the bottom side. So no real big advantage. So World Elite getting position on Baron is all they want to do. It's the actual starting Baron's the problem.
Oh,
Mystic
wow.
takes so much damage from the Baron.
Yeah, he's going to be able to heal himself up just a little bit off this Scuttle Crab, but that has to be a mistake there by World Elite. They did not want their AD carry falling to half health from just the Baron. And Snake realized this. They're heading towards the mid lane.
They want to use an ultimate. You can see Beast was looking to ultimate one person. Aluka and Spirit, definitely not the targets you want, but that inner turret falls down quickly to punish World Elite for their poor ward clearing, to be honest. And they're getting punished for the trinkets as well.
Yeah, it's happening, and G8 looking to try and pick up that Void stuff as soon as possible, but Snake now with the control.
Just team fight's so awkward to fight for World Elite. They found the one perfect one where Gia was able to flash ultimate 4 members and basically outplay them himself. But in these other team fights, especially when Crystal has the On the Hunt available, just not able to layer this CC, not getting even a pick from Aluka. Slowly clearing out one ward after one ward, but they're taking about 500 health and getting 35 gold for clearing those wards. So it's not winning trades for World Elite when, so it feels the last 5 minutes, they haven't actually had Baron taking pressure.
Yeah, and there's no wards available for either side anymore here as well. So the last ward has been placed at the back of the pit here for Snake. We'll see whether World Elite are going to head back there and try and clear that one out. No sweep is available as well, though. Everyone's sort of running out of these vision resources across the map, and finally everyone deciding to back away.
Yeah, all of World Elite backing in a ward. Not going to be taken advantage of by Snake. They don't have the Baron taking pressure that World Elite have, so no real way to punish that. Looks like Dragon, I guess, will be the next point of competition. Snake can actually equalize the Dragon count at 3 apiece 39 minutes into this game. Nobody's set up at all. Everyone's, of course, been paying exclusive attention to the Baron in the last 4 or 5 minutes. So Dragon is an equal opportunist at this present time.
Yeah, and Blade of the Ruined King now completed by Crystal. That's 4 items on this Sivir. We've seen what Sivir can do when she's able to pick up this many, and Sivir has had a fantastic success rate thus far this split of the LPL. And we'll see whether Crystal can make something of it here, of course. As you mentioned, Dragon up in another 10 seconds, but Snake looking to try and put pressure around this Baron area. This is where World Elite are, and Snake more than happy to answer.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King gives a bit of self-peel. It's a bit more attack speed, and honestly, a lot of health stacking happening, even from the mid laner and Jie in this particular situation. So not a bad purchase. If you look at the other options, QSS isn't really a realistic option. You shouldn't be getting stunned by Cassiopeia, and you just respect Aluka's ranges, and you should be fine if you're Crystal with the spell shield. So Blade of the Ruined King has that defensive utility, and the lifesteal and attack speed obviously work offensively as well.
Yeah, but look at this gigantic wave crashing into the inhibitor turret here on the bottom side of the map. World Elite, they're going to start off the Baron. Sand Soldier spots out what's going on. On the hunt has been popped, but look at the Baron. Already gets destroyed, but look at that. Conan immediately disintegrated in that fight, and Crystal down very, very low. That Gnar was insane from Flandre. Gier is going to get exhausted here as well. Mystic still alive there on the back line. Does take down Ella here as Crystal uses his spell shield, but a triple kill for you as Gier is going to try and escape. Both of the damage dealers still somehow alive here on the side of World Elite. Flandre, not sure whether you wanted to do that, but you picks it up as he heads over the wall. Flandre, in fact, manages to take kill credit, and Snake, I don't know how they turned it around, but that was beautiful use of the Gnar and the Glacial Prison.
Yeah, the baiting by Flandre at the end, whether intentional or inadvertent, was just enough time to buy time for you, his new teammate, to come and pick up the kill on Gier. As you mentioned, it was just textbook stuff, flashing into the ultimate. It was a scoop. It wasn't a wall stun, but it was exactly what the team needed. And the Gnar mechanics from Flandre, super on point. Mystic's going for a solo mission, though. The teleport coming through is spotted out. We're going to see the replay of this fight. So Mystic falls low, but the scoop coming through. The alley-oop was a good thing for once. It wasn't a criticism. It wasn't a cataclysm, I'm helping moment. No. Wonderful play from Flandre, still alive. It's the 2 carries, and she has very high damage. So there was no guarantee at that precise point that World Elite wouldn't actually come back and win the fight. But Gia taken down through smart moves from Flandre, and it should be all even in the Dragons after this.
Yeah, it was so cool. You just sort of throwing all of the team members of World Elite towards Flandre so that he could just use his ultimate. And that is going to be the steal from Spirit as well. 4th Dragon picked up for World Elite, but Beast wants to try and find the ultimate, finds 3 members of World Elite with that one. But Flandre gets knocked out of his bounce somehow.
Gia's coming.
It was beautiful work. Beast takes a whole lot of his health here. Does need to back away. Beautiful Emperor's Divide from you. Survives that one, but he takes a lot of damage. And he's slowed down to high heaven. World Elite now want to be able to try and take a structure.
Yeah, they're going to try and push through mid. There's all recalls coming through from Snake. It should be at minimum an inner turret. Crystal tried to react, but really no way you can walk through 5 members of World Elite.
Yeah, they've got the pink ward there as well. Mystic able to lock down that inner turret there in the mid lane. FLICKR now here to try and clear this one out. And Snake caught with their pants down just a little bit, and they lose the dragon here as well. It could have been 3-3, should have been 3-3, but now World Elite able to, at 48 minutes into this game, threaten the 5th dragon.
A small but critical factor is that Vayne still had the Baron buff, so they had the Baron buff minions to help with the poor siege that comes through from World Elite. We've noted a couple of times that Vayne's not the best turret taker. Baron buff minions equalizes a lot of that pain that Vayne has in taking structures.
Yeah, now Snake moving around as a unit once more, heading towards this top side of the map. GA, you have to think that the passive is going to be stacking up quite a horrendous amount at this stage of the game, looking to probably pick up that Rabadon's Death Cap as the next item here, and this Cassiopeia is going to be terrifying to deal with. FLICKR discovering Spirit here, getting slowed down as well. There's the one-man ultimate, but it's to make sure that Spirit is not going to get out. Nice use of the explosive cask, and Spirit somehow still on walkabout in this one. The Boulder's going to find him, though, and Snake, are they going to be able to pick up this kill? The Rock's not going to find him either. Yu finds his way over the wall, and there it is. Eventually, they manage to lock down the kill on the jungler. Crystal is needed for his wave clearing, but World Elite, that jungler lasted a lot longer than he should have.
And look, he couldn't punish that rotation Mystic and the rest of the team, because Mystic, as you noted before, was freezing down the bottom. So wasn't in a position to quickly run through the mid. If that was Crystal on Sivir, would have been an easy rotation in the other scenario. But given that Mystic was just freezing, no way to punish the fact they spent, what, 30 seconds trying to kill a full tank Gragas? Usually not an ideal use of resource, but in this situation, they get control over the blue side jungle of World Elite, and that should serve them in good stead 2.5 minutes time when Baron spawns.
Yeah, and I like this build coming through from Mystic as well, making sure that in an extended fight he's going to be as healthy as possible. The double lifesteal items with the Bloodthirster and the Blade of the Ruined King. But is it going to be enough? Not having that Infinity Edge, not having that sort of hyper-critical hit damage that he can potentially get out there. Is the Infinity Edge going to be missed in the late game build?
I think if you watch back those last few team fights, you can see that Infinity Edge is a luxury too far for Mystic. Every time he tries to tumble into a fight, he eats one Sand Soldier auto and falls to half health. He's getting poked out as if it's Cassiopeia poison. Honestly, much the same role that Jia and you are performing these fights. There's no way for him to navigate the insides of a fight without taking poke damage, so you need the lifesteal, the magic resist that the build's taken, and there's just, honestly, there's no 7th slot for him to fit in an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, can't really find the room for it, but actually, he's not going to be able to find room for a Last Whisper either.
I think, look, honestly, attack speed versus the Last Whisper on Vayne, the calculations are always pretty iffy either way. If you get more attack speed, you get those Silver Bolts procs, it gives you more kiting and orb walking, and honestly, those might be more desirable statistics for Vayne at this particular time. Honestly, the team fights are just so difficult. That's kind of the issue that World Elite faces, that we saw a game yesterday, and I commented that it would be a perfect Kha'Zix mid game because there was so much isolation.
Yeah.
Gragas needs to do a lot of work to isolate targets for Mystic and Jia to fight. Basically, they want to bounce people into Jia and Mystic. Not Beast. That ultimate's going to be a bit devastating. But
wouldn't be so
anybody else, they want to bounce in just to make it 5v4. Because in a true 5v5, Jia and Mystic try and walk in for damage. They're both short range. There's a short range mage and a short range AD carry, and they get poked out. They can't team fight on their terms. So honestly, one of the few ways the team has to do that is a true pick through the likes of Aluka or bouncing someone in. If they can bounce in anyone other than Beast next to a wall, or Beast or FLICKR next to a wall, they have to take the option and just try and DPS them down instantly.
And now is when things are getting really hairy for World Elite, because this is a 6-item Azir and a 6-item Sivir. This is very, very frightening stuff, because this Azir's potential DPS in a team fight is astronomical.
So that's the question that's posed to World Elite, is how do you fight against this comp with their 2 soul damage dealers? This is definitely a 2-threat comp from World Elite, not being able to walk within, what, 800 units of an Azir?
Yeah.
They have to find a way to DPS down targets with complete respect on you, because use damage, as you mentioned, is insane. And again, leave it to Spirit. It's been the way for World Elite for what, 4 months of the year? Leave it to Spirit. He's the man to really engineer, or just one of these desperation fights around Baron. Because the moment Baron spawns, World Elite will smash it down.
Yeah, they're taking it right now as well. FLICKR is teleporting in, but
Already
look at how quickly it's going down. They have, oh, the 5-man ultimate from Beast here as well as Crystal trying to get the boomerangs across. FLICKR right in amongst this fight. There's the Nara and Aluka and Spirit, but not exactly the members they want. You now finding his way into this one as there's the Emperor's Divide. Nice double bubble going to be used here, but Snake, they haven't found the kills they were looking for. Spirit finally does go down as the boulder toss gets thrown in onto GA. Mystic wants to find an auto attack onto someone, but the double kill eventually as Aluka got singled out. And Beast, he's heading back to base here. Yu finds himself in the pit. World Elite, they've lost their 2 tankiest members, but Snake can't take the Baron.
And the tanks on World Elite have not taken the memo and kited back with the team. Once again, Spirit's almost in a 1v5 scenario without even an ultimate to justify trying to get a single target out. Snake are going to pick up the 3rd dragon, the movement speed, equalize between the 2 teams. A win condition goes down. World Elite can't pick up Baron. It's an important move from Snake, but doesn't really get them closer to winning the game.
Yeah, no one is close to winning this game. The gold is entirely even here at 48 minutes into this game. 5 turrets apiece for both of these sides. Baron now is going to get taken here by Snake, or attempted to, and there's nothing World Elite can do. Still 10, 20 seconds on both of the members of World Elite who can get there in time.
And Vayne is trying to punish them by pushing, but honestly went for a long walk and got nothing, did Mystic, as you can see on the minimap. Just going to back away now. No dragon to answer with. Snake get an answering dragon to remove the threat of the 5th dragon and the Baron. Get everything through Spirit and Aluka, just going too deep.
Yeah, and FLICKR managed to make it up towards this bottom lane as well, and using the wallet before it even reached the ground there. Very desperate to get his hands onto a lot of those minions, and that stack of minions didn't make it to the inhibitor turret like Mystic was intending it to.
Mystic didn't contribute anything. Honestly, there was no real good decisions for him. He couldn't try and contest the Baron. He wasn't fast enough to go and push in the minions, and was spotted out by multiple defensive Snake wards. Snake's warding, with only a single Sidestone, has been magnificent this game. Barring a couple of early scenarios where they didn't have maybe aggressive wards, their defensive wards in particular have been on point.
Yeah, and Beast has been sitting with a stack of green wards in his back pocket this entire game as well, making sure that he's making up for the fact that he doesn't have that Sidestone. I think he may as well have just bought one. He'd probably sort of make a little bit of money off it at this stage, but of course, when money isn't too much of an issue here, of course, 2 members of Snake already with their 6 items, and now Spirit's got a Guardian Angel.
It's a strange purchase, honestly. Just more health probably would have been more useful. During the res time, they've only got a single tank who's also been getting chipped out, so I don't see how that's actually going to buy them any advantages in a fight. It gives them the armor and magic, so it's cost-effective stats, but Snake have out-rotated World Elite and put up a defensive turret to go back to, but won't quite get the minion wave to be able to punish them with an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, not quite there just yet. World Elite have managed to at least get there in time, but we've spoken about their complete lack of wave clear unless GA can get right up in the front of these minions, and you can see already this turret taking a whole lot of damage, and that was without Crystal even really getting any time with it.
Who's going to actually do damage to this siege minion? Just keeps
Saplings
pumping away. They need the Azir turret to go down just so they can go for that desperation almost to engage, but given that it's up, they have to respect the potential of it being an effective turret dive for them to engage. Not many good decisions here for World Elite.
Yeah, there was nothing that they could do to try and get rid of that siege minion. This next push of the creeps towards this one is going to be able to take that one down. Beast almost separated as the explosive cast came through, but unable to find it. 2 siege minions now as the rest of this minion wave is going to get cleared out, and 1 more auto attack, 2 more, and it is going to go down there. So the inhibitor now under fire, and Snake able to set up and try and take this one down.
The safer option is probably to go ride the minion wave and bot and take another inner turret. Now that they don't have an Azir turret to move back to because they're just too close if they go for the inhibitor. Inhibitor's a risk, there might be a fight. No risk down bottom, but with that poke onto Gier.
Yeah, you just doing so much work here. FLICKR actually wants to find the engage here as Mystic is in range for that Gnar ultimate, but Mystic able to get out of there. Beast very, very low. Aluka right in amongst this fight. Spirit gets taken down to that Guardian Angel, but he's going to be back up yet again. Does die in the end as well, as Yu just does so much disgusting damage. Uses the Zhonya's Hourglass, but now he may have sacrificed himself. Jie picks up that kill, and Crystal now trying to auto-attack fight with the Cassiopeia and winning the double kill now. But Conan does land a very, very nice bubble, and I don't know quite what's going on this game, but Aluka and Conan, the last men standing, and Crystal and FLICKR, they're backing away.
While it's an equal 3-for-3 trade, in the midst of all of this, the inhibitor is taken down. The lack of wave clear was palpable from World Elite during that long siege minion. Yeah. Solo siege of the turret, you have to think. That was the only person who was safe enough to take the turret. Speaking of turrets, Crystal picks up another one.
Love taps it.
When you have two single-target, high-damage threats, you pick out one of them, you take them down. Unfortunately, there's not much that World Elite can do. Mystic respected so many skill shots. QSS got him Chaos Crucible, still died, and then to some degree, their team fight falls apart.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. And Conan coming down here, trying to clear out this minion wave, able to use his bubble to do so, trying to get some extra work done there. But you can see already, I mean, Luka's not really going to be able to help too much. Finally, the World Elite members that can actually clear out a minion wave or two have respawned, but Spirit sort of wasted a whole lot of gold now on that Guardian Angel that he's not going to use again for the next 5 minutes, and he's had to sell it. Now has the Thornmail in his back pocket.
This is a strange purchase.
It was an interesting one.
I don't see what will happen when a tank goes down for 3 seconds of res, comes back with 750 health. Given how these fights go, given the fact that the tank line is so critical for these single target damage dealers to actually do damage in a fight, you need to be alive. You need to have as much health, armor, and magic resist as possible to open up the chance for Mystic and Jie to do damage. And Guardian Angel just doesn't really help in almost any of those factors. Certainly not in a cost-effective way.
No, it's not happening. Slow push in the top lane here for Snake, though. They do have a massive minion wave pushing up there, and it does mean that this dragon is possibly going to be under their control. They have positional advantage. World Elite looking to try and contest for it because they want the 5th dragon. That is still a point of power for this team. Spirit, wow, it's like a command attack on those Sand Soldiers and an auto attack, and Spirit's down to 2/3 health already.
World Elite have done a good job of pushing out waves. They will not be punished if they can initiate a fight in the next 20 to 30 seconds. Once these minion waves start to push out, though, things will just get better and better for Snake, and it may have to be an uncontested dragon. They started it off, and with all this lifesteal, Crystal can basically solo it.
Yeah, Crystal can put in a whole lot of work. He's actually adjusted his build almost completely. Sold the Blade of the Ruin King and his boots. Picked up Guardian Angel and...
Go time!
There it is as FLICKR. He's got the ultimate. There's another beautiful ult from Beast. Oh. Look at the 5-man Gnar from Snake as FLICKR's tearing this one apart. Mystic's going to fall down. There's Jie as well. All of the damage from World Elite has evaporated, and Snake, you have to think that was the game-winning team fight.
That's going to be game, and we come back. We rewind 40 minutes ago, Atlas. We said, okay, who won this early trade? Speaking of trades, Spirit's doing a pretty good job against you, but look at that range. Who won this trade? A free-farmed Vayne or a free-farmed Beast? But Beast's ults in teamfights have been on point and setting up massive alley-oops. Over to his good friend FLICKR. Wonderful 4-5-man Gnar in that fight. And Snake finally take it down in what is a 55-minute game.
That was a massive game and so incredibly close the whole way through. You had no idea who was going to come out on top, but as soon as you line up ultimates like that, that was a perfect Glacial Prison, Emperor's Divide, and Gnar. One after the other, and then you've just got Crystal who says, thank you very much, I'm going to pick up all of these kills because my Ricochet will just easily hit this massive stack of enemies.
And World Elite just keep picking these comps. They have so much downside. They always have lots of hyper carries, lots of damage, but they either lack wave clear, or they're just too late game focus, or they pick a passive jungler. They can never get everything together in their first 3 matches to really set themselves up for success because they played so well in a lot of ways. They could just never force a massive edge, never broke the base. But you notice the moment Snake started going, breaking the base is trivial when you have the likes of Azir and Sivir to push. World Elite definitely made things hard for themselves. They've been competitive in all 3 games, but no wins in the win column.
Yeah, and I really want to see what the statistics are of Azir and Sivir as a combination, because that amount of wave clear has been working out very, very well so far for a lot of these LPL teams. We've been seeing those 2 picks with very high priority, and it's working out so far. But ladies and gentlemen, this is only the first game between World Elite and Snake. When we return from the break, we'll see whether World Elite can answer what was a devastating last team fight from Snake. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're almost halfway through as Snake managed to finally take down World Elite, but that was such a close match right up until that very last team fight.
It absolutely was, Atlas, and it was one of those games where the draft was fine from World Elite. They made it a little bit difficult for themselves. They got ahead. They looked like they were going to win this game between the 4 dragons, between the Barons they picked up. It's just they couldn't really convert the Barons into massive breaking of the base or the kind of the minimum stands. You mentioned 2 turrets, and if you're behind, 2 turrets with a Baron is fine.
Yeah.
But when you're winning, you want to break that base, and they just never looked like they had the option to, because the moment you get into Sand Soldier range, even the tanky Spirit was taking huge chunks, and they just didn't have any real turret taking pressure, and that held them back so massively that game.
Yeah, and it was sort of like wave clear coming out on top yet again. We've spoken about it time and time again, but it seems that as soon as you have the likes of Sivir, the likes of Azir, who can just rip apart these minion waves very, very easily, things are looking a whole lot better for your lineup.
It's just a lot more reliable. It's one of those situations where we talk about things like Cassiopeia's ultimate. Sometimes amazing, sometimes not so much. Vayne, we've seen Vayne's overtake a Sivir, I believe, once out of the multiple times we've seen the matchup. The other side is that, 70% of the time, the Sivir just wave clears for days, and then the On the Hunt can be so powerful in a team fight.
Yeah, and you can see right there, ladies and gentlemen, only 5,000 gold was the victory amount there, and you picking up the MVP, and he
Piling on
deserved
the
that
MVPs.
completely.
2 out of 3 now
Yeah.
on first the LeBlanc and now the Azir. By the end of the game, he could just disregard every enemy opponent. We thought, okay, Liandry's Cassiopeia, that's to get through the tanks. Apparently, if you just stack AP on Azir, you smash down tanks just as easily.
Yeah, no worries there at all. We were talking about it just before. About a quarter of Spirit's health every auto attack from one of those Sand Soldiers, really doing some work. And that's one of the tankiest members of the team. And when you're managing to do that, you know that things are going right for your team, and you really settling down with Snake and looking fantastic so far.
And single target damage, that's what Cassiopeia is about. That's what Vayne's about. They're both fairly short range. When you start to get into that 800 range of a team fight, because you think about the front line of a team fight and the back line, there's about 800-900 range between them. Azir's affecting that whole 800 range. Vayne is just trying to creep into it, do a bit of damage. Wherever she went, she was getting poked out. So Vayne and Cassiopeia, they were never hitting their theoretical damage caps because they just had to respect too many threats. Whereas Sivir, she has the On the Hunt. She has the spell shield. She already had a Guardian Angel. She could basically position aggressively and be one of a team of damage dealers. The 2 massive damage threats for World Elite just had too much to respect, and in the end, it was a hindrance to their actual ability to put out damage and carry a team fight.
Yeah, and it has a large sort of effect on the fact that FLICKR was so incredibly strong on that Gnar as well, because Cassiopeia and Vayne sort of have to be in range of that Gnar ultimate. So he was getting 4 5-man Gnars throughout that whole series.
Beast was the one who, from the lane swap, hiding the Sejuani, got to farm up. He was hitting those 4-man ults that, honestly, the passive early game, the free farm for Vayne, required him to do so. And that was an alley-oop, effectively, for the literal alley-oops coming through from a Koro-style Gnar, which is a big compliment to FLICKR, but honestly, Koro-esque was his ability to get 4 5-man stuns, the burst damage that you can't discount either coming through from the base values of that ultimate. The CC was wonderful there, and even with QSS, Mikhail, Summon a Spell, Cleanse, those 2 damage threats were locked up. We were talking about the refreshing white CC bars, consistent throughout a fight.
Yeah, well, it's the thing, and the hilarious part of that whole situation was the fact that I think the Gnar from FLICKR actually killed Mystic in the last team fight. So you're not even going to be able to utilize your Mikhail's Crucible too well when you're just flat out dead.
Full tank Gnar as well. Still hitting for about 500 damage, I believe, is the base value. It's pretty crazy. That's why when you get the Black Cleaver and you see the solo Gnar ultimates in top doing like 500 damage with a level 1 Gnar ultimate, you think, very strong ability.
Yeah, it most certainly is. But we'll see whether FLICKR is going to pick that one up again, because you have to think that World Elite probably going to change their strategy, possibly try and either take away the option of Snake picking up that Sivir, or maybe getting their own sort of wave clear here into their team comp, because wave clear seems to be the aim of the game.
I think one of the reasons that Snake comes into this series favorites over World Elite is that World Elite have good players who have shown good performance, but you've got someone like a Luca who, on those super tanks, absolutely a powerful player, but don't really see him as a Gnar player. Doesn't really see him as a player of champions that have any sort of carry potential. Jie, a bit limited in his champion pool as well. Look, he played an excellent Cassiopeia game, but he doesn't really have multiple picks. And you feel like adding you now to FLICKR, those are two soul laners with massive flexible champion pools. That was not something they had last season. And it's just a case of there's probably multiple ways for Snake to play out a game and win. And World Elite, they haven't really found that one cohesive unit that will get them even just a single win, let alone a 2-0 and a best of 2.
Yeah, and the fact that World Elite sort of switched in Conan into their lineup, and I mean, that's great. But the fact that Snake now have you, who's already, I mean, 66% MVP in every game that he's played so far in the
start to
LPL.
the season for him.
It's absolutely fantastic. And he's saying, look, why was I a sub when I was playing for EDG, you know?
I mean, Pawn's pretty good too.
Yeah, Pawn is, yeah, he's decent. He's an okay player. But look, you really finding his stride here over on the Snake lineup, and it seems like it's a definite upgrade so far.
I think that's what we expected, at least in terms of champion pool. And he's playing picks that Barca certainly wasn't playing last season, excelling on the likes of LeBlanc and Cassiopeia that we didn't see coming out from Barca, save maybe 1 or 2 times. And just again, the flexibility that just saying the word flexibleness when you're talking about Snake is just not something. We never thought of Snake as a flexible team. They were so pigeonholed. Crystal had to be a hyper carry. Barca basically had to be playing Xerath, sometimes Azir. They were very, very inflexible, and finally it hurt them when it came to the semi-finals, right at the death of the season. Suddenly now, 2 games of Crystal on Spirit, 2 wins. The playbook to play against Snake, which was once so predictable, so often viewed, is now, it's pretty nebulous.
Yeah, and you've got the fact that you has picked up an MVP on both Azir and LeBlanc, 2 very different champions as far as playstyle is concerned. The fact that Crystal, he's decided to bring out the Sivir, it's much more impressive this time around. And look, things are looking great. Azir has actually been banned away here. You're not going to see that one, and Gragas going to be the answering ban from Snake. They don't want to first pick it away. We'll see what Beast is thinking about. Of course, Rek'Sai hasn't been looked at just yet. She is one of Beast's sort of favorite picks here in the jungle because he needs to be on something that he can control the map on. And we haven't seen his Nunu just yet. It was available last time and ignored.
So how do World Elite react? You mentioned that 2 very high priority junglers are available, and that Nidalee's been banned away. So it's probably going to be Cinderhawk junglers for both sides. I guess Evelynn is still in the pool as a champion that has been picked in recent times. Giving up Rek'Sai, which I think will have to be the case here. I think you first pick Rek'Sai just because whatever Spirit chooses, it's not going to be able to match the pressure that Rek'Sai can put out. And we've already seen what happens when he chooses Sejuani against Rek'Sai. Cacao ran over that matchup, and Beast has the same potential if we do see the Sejuani, probably the most powerful pick available, locked in, unless they can pull off a really impressive Nunu comp. Spirit's running out of options.
Most certainly is, but somehow the Kalista managed to get through this draft. Mystic has played it in the past.
I'm going to pause you here. What a world where Crystal has Kalista available and doesn't snap it away with first pick.
That's pretty crazy, actually. But, of course, Snake did not waste too much time there, picking away the Rek'Sai immediately, making sure that Beast was on a comfort pick. And it seems like Crystal is going to be okay with taking something else into the matchup. We'll see what he decides to bring there. Of course, Urgot is still available.
And it certainly wasn't any fault in his Urgot yesterday. He played a very good Urgot, even though they lost the game to unlimited potential. That was more a compositional issue. No wave clear. Urgot not helping in that regard. Urgot is a flexible option. It does have what has proved to be a good laning matchup. Maybe not at level 1-2 like we thought before. Maybe you have to go for that lane swap, then swap into it. But there's a lot of options. Even Sivir just for the team comp might be the way. And when you see the likes of Maokai and Rek'Sai, Sivir is screaming out as a great compositional choice for Snake.
Oh, most definitely. You was thinking about a Ziggs there as well, as Ella is going to lock away the
It's going to come eventually.
It most certainly is. And I think it may actually be even this game. Because, of course, staying away from a Cassiopeia, good idea.
Exactly.
Ziggs,
long-ranged wave clear, great poke. A short to medium range wave against a long-range mage. It should work really well if they go for the Ziggs. It's been much mooted about, but he hasn't actually played it in competitive for quite a while. Hasn't had a lot of chances, you know, has been sitting on the bench. But use Ziggs used to be a legendary thing, just like Easyhoon Ziggs that hasn't been spotted yet. Used to be such a respected thing. We're going to see it eventually.
Yeah, and now with Control Mages making it back into the pick ban phase, then you have to think that Ziggs definitely one of those options. And Mystic going to lock away the Lulu here. Could be going into the hands of a Luca. Might actually, you know,
it's going to be going to Luca.
Yeah, but look, you know, GA could be picking that Nautilus way for Spirit there in the jungle. Who knows? We've seen Nautilus in the top lane. I don't really know what could possibly happen. Crystal is going to think about the Sivir yet again. You mentioned that being a strong pick, and you can go towards the Orianna if he wants to. We've seen this already today. Hertong didn't have the greatest time on the Orianna, but Rookie yesterday was out of control.
And it's just a really, really powerful Orianna comp. You've got one of the best ball carriers in Maokai with the targeted twisted advance.
Yeah.
You've got the potential for Rek'Sai to pull off some shenanigans from different angles with the unburrow. Orianna does fine against Cassiopeia. You're going to get pressured. You're probably going to get harassed out of a bit of CS. But once you hit level 9, you have fairly easy instant wave clear. You'll do just fine in the matchup. It's mid-game power aplenty from Snake, and it's strong lanes for Rek'Sai to gank for between the Thresh and the Maokai having CC in those lanes. And then, of course, in level 6, there being burst potential in the mid. Just a really nice balanced comp that nobody thought Snake could play. And they're showing this season, this is something they're quite comfortable with.
Yeah, and it's certainly looking great, and I'm very frightened for GA here as well because, of course, I mean, you get a slight movement speed by landing some poison there as far as Cassiopeia is concerned, but Rek'Sai is going to be able to close that gap, and now Spirit has put himself in this massive hole of being on the Sejuani one more time.
I mean, you can say that at least the Cassiopeia does have kill pressure on the Orianna, might be able to push her in. At least Jinx is very good at controlling, Lulu is very good at controlling waves. So if they can both push in, maybe Sejuani will have that space to be able to farm up. But it's not, once again, not an ideal situation for Spirit. Didn't have the best game last game, got caught a little bit too much, was definitely not on the same wave communication-wise with his team that we might have expected. But a lot is riding on him again, and if Rek'Sai gets in his face, it's going to be difficult for Spirit to be able to carry this game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And, of course, they need to try and make room. And Snake put a whole lot of effort into making sure that Beast could be relevant last game. We'll see whether World Elite are going to be able to do the same thing as we see Maokai versus Lulu. Pretty standard top lane matchup. I keep saying standard top lane matchup, but we're not really seeing too much that's very different. Of course, the Lulu is slightly strange there as Beast is going to be taking on Spirit now in the jungle, and this has to be the key matchup for this one.
Absolutely. If Rek'Sai can get a lot of work done, snowball multiple lanes, I fear for World Elite and Spirit especially. We power through these picks, ending up in just the AD carry support matchup. Sivir Thresh, a lot of power. Sorry, Sivir and Nautilus, I believe, a lot of power coming through for Snake.
Yeah, well, actually, it was the Sivir Thresh. You were right the first time around, but it denies away that Thresh-Kalista combination, which we've seen leapfrogging around the bottom lane, really doing fantastic things, and not going to be coming through there. But, of course, Nautilus being able to have another opportunity to CC up a team, something that Nautilus just doesn't need.
Doesn't need at all.
He most certainly doesn't. Let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 2 between Snake and World Elite. And look, Snake already positioning themselves towards the top side of this map. The lane swap coming through straight away as Beast is actually the one hanging around here.
Tremorsense actually spotting out the exact pathing of a Luca, but Luca's smart enough to just ward that middle brush and just get the hell out of there.
Yeah, and they know that he's used his Trinket Ward already, actually, having seen him move towards that brush.
It opens up this aggression. This is actually quite calculated aggression coming through from Snake.
Yeah, and they can see Tremor Sense there as well. In fact, Ella probably could have found the position as Aluka actually moved out. I'm not sure how they didn't know.
I feel like they had more information. Maybe it was slightly out of range.
Not sure. Aluka did manage to get an auto attack on that ward, so they definitely know that that's there. As World Elite now positioning themselves, of course. Nautilus with the most CC of a level 1 champion in the entire game.
Absolutely. When your passive is a CC, probably safe bet you're going to have the most CC.
But, of course, Snake not going to be face-checking anything here as Flandre and Ella just going to spot the rest of WE heading up this river.
It's going to be matching of the lane swaps, actually, you have to think. It's a blue side lane swap. Those Sivers backing away. We saw Kalista in the top lane, not really priced into back, but they're actually all backing. And it's going to go, still trying to enact the lane swap.
Yeah, and it's very, very strange. Of course, Snake will have their bottom lane towards the bottom side of the map. That is certainly a big deal, but they're going to miss out on a few creeps here in the first wave. As you saw, World Elite also missing a couple of creeps here in the first wave.
I think the reason why you see this is that although Sivir Thresh is actually very strong against Kalista Nautilus in lane, you get dragon control if you're the blue side and move towards the bottom side of the map. You have Rek'Sai is already going to have a lot of jungle pressure. So I think just giving yourself first option for Dragon when you have so much mid-game power like Snake. I don't think you can get 3 Dragons in the hole when you have the Maokai Rek'Sai who really err towards the mid-game and the early mid-game. So I think you have to give yourself Dragon killing potential, so I don't mind the counter swap by Snake.
Yeah, no jungle follow going to be coming through here. Of course, Spirit going to be all on his lonesome. And already Beast moving around to try and put the pressure on. Look at the ward already here. Ella put that one down. 3 members are going to spot out the Piggy. And Ella actually missing that death sentence. Very unlike this player, but they are going to be able to steal away this blue buff.
That's a really smart move from Snake. They have the multiple members in the bottom side. It was very risky for Spirit to be trying to take that blue buff anyway. Fast push coming in from Wardley on the top side. Civ is definitely going to be happy to opt into a counter fast push in the bot.
Yeah, if anyone knows how to fast push, it is most definitely Sivir. As that Ricochet, you can see already bouncing around these creeps on this bottom side. But, of course, the push already in full effect on that top side. The view is just going to use that dissonance in order to clear out these minion waves.
Doesn't have the mana regen to be able to match all the pressure coming through from Cassiopeia. The freeze is on, but there's a lot of members in the bottom side. They know that they can't possibly be equal members, though, because there's no way at the moment for Mystic to end the freeze up top. Wants to pick up unanswered CS, so they have to back away from the 4-man Snake push.
Yeah, and GA actually, you can see, pushing aggressively here in the mid lane, but full vision of the Cassiopeia. They know that it's only 3 members at maximum here, and when Aluka still level 1 and Spirit was pressured out of his own jungle, Snake, complete free reign on this bottom side.
Look, they both have fairly low item ceilings, so item floors to Lulu and Maokai. Maokai probably gets the edge because you just get a Righteous Glory and some boots. He's pretty much ready to go. Has the passive, the ultimate to really get him going in team fights. Although Lulu no slouch, but both of them so far away from ultimates now. Level 1 versus level 3. Levels for FLICKR. Eventually he'll be able to teleport to lane and do just fine.
Yeah, well, this is what we meant, is the fact that, you know, the tree, we've seen Maokai's fall as far behind as you like and still do their job. And that's sort of exactly what happens. Of course, Aluka probably needs to have a little bit of AP to make sure that his shields and everything are going to be as relevant as possible. But Crystal's already pushed down this outer turret in the bottom lane.
And that's why the moment that Mystic and Conan got aggressive up top, Crystal's like, thank you very much. Had multiple members. Of course, the jungle follow meant that there was 4 members in the bottom side. They denied, what, 3, 4 waves to the turret. Took the turret down happily, and now they can counter swap top. Didn't take down the dragon, so that's unfortunate for Snake. They weren't able to pick up the dragon advantage, but given just how much they've denied from Lulu, maybe that's just mission accomplished.
Yeah, and we've seen as well Snake not really prioritizing these early dragons. They like getting early gold on these maps, trying to snowball leads from very early on, and so far it has been working out for them because, of course, making sure that you have the items for these mid-game fights that they love so much is very important.
Luka finally picking up CS under the turret, but Sivir will eventually enter lane, push it in, and try and make his life hell. Thresh is in the area. Wasn't clear if they were going to go for a gank around the mid side. Yu's still level 5, so not a lot of kill pressure onto Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and Jay almost looking like he didn't take any damage. Ladies and gentlemen, he did. That dissonance did do some work as FLICKR just trying to sit underneath his turret. We've spoken at length about a Maokai's ability to farm from range, and he's going to be able to do just that.
I guess Spirit is proving your point. They had the option to choose between bottom lane turrets, securing that and denying CS, or picking up the dragon, and they definitely value the CS, as you mentioned, over the dragon, because they're happily giving Spirit this dragon in the bottom side. Dragon's not really a scary objective till the 3rd, arguably the 5th in a lot of ways. The first one, not really relevant at the 6-minute mark, and by the time they have a couple of items on their carries, maybe get over the 1-item hump that Orianna specifically faces before she finishes her death cap to pile on the AP. When they're ready to fight around that 3rd dragon timer, they're going to be very powerful gold-wise.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But Crystal is going to be able to take a Dark Passage and continue clearing out these minion waves. Aluka hasn't seen a minion in quite a long time. But of course, FLICKR, although he's low on farm, has been sitting in the wave picking up experience.
And that's the big difference, is the experience advantage. You compare 11 CS to what you get with a level. The level... the amount of base stats you get from leveling, honestly, is big at this point. He's going to hit level 5 instantly. Level 3 is Aluka. It's deceptive, but Maokai is ahead of Lulu in terms of stats.
Yeah, able to get there, but Crystal Still clearing out this wave. He's taken a little while to be able to fast push this turret. Of course, only 7 minutes in. It's not exactly all that easy, but Mystic and Conan have made their way around.
Avarice Blade, the investment started already
Yeah.
early by Crystal. Maybe too greedy. Probably didn't have enough gold for the pickaxe, but the pickaxe would have meant this turret would already be down.
Definitely.
Now Mystic shows up in lane, has no real items to speak of himself, so the AD carries investment, banking, and sustaining respectively. Finally, the pickaxe completed. Should still have control of the wave. That's just the reality of the Sivir versus Kalista matchup. We'll just go back top because not worried about dragons in the slightest.
Yeah, not too concerned about it. World Elite are able to at least continue the work that they'd already put into this top lane outer turret, as Conan's actually just going to wander away. Was thinking about backing his Beast. There's the flash on Burrow as well. Beautiful play as the exhaust comes through on top of Beast. He's going to try and get out of there. Mystic using that Marshall poise to get him out, and Crystal flashes forward and gets denied his kill. Conan, though, he might get delivered. Not going to happen. Flandre locks down that one, but Snake already 2-0.
And Snake engineered that situation so expertly. Beast was waiting in that brush for a long time, collecting information. They just finally pushed up the minion wave down bottom. Flandre pushed it into Lulu. Would have missed 2 to 3 piled waves if she teleported and didn't even have the wild growth because, of course, the levels have been denied so effectively. They take the turret, they get 2 kills. All of that was not just a coincidence. It was a complete outthinking by Snake of World Elite.
Yep, really beautiful play. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get any kills onto Crystal, but honestly, that is not the main point of that particular issue. Outer turret did fall down in the top lane as well. 2 turrets to 0. This is the kind of snowball that Snake really want. This is what they play for the majority of the time they hop onto the Rift. And 3,000 gold at 10 minutes into the game, that is nothing. It's not nothing. It's fantastic here for Snake.
So let's go back to World Elite vs IG Game 2 yesterday. You weren't here to cast it with me, Atlas, but the big factor there was a Sejuani with her lanes losing, with lots of disarray, Rek'Sai getting in her face, and honestly, no one could react because they were so far behind in lanes. Snake is engineering a very similar situation here, taking out both outer turrets in the top and bottom side of the map, giving them the ability to push these wards. You can see aggressively into Sejuani's jungle. You can see blue side wards around the red side jungle of World Elite. They can start really contesting Spirit's buffs, keep the Sejuani behind, and ensure that there's never a beast-level Sejuani in the late game like we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, precisely. And Jie has actually sort of been put into a situation where he needs to be picking up the tankiness early on, actually deciding to go for more of a Karthus-esque build that we've seen coming through recently from the likes of Assassin, and picking up that Riley's Crystal Scepter after the tier.
I think it's just insurance, knowing that Rek'Sai has a lot of jungle pressure, already seeing Flandre so adept at these teleport plays. We named him the Time Lord for a reason. There's feeling a lot of threat. If you're picking up a Giant Spell as Cassiopeia before blasting one, before your Archangels, you're respecting the multiple mid-game threats from Snake, and it's probably an astute choice.
Yeah. Well, Crystal using that Boomerang Blade to try and keep these minion waves at bay, while the rest of World Elite are putting a lot of pressure towards this top side. Spirit realizing that he can't really be on his own farming out his jungle. He needs to be helping push out these waves.
And despite doing all this split pushing, going for the dives, having 2 kill involvements, Maokai finally finds time with a wave, easily picks up the CS, and now is equal with the Lulu, with a Luca who wasn't even able to teleport in and affect a previous battle. So those 10, 15 CS advantages that Lulu picked up earlier, completely negated.
Yeah, and you as well. He's having a fine time in this lane as well. No extra pressure to be put on by Jie at all. And Orianna just doing Orianna things here in this lane. Does have the Athenes on Holy Grail as well. Mana is not going to be too much of an issue. And look, as soon as the next big item comes through, these shockwaves are going to be really, really frightening.
Absolutely. Needless Large Rod comes through into Death Cap, and we're going to see both defensive and offensive utility coming through from you. And that's with Jie, who's already felt pressured enough to delay damage further and further.
Yeah, there's a shockwave, actually, as Yu's actually going to get Petrifying Gaze. Crystal trying to run through and try and get some auto attacks down, but That was a very beautiful ult from GA, but he used every summoner spell.
Cleanse and Flash had to be used, as you can see. The Flash was available, then had to be used. That's really awkward times for GA, feeling the pressure from a Sivir gank of all things. Not really the most threatening thing usually. No Sejuani on the side of Snake to be able to force the cleanse in many situations, but cleanse Flash defensively. Now Cassiopeia is going to have to play defensively with that tank build. So defensive itemization, defensive positioning. They're setting up you to be aggressive, but you's dead.
Yeah, you did die in the end. GA actually managed to pick up that kill. FLICKR looking for a Luca who was forced to flash over towards his inner turret, which is getting a lot of pressure on it as well. World Elite now starting off a Dragon of their own. They're going to be able to pick up their second. The shutout of Dragons continues here for Snake as they're going to try and trade that one for the top lane inner turret. A lot of structures missing on the map here from World Elite, but they're taking down these Dragons at a pretty hot clip.
And it's just whether Snake can actually... Crystal.
Yeah, it's a very nice spell shield, but you can't spell shield enough here as Conan tanks up just enough turret shots.
So the outer turret being taken in top gives Snake the potential control over the red side jungle from Spirit. So if that can keep Sejuani behind, it might be a smart trade. If they're not able to cause pressure in that red side jungle, it's starting to look better and better for World Elite. Second Dragon, immediate stats, not that exciting, but they're going to have position on the third. They should be able to finally push out and take the second outer turret in the bottom lane. So at least on both sides of the map, they're equalized in terms of outer turrets. The inner turret and top will be the only real reward for Snake's pressure in the first 14 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and Beast has been spending a whole lot of time in the enemy jungle here as well. Spirit hasn't really had access to anything as Beast took the red buff and now is taking away these Raptors as well. Yu makes his way back into this lane, only picked up an amplifying tome to augment his Athene's Unholy Grail. Looks like he might be going towards the Luden's Echo build that we've seen popularized, but wasn't as impressed by her tongs when he picked it up today.
I mean, it gives you that instant wave clear. Your QW will just explode the backline and be able to push in a wave. But I agree, I do prefer sheer AP stacking on Orianna, even though once you move towards 40% CDR, you're moving and attack moving so quickly that you do get multiple Luden's Echoes procs out in a couple of seconds, let alone during a team fight. Sheer AP with the defensive scaling seems like the more attractive option, but a lot of these players fitting Luden's into their build primarily as a second item.
Yeah, it's not too bad. We saw a little bit of action there as Spirit tried to lock down Crystal, but Dark Passage was able to be taken and Death Sentence didn't find the mark here. Ella really needs to get his eye in just a little bit on that one, but we'll see whether he can get these plays happening. We saw Hart previously on that Thresh doing incredible things, and as this game moves forward, we'll see whether Ella can step into those shoes.
It's important for World Elite to pick up the first few Dragons because they've got a very similar comp. They've got the whole Cassiopeia and Hyper Carry comp rocking here between Cassiopeia and the Callista. Callista's caught between those two core items that we talk about, the Hurricane and the Bloodthirster, but when those two items are complete, the difference this game will be they've got two Dragons. So you're expecting Snake to opt into fights around the third Dragon. That means they'll be coming into the Petrifying Gaze and theoretically a Ren-setting Callista. So Dragon is a very necessary objective for World Elite to fight for. They have aggressive options with the Sejuani, but with the position that we expect from Cassio Callista, we expect them to be better going defensive, but finally an offensive option with the Sejuani.
Yeah, exactly. So Spirit is going to be stacking a whole lot of that health. He's going to be a massive tank towards the later stages of the game. And if he's going to take the focus like he did a lot of the time, then there's wild growth available. There's a whole lot of different options. And Conan's going to be there as well as a secondary pseudo tank. FLICKR is going to find himself in amongst a whole lot of members of the enemy team. But look at that, clearing out that wave very quickly with the Vengeful Maelstrom.
And it's worth knowing that, as you mentioned, Spirit's going to be becoming more and more teamfight relevant, initiation relevant in the late game. Sejuani doesn't have any defensive statistics in her kit, needs to build it up through items. Cinderhawk doing the lovely multiplicative scaling in that particular regard. It actually gives them a teamfight smoothing scale in a lot of ways, in that they're very defensive at this present point. They want to be fighting on their terms, but once Sejuani gets strong enough, she can be that solo initiator. So if they buy enough time through objective fights, fighting with those Ren set builds around the Dragons, and then in the late game they can transition to the super aggressive Spirit, diving in with 4 health items and a wild growth. That will really suit World Elite's game plan. They didn't have the offensive option last time because it was the Gragas, but now they have Sejuani, a much more reliable initiator in the late game.
Yeah, and this time around, we are going to have Beast hanging out in this bottom lane, sort of split pushing just a little bit, as Mystic's actually going to find FLICKR here, looking to try and get something happening. Doesn't quite get there, but Mystic, in fact, gets it turned around on him. There's the flash. FLICKR just pounds Mystic into the ground, picks up the kill, and maybe a little bit of over-aggression there for the Kalista.
I mean, it had to be. It was only Thresh providing support, but obviously not accounted for. Ignite rides down. Doesn't matter how much lifesteal you were getting out of that, out of the lifesteal choice that he opted into. And he just falls. So that's just over-aggression coming through from Mystic. Felt empowered after picking up the kill on Sivir earlier in the bottom lane. Still trying to cause a lot of pressure in the mid of Snake, and they're chipping away at Cassiopeia's turret.
Yeah, that turret down very, very low. Only about a quarter health here as Spirit is hanging around, is able to get some form of defensive fan going on here as Conan is going to make his way in as well. Crystal has to take the Dark Passage, but is going to utilize that in order to get to safety. And leaves himself a ricochet behind. And now just going to use that boomerang. And man, Sivir just clears out a minion wave very, very well.
Absolutely. No real need to commentate that one, Atlas. It's always the case.
I just like minion waves, Papa Smithy. You know that.
If you like freezing minion waves and getting big stacks off them, the pushing, it's just not so much action happening there.
Yeah,
and
Diana's taking gigantic waves.
Mystic still struggling, still doesn't have the first big item completion, has the parts of what will be a Renset-centric build. But 20 minutes in, you usually want the Bloodthirster and a Rika bow at this point. Kind of stuck between 3 options right now.
Yeah, and of course, Beast and FLICKR are going to get pretty tanky towards the later stages of the game. But of course, this Renset build might be a little bit more effective against this particular lineup.
And if anyone's clumping specifically around an objective they feel necessitated to fight, like the Dragon, honestly, rushing the Hurricane at this point would have felt great, but it just would have been an item timing issue. Stuck between 2 identities means that Renset is not going to be a huge threat to Snake, but still a distinct possibility.
Yeah, soon enough, Mystic will have that item completed, and we'll see whether it is going to be at a relevant stage as third Dragon now looking at here for World Elite.
Lulu really needs to group faster, wants to be the person in position first to really stop any aggressive wards from coming through, but Maokai is going to make it to the Dragon first. No teleport used by Aluka, but this will be at the cost of at least a couple of wards that World Elite have set up.
Yeah, Yu does have the needlessly large rod, so a lot of ability power available for this Orianna. Spirit tanky as all heck with so much health here. Crystal going to need to build another Blade of the Ruin King, I think, this game, because the health stacking from Spirit is pretty massive. And actually, Spirit's actually going to find FLICKR starting off this blue buff here as well. And did FLICKR pick that one up? No, he didn't. So it was actually locked down, I believe, by Spirit.
No one used their smites. There still is a lot of bound pressure from both.
Oh my goodness. There's a boomerang coming across as well as Beast actually flashes over the wall. GA uses a petrifying gaze, but FLICKR turns around just in time. Beast now finds himself on his own, burrows himself away. And Snake, they keep their jungler alive. GA very, very low, but no one's dead.
And because they've pushed up Pink Ward so aggressively, they have an aggressive Pink Ward in World Elite's brush around that mid lane. Ward coverage in general is to the advantage of Snake. A couple of World Elite wards down, but with Gia so choked out, they're going to try and push this outer mid turret and finally get the outer wave. No, looks like they're going to prefer to pick up what should be a largely uncontested Dragon.
Yeah, it depends whether Gia can make it over there in time. Of course, Snake with a whole lot of damage there in their arsenal, and there is at least the Scuttle Crab warding available here, as Snake do just take the Dragon and leave.
World Elite, they ping onto the mid lane outer turret. No minion wave right now. Sivir completely out of position. Orianna as well. Given that it's below half health, this should be a free turret for World Elite. Nope. It prompts a teleport.
Yeah, FLICKR is just going to teleport on top of that one. Does have the home guards here as well. Spirit looking to try and collapse onto Beast. He's at full health, though. The stun onto only one member probably not going to be enough. Mystic now has to deal with the whole team of Snake on his own. He's not going to be able to. They trade the AD carry for the jungler after the Dragon has fallen down, and Snake, they might even be able to take this outer turret in the mid lane.
Super strange shock calling coming through from World Elite once again, choosing to use all their resources into a super tanky full health Beast and leaving Mystic helpless. Nothing he could do. Heal was available, but Wild Growth just didn't do anything to dissuade. Trading your jungler for a mid turret and the enemy AD carry is a very positive trade for Snake. They're on the board in terms of dragons as well, so you push out any sort of 5th dragon threat. And if the last game's anything to go by, very hard to force 5 dragons out of Snake.
Yeah, and Snake as well. I mean, last time they let World Elite pick up 3 dragons in a row. This time they managed to pick up the 3rd one for themselves, really slowing this game down. World Elite are going to be able to get a favorable stack of minions here in the mid lane and take down the outer turret, but you've got Crystal just farming a massive wave in the bottom lane. You just cleared out a gigantic wave in the top side as well. You can see he's managed to create a lead for himself, and man, this game so far looking fantastic for Snake.
And even if the shot calling's been a bit wonky from World Elite, they did have the side waves really well pushed up. You saw Orianna and Siva both had to react to clumped up mini waves pushing into inner turret. So that's something that World Elite have really adjusted between games. You can see Siva still clearing wards in the bottom side. Which is, I believe, 3 or 4 waves in both the top and bottom side of the maps pushing in. A lot of standing gold picked up by Snake and not terribly punished by World Elite. They could not rush down that mid-inner turret, even though the 2 big wave clearers between Orianna and Siva were out of position.
Yeah, and this, again, is sort of another story of FLICKR just being a pretty fantastic top laner. He's been in all of the right places, managing to create the opportunities for Snake that he needs to. 2-0 and 2 now, does have the Righteous Glory completed. And we've spoken at length about the fact that FLICKR loves picking up Maokai, and we're starting to get an idea of exactly why that is, even in this 5.8 metagame.
And Maokai shows up at a team fight, just so much more power than Lulu on the other side of things. Lulu only really has defensive options. Home guard teleport is the advantage available for FLICKR. Righteous Glory for even more initiation power. On the hunt, going to make him faster. Maokai's going to make things happen. Aluka might alleviate a bit of pressure, and that's the difference between the two. FLICKR loves to go ahead, he loves to be aggressive, and Maokai suits him.
And Papa Smithy, you're going to be very happy. You listened to, and he's picked up that Rabbidan's death cap on top of the fact that he just had the amplifying tome just chilling out. So that could possibly be going towards the either Void Staff or maybe even getting a Luden's Echo before he has that magic penetration in there. Nice pierce onto you there from Mystic, just to try and get some extra damage down.
You just have to add you to those list of thrift shoppers.
Yeah, oh yeah.
435 gold, need to fill up my item slots, get a bit more power, rather than necessarily tipping my hand towards the Luden's Echo.
He has played on a team with Name before.
The ultimate thrift shopper.
The ultimate thrift shopper.
Back again somehow after being relegated.
On to King, definitely not. On to Starhorn Royal Club 2.0 with a different name. But we are going to see them very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, this evening we are going to go through the remaining teams here in the LPL that we haven't seen just yet. But first, World Elite need to try and fight back here against Snake, who are already 1 game up. They lost a game yesterday against Unlimited Potential, managing to turn around what was a difficult situation. It was looking bad for Unlimited Potential for moments there, but Snake sort of throwing away their advantages just a little bit, and maybe that could be something that World Elite can wait for here, wait for a mistake, because we haven't spoken about waiting for mistakes in quite a long time, but against Snake, that might be something to do.
You don't need to mince your words and choose them so specifically there, Atlas. They were winning until you decide to randomly dive, Nexus double turrets, die, and just give the advantage straight to UP. Probably not going to see the same approach here from Snake, probably some choice words from his new teammates. 2 MVPs and then an MVP-worthy throw coming through from you.
No, I liked it. I felt like
he
was completely had the idea of what Snake is all about.
Well, I mean, he's had 3 games, 2 MVPs, and then threw a game. So everything's been about you in 3 games.
Oh, thanks.
What about you, Atlas? You're wonderful,
the player. Got it.
I'm patting you on the back here. A split push coming through expertly from FLICKR, though Aluka. One thing he can do is clear waves.
He can certainly do that. Has picked up Lulu quite a few times in his career in the LPL so far, but Snake going to take down the Gromp, and this is something that they definitely like doing. Killing Gromps has been a thing that FLICKR himself has loved to do, mostly when he picks up Smite, but even when he's playing as a tree. Not too worried there. 30 CS in the lead, even more at this current stage now for Maokai, and World Elite, they've noticed the fact that it's 26 minutes into the game, and they haven't done a Baron yet.
Well, I mean, honestly, just start the Baron. They have so much Baron. Now, there's even more than last game when you have Kalista for the Baron secure. Of course, there is a smart pink around the area, so maybe it's biting off too much before they can potentially chew it. And the result, with all this Baron pressure, they were just so smart last game. You noticed every time they went for Baron, Jie had a blue buff, so it wasn't a situation where you burn down the Baron and you're for a fight. No, they always had the blue buff. They were always smart about when they chose to Baron. Baron is their best objective to fight for because it's one they can burn down almost instantly.
Yeah, Dragon going to be up in another 4 seconds. Snake with positional advantage here. They're looking to try and find something as There is a ward over the side. Conan gets caught up and instantly destroyed, almost, as the Fate Skull is going to save him on 100 health. But my God, that was an incredible amount of damage.
And definitely won't save their dragon hopes. It's only a second dragon for Snake. Will World Elite pull the trigger? See, blue pings onto Baron, but we're not clear yet whether World Elite are going to all in for this Baron. Cassio's not quite in position. She's going to be there late, so it looks like it's going to be a bit too optimistic to try and burn down Baron with all 5 members of Snake fast approaching.
And wards were already put down there from Snake as well, so of course that Baron that they are looking at, Spirit actually taking a bit of damage from, not going to be the option here, as Snake have put themselves into this mid lane trying to clear this one out. Conan wants to get some revenge after losing the majority of his health bar. But it is Flandre there in the top lane, does have the teleport available, probably wants to head back to base before using it, have that home guard advantage. But now World Elite heading around. They've got a lot of vision around this Baron area. Snake sort of dropping the ball just a little bit as far as that is concerned. That death sentence going to land onto Conan. They decided not to do anything about it because, of course, having their Thresh go headlong into the entire team of World Elite, probably not what they wanted.
Without a pick, Gia just can't afford to burn his whole mana bar on Baron, hoping to burst it down quickly. So, honestly, Snake, relatively safe from the Baron pressure that World Elite has definitely picked for. Callista and Cassiopeia, 2 of the best Baron securers in the league, even without a Nunu or a strong jungling force when it comes to securing the Baron. Lots of aggression being pushed in. We have to remember that Snake prepped this red side earlier, taking both outer turrets in the top lane.
Yeah, precisely. So, of course, this minion wave, if it is going to get some time there in the top, is going to be able to push forward and possibly get some damage down onto that inhibitor turret. GA able to make short work of these minions. But, of course, Crystal waiting around this Baron pit, a little bit on his own, but should be okay here. Of course, Conan's hook doesn't go over walls, so it should be okay. Mystic able to clear out this mid wave as well. And one thing that World Elite can definitely hang their hat on is the fact that their AD carry now has a whole lot more wave clear.
He has a lot of items. He has that big mid-game power spike that he probably wanted about 4 minutes ago, but look, he'll take it at 29 minutes into the game. The issue is that in the interim, there's been no team fights, and Maokai's picked up a Frozen Heart. So Maokai
goodness.
Maokai always great at dealing with these maneuverable champions like the LeBlanc we famously saw at MSI, and in this situation with the Callista, now has the big armor stacking. The armor purchase will start to come out from Rek'Sai before too long. Probably going to be Aranduin's to go along with his current assorted health and magic resist items. Things are really great for Mystic right now, but they won't be great for him very soon.
Oh my goodness, Conan actually taking a lot of damage here. Tries to flash away. There's the Fate's Call. I think Snake thought that he was far enough away from Mystic that that wasn't going to be able to be used. But man, Conan again getting picked off.
It's getting completely chunked out before every fight. Crucial this time. No objectives. They're going to be seeding from his health bar being flashing every 3 minutes, it feels like. But he can go back. Aluka picks up the farm. Nothing to punish him apart from World Elite being able to actually equalize out some wards, so even get a little bit of pressure, despite the fact that the health bar, it's been low from Conan multiple times this game.
It most certainly has. But of course, I guess with the Shockwave now on cooldown, of course, with a fair bit of cooldown reduction, it's going to be up again very, very soon. But there was a little bit of respite to be had there from World Elite, so they're able to get a few wards around. Of course, short-lived vision for World Elite.
QSS all ready to respect mainly the Twisted Events, I guess, perhaps the Death Sentence coming through from Thresh, but I think it's mostly to respect Maokai. It's going for a quick QSS. Very low item ceiling does Mystic have, so is happy to fit that into the build, but it's not getting a choice to opt into fights before armor's being picked up, and it's probably smart for Snake to run World Elite around long enough to get those first big armor purchases on there, specifically their front line. It'll interact with the big AP stack that you've already put together. This be very, very tanky front line.
Yeah, and this Orianna, as soon as we see you get a decent ultimate on multiple members, it's going to be very frightening. Void Rush actually coming through here as the tower goes down almost without a response here. WE, he gets spied out there with that Scrying Orb as Flandre looking to try and make his way in. There's the Righteous Glory popped in Spirit. He's looking for an ultimate, looking for an opportunity here. Crystal does make it back to his team at the same time. Spirit, there's the ultimate, a beautiful stun. There's a petrifying gaze onto so many members. But look at Crystal's damage just ripping apart this team. Conan, is he going to come back in? No, he doesn't. He actually is going to escape using the Fate's Call. But Somehow no member of Snake is dead and Spirit's gone on the side of WE.
It's a really big shockwave. They get the first kill onto Spirit, who, through all the use of CC, was actually in a great position to get a 4-man ultimate. There was just no follow-up whatsoever in that particular situation. FLICKR teleport home guards in.
Yeah, he's looking to just try and scout around here. Aluka, he's going to get flanked on the backside and destroyed here. And now there's, in fact, oh my goodness, GA just getting eliminated again. Mystic trying to kite around. Crystal doesn't even die, and Snake, their team fighting prowess is back with a vengeance this split.
And it feels like Sivir is the tonic to all the needs that Snake had towards the end of last season. Now that Crystal's really honed that, they play around the movement speed so well. FLICKR's job is even easier with the extra movement speed that On the Hunt provides, and the Baron is secured for Snake.
And FLICKR's genius little loop around the red buff pit there as well to come back and just...
Someone's here!
Yeah, I've spotted you, Aluka. And then he moves back towards the Baron and gets absolutely obliterated. And Snake, once again, with a big power play in this game.
I think Koro showed it best to MSI. People always valued home guard boots on Hecker. It makes sense. He's got that movement speed, damage, scaling. But home guard boots on any sort of initiator is so powerful. It gets you into positions that would not be possible otherwise. Home guard boots and Righteous Glory, you're hitting the movement speed cap and then some. You get that important pick and you justify the power of mid-game, now late-game Maokai, which has come up big, 4-0-4, looking to finally wrestle some MVP points away from you.
Yeah, and speaking of wrestling them away from you, I mean, I think if anyone's...
Oh
my goodness, another Fate's Call, and he's going to be saved yet again.
Has
But that's going to be another Dragon.
Ever been used aggressively? Just once down bottom when they were turret diving.
That was the only time. But what I was going to say is the fact that if you were going to pick up the mid-game items for the amount of money that you has had, they are the perfect items that he's sitting on right now. The Haunting Guys and the Void Staff as well just picked up on top of the rest of the items that you had, and he's looking fantastic moving forward into this game.
Yeah, everything's falling for Snake. Now they're ahead in Dragons 3-2. It's been real seesaw in terms of Dragons this series. World Elite getting the start and then getting shut out multiple times after picking up a couple, first 3, now 2 Dragons. Baron buff up. Crystal makes short work of these turrets, and they just keep pushing in strongly.
Yeah, and Spirit now might have caught out of position here. The Dissonance doing so much work. Another Wild Growth Spirit still alive somehow, but Crystal is going to take that one down in the end. Mystic finds himself in an awkward position, but World Elite, they've managed to at least secure themselves underneath this turret, but that's just their jungler for nothing.
They still have the Shockwave. Actually, it wasn't available. Now off cooldown finally, not to be unbeknownst to World Elite, but they'll keep pushing. All outer turrets on the map done, and they're not stopping.
Yeah, they're certainly not. The Baron buff still swirling around the Snake members. Mystic trying to get the cheeky auto attacks in, but they have to concede this. The inhibitor going to fall as well, and Snake, they've been fantastic at getting a pick and then getting an objective, and it's happened multiple times this game.
And honestly, World Elite have lost games multiple times in the exact same way. 2 games in a row, it was Mystic getting initiated on by Rookie and basically losing the game off the momentum shift that happened in that series versus IG yesterday. World Elite, single picks just bring them down. And in a game where they had control like game 1 of this series, picking themselves into corners where pushing that final advantage, whether it's breaking the base, whether it's picking up the 5th Dragon, it just got too hard. And World Elite have made it hard on themselves, and Snake, off the back of the Crystal Sivir, have looked really impressive.
And man, Yu has really fit into this lineup beautifully at the same time. I know we've mentioned it time and time again, but now 2-1-6 on this Orianna. He's landed shockwaves that have really turned around these team fights. He's worth another mention on yet another champion. And I know you don't necessarily need to mention champion pool every time you mention a player, but when you're taking over the position of Barker, it is so relevant.
Exactly. When you're replacing a player who had 2 champions he played at a very high competitive level, some decent competitive champions, and then just that was about it. It was about 5 or 6 champions in his pool. To you, who has, much like some of his contemporaries, like Rookie, like Pawn, more of a champion ocean. Okay, he might not hit the peaks of a player like Pawn, at the peaks of some of the top mid laners, but he's such a great generalist, and he has those pocket picks like Ziggs that might come up big later in the season. That flexibility in the mid lane champion pool deserves to be harped on about, because it's what's going to propel Snake to really assault both the playoffs and the regular season that they did so triumphantly last season.
Well, it's true, and he looks like he's fitting into the playstyle of Snake so beautifully at the same time. You can have a fantastic player, but if you don't have the synergy with the rest of the team, it's not really going to work, and you already feels like the right fit into the role that the Snake lineup were looking for. And now they're sieging out this top wave. Beast able to get around there with the Void Rush if he wants to. Crystal actually getting hooked in there. His health bar going down so low. Look at the amount of bounces that come in. That shockwave onto 4 members was gigantic. GA, he's going to fall down. Mystic, it might be the time for the Ren set. So you, so incredibly low, but the dissonance and the command protect pick up the kill. The double results from that one. And Aluka, he was searching for the Orianna but doesn't find it. Has to take a consolation thresh, and Beast
meanwhile
on his own in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's the reason why it looked like such a competitive fight, as it wasn't a true 5v5. Beast minion wave starts to finally fall down, has the Void Rush available. The fight just happened so quickly there was no real chance for him to ult in. In fact, no tunnels at all on the top side of the map aside from those on the Baron buff. Awkward fight for Snake, but they don't really lose a lot, and given where the minion waves are, they can't really be punished for some over-aggression.
Yeah, and this is what Snake generally does. They make interesting calls when they're trying to break through the base. Of course, they've conceded a little bit of gold, but let's have a look at this one.
So Crystal gets hooked. That's the big factor, is that the spell shield's off target, falls very, very low, will flash, but just ends up dying at some point, to the Ren coming through. It's a really nice shockwave, but you can see on the minimap, Rek'Sai's nowhere near this fight. That's why it looks so competitive from World Elite. They'll go on to win the fight. Finally, Mystic gets the Ren sets that he wanted 24 minutes into the game, but it was actually the backside of the shield. The shielding,
the command protect,
command protect that actually got the kill, the 200 or so damage.
That was mean as well, Beast. Stealing away some puppies there that Spirit was trying to take down. And he's continuing this split push. This Rek'Sai is going to get huge.
You just get to these awkward sides of the game when Sivir has the most DPS possible, short of maybe subbing out a Phantom Dancer for the Static Shiv, and Kalista just has that situation where you buy the QSS and Last Whisper because it's the only real thing that fits in the build after the Hurricane.
Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, it's the 2-item spike that you really look for as a Kalista player when you're deciding to go for this Ren set build, but it is a bit awkward after that point.
I was speculating, personal speculation, that Black Cleaver might fit into the build.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you build a lot of health, so I mean, you're spending, of the 3,000 gold, you're spending a good 1,000, 1,500 gold on health, which isn't an ideal statistic for an AD carry, but it felt like the cooldown reduction and just the interactions in a team fight with the Ren sets might be a relevant statistic, but no one's tried it yet. But speaking of trying
Spirit's
things,
got hooked, though. The box came through as well. Spirit is going to survive this one, but Flandre's in there. Spirit, the only one hit by that shockwave, but Conan getting ripped apart. Aluka as well, very, very low. Beautiful 3-man knock-up, though, as Conan tries to get some work done. Mystic now in the backline. You just eliminates him, and that damage from this Orianna, that just makes it look unfair, and that is somehow a clean ace for Snake, and they're going to clean up this game.
and Mystic was licking his lips, actually flashed in aggressively, but the difference between Mystic's build and Crystal's build is that one crit, 550 damage, just finished him off. No potential for the Ren set, and Snake keep heaping on the pressure on World Elite. 2 splits in a row. Their first victory seems to elude them. 0-4 on the season are World Elite.
Yeah, unfortunate, but it was fantastic play to come out from Snake there as well. That first game, a massive grind here for both of the teams, and then Snake they had the momentum coming from that victory, and you can't really, I guess, discount the fact that if you lose a really long game like that, it makes the second one very difficult to play out.
The fatigue that comes with the mental fatigue in particular in esports really makes it tough to come up strong. Spirit once again just found wanting. You mentioned he was hooked in that last fight. He was out of position a few times. He keeps getting forced onto this Sejuani. It's almost that situation where you're priced in, okay, what's available? Sejuani, Nunu. Nunu doesn't have a lot of carry potential. Tried it against IG, didn't work out. Sejuani has more playmaking potential, but it's not the Nidalee and Rek'Sai. And when you can so confidently lock in Rek'Sai over a champion like Kalista that was so intrinsic to Crystal's playstyle last season, now you have the flexibility to say, okay, we take the aggressive, assertive mid-game jungler. You go for the late-game jungler, and that means that you can never pressure in the way that Spirit was winning games basically solo last season for World Elite.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to have to be a different option taken by World Elite, but congratulations to Snake. Another fantastic start to this split. After the break, we are going to have RNG taking on M3 as our final 2 series of the day are going to wrap this one up. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer here. We're about to get into our third match of the evening. My name is Julian Patriot Time Car. Joining me once again is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and it is the new Royal Club, Royal Never Give Up, taking on M3.
Now, you got to really watch your terminology. It's Royal Never Give Up. If you say it's the new Royal Club, people wonder, is it the old Royal Club?
That's true.
A new...
It's a different Royal Club.
RNG takes the spot of what was Gamti. Now, Gamti, you'll remember, actually qualified over Royal Club in the promotions, but that doesn't matter anymore. Money talks sometimes, pastry time. So the result is that this lineup is a mixture of the old King lineup. So you remember Whoosh, the AD carry, famous for 5 games of Vayne in the playoffs, but also the Gamti lineup. So Zhao, who will be the mid lane coming in here, I believe Letme's on the squad at least in the top lane, probably will be starting, but we're not 100% clear. They actually have Godlike on the roster of all things. 3 top laners, Sky, Godlike, and Let Me all on the roster. So the roster for Royal Never Give Up is a bit of a question mark compared to M3, where it's Dade and friends.
Yeah, it is Dade and friends back for another season, it seems, but they've been renewed. They qualified themselves back through the promotion tournament. Had a good run, actually. They're promoting themselves back up, so did a good job getting back here, but certainly struggled towards the end of their season, finishing a heartbreaking 9th, I believe, in the regular season. So Looper's back in the top lane, Dade's back in the mid. I believe we've changed up a couple things. Junglers, I believe, might have been mixed around, but for all intents and purposes, still the same Dade and Looper team that we've saw last season.
And I agree with you. I mean, Dade himself, towards the end, didn't drop off in performance as they were pushing for that final playoffs berth over World Elite. Dade's level of performance is actually very high. Looper was a big question mark, definitely not justifying his large paycheck. And again, his foreign player, imported player status, his reputation as, of course, a winner of the World Championships in 2014. Played well in the playoffs, but playing well when the pressure's off isn't as desirable a trait, unfortunately, for Looper. So needs to step up this season and be more consistent, but you could say that about all of M3. When Candy was on the roster, he went off for a couple of weeks. Dade started and ended the season quite well. Looper had 2 weeks or so, around weeks 4 to 5, where he was looking world-class once again when he stopped playing the top Annie and all the other shenanigans that he got up to. But M3 in general, honestly, getting re-promoted to the league, hopefully that's a wake-up call for them. They had their peaks and troughs, but they need to show a consistent level of performance. And RNG, if they take the best parts of King, of course, who did make playoffs, and the best parts of Gamti, like their very talented mid laner Zhao, who, to me at least, has a very high potential ceiling as a player, maybe they will reassault and make it to playoffs. But these are both teams that you'd expect to see around, say, the 6 to 10 position at the end of the season. So whether they can push up from there, that's the impressive thing to see.
Yeah, I think moving into from the preseason, I'd agree with you, but it's what they're going to do, I guess. Sure. Again, another long season in the LPL. Going to be their first games that they'll play this week as well, and I think a big test, you'd probably put these two teams fairly similarly in power level as far as grouping goes. So how brushed up is Dade after re-qualifying? How good is this very new lineup of, as you said, Gamti and King players meshed together under a new Royal banner? To be honest, I'm not too sure. Xiaohu and Dade both impressed me, and I guess as far as feature matchup goes, that's probably where we start.
Absolutely. It's the old versus the new, you'd have to say, between those two players. Not that old as Dade, not quite an old man, but certainly in terms of competitive League of Legends, being played since, I believe, mid-2012 as Dade. Right at the top, starting at CJ Entus, now working his way to Masters 3, been to a couple Worlds, one good, one of them not so notable. Well, I mean, it's notable in how bad it was, unfortunately, in Season 3. But honestly, he needs to be carrying his team, and it's going to be a mostly unchanged lineup. I don't know if Condi is going to be starting for the team. There's been mixed reports. Of course, we'll load into the lineups before too long. But they're definitely the team that's had the most time to think about themselves. They've played competitively more recently, obviously, than a new team like RNG. And whether they've been able to refine strategy, I think it's specifically picks. Their picks were definitely wildly polarizing between the top Annie that we mentioned before and the standard. Looper, for example, was innovative into starting with just the one item on Hecarim and then picking up a big item afterwards. But we'll start off with Royal Never Gives Up. A lot of young players here, but a lot of potential power, and we're starting with a Gamti.
Yeah, is going to be ex-Gamti, let me hear. Known for Cassidy, honestly, for me, when I think about it in the early stages of the split, but lots of tanks and a pretty versatile player. One of the best-looking players from that team as he moved through an MLXG back in the jungle from King.
The master of Rengar is MLXG, but definitely more adept at the more aggressive pull. Akin to maybe a TBQ when it comes to looked pretty good on the aggressive champions, never really made the transition like TBQ did to the Cinderhole.
No, Xiaohu, though, has been absolutely amazing on every champion he touches. Those those are not misprints, by the way. He has played Aurelia, Lucian, Corki, and of course some favorites, Diana and Xerath in there as well as we move down to Whoosh. And that's a lot of Vayne games. And as we said, that was basically our playoff experience for
and
this
those
guy.
are his regular season games. It was only 5 games of Vayne in the playoffs when they were eliminated in the first round to Snake, but still a very mechanically talented player. And against the King support, this is the same complete bot lane. It's going to be Liam and Whoosh in the bottom lane.
Yep, plenty of appeal there for Whoosh, who does like to get quite aggressive and play some of those hyper carries. So again, a fairly new lineup. Zhao, who's I guess the biggest change for a lot of these players, have sort of, again, took the best parts of 2 teams and put them together. Hard to say how well they'll perform here. Gumty, for me, were a team that actually executed very well together as a team, and it was Zhao that lifted them when they needed to carry. Like you mentioned drafts already, though, King, very interesting drafting throughout the entire season and their playoffs as well. So I don't know who's doing the the picks and bans for this team exactly, but it could be anything from perfectly well executed to what on earth is going on.
And obviously, I'm guessing a little bit, but it felt like neither of those teams, King or Gumty, really had a leader, a real in-game shot caller. You look at a team like Unlimited Potential, and you see a veteran like Hart, and you can be pretty confident that he's one of the ones making those veteran decisions. King, for example, their game plans would always waver in the mid to late game when they wouldn't really be clear. Their ward coverage would sometimes let them down. Their points of power, where they should be focusing on, was unclear. Gumty, they split a lot of series against great teams. They at times looked very strong, but again, I feel like if they can grow and find a true shot caller, they could be a very impressive team. Master 3, on the other hand, in good spirits in this particular picture.
Yeah, looking all pretty happy as we start in the top side. It is Looper, of course, loves the tanks. Has definitely played some Ryze, some Annie, some curious stuff in the top side, but loves the Hecarim, Maokai, and Shyvana, strong on all the champions. It seems to me when Looper plays to the meta, he plays it very well.
Yeah, Maokai and Hecarim probably going to be heavily contested between those 2 top laners. It's going to be Condi retaining his place in the jungle role. Handpicked by Dade to really lead this team. Excellent Lee Sin player, but Lee Sin not been Sin so far this weekend.
There's Dade as well, looking dapper as always. Lots of LeBlanc and Azir. Again, Dade always wanted to stick to a couple of champions that he's mastered in. Not convinced by his LeBlanc just yet, but his Azir has been amazing.
I actually came round to it by the end of the season, was really stepping up. Candy no longer on the roster means that SMLZ, the previous WE Academy AD carry, will be the starting AD carry. Plays a bit of everything, as you can see from the picks, and Love CD. It's a completely unchanged lineup for Masters 3.
Yep, this is the exact lineup they used to qualify themselves back into the LPL in the promotion relegation. As we said, had a very strong run there against some of the LSBL teams. So M3, starting fresh here with the same roster, they'll feel like they've got maybe a bit more synergy together. Obviously, we'll have higher goals than the 9th place finish of last season in spring. It's just a question of, as always, which M3 is going to show up today, because consistency was certainly not their thing last season.
And can Dade finally shed that title of the King of Spring? Because, of course, didn't make it to the real playoffs he wanted to. Won a playoffs, probably not the one he was shooting for, the relegation promotion playoffs. The summer has never been his time, but look, he's getting older, he's matured. Maybe it's time for the summer to really bring out the best in Dade, because he needs to lead his charges to victory. And I want to see the return of some of those picks, the Yasuo, the Zed. He can play the LeBlanc. I came around to it. He was actually hitting the skill shots and really adding it to his repertoire. It was becoming more and more of a Dade champion. So either new things or bringing back some of the old gold for Dade, I hope.
I think for me, it's so funny as well, because when the Cinderhawk kind of finally rolled around, Athene's got changed. All these things sort of indicated that, hey, maybe Dade can go back to some of these old picks. Maybe the Ziggs can come back. Some of these control mages. We even saw his rise in a couple games, but it has not been Dade's last few patches, it felt like. But apart from Azir being really strong, and he's quite good right now in this metagame, Dade never really felt that comfortable on a champion this season.
Well, it's good that you mentioned Azir. Shurima champions
That's
have
true.
always been in vogue between these 2 players. Zhao, who at the start of his career was very well known for basically Azir and Xerath only. In fact, looking over statistics, these 2 teams have played 4 times. Actually been Dade versus Zhao the whole time, which you can't take as a granted given that Zhao joined the lineup later in the season. Out of those 4 games, 3 games were actually Azir versus Xerath in the mid lane. They were the wave clear wars. One of them sticks out in my mind as a 35-minute laning phase where no turrets went down. They were just farming till 350 CS each, which, sticks out in my mind for bad reasons.
Yeah.
Hope we're not going to see
I was
that.
gonna say.
But it's always been contested. The one actual outlier is when Dade ran the Azir and found Zhao on the Fizz, which kind of showed you that. And as we saw at the end of the season, couple of games of Lucian mid, it was like in the Ezreal mid. Zhao has those curveballs, and I want to see some new picks coming through, because to be honest, we're 7 series into the weekend. the champion pools have been pretty limited. It's actually been a lot of teams sharing popular meta picks, things coming through from MSI. I want those Chinese curveballs. I've heard all of that.
Well, we saw a couple on day one. We'll see what we can get done here. Almost more than halfway through day 2. RNG on the left for this first game. M3 over on the right for this champ select. Urgot, Azir, RNG's first 2 bans. M3 will select Nunu as their first and follow it up with good old Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia and Azir are always the contested mid lane picks at the moment. So it's understandable both of them are banned out. If you see Azir banned, you have to expect a first pick Cassiopeia. So the red side definitely has the pressure to answer whichever of those champions gets banned or looks to be coming through the draft. Waiting to see where they go from here. We've seen lots of different schools of thoughts. We've seen games with multiple mid lane bans. The jungle pool, specifically the likes of Gragas and Nunu, have been hit. Nunu actually making it through picks and bans, I believe, both games in the previous series. It's interesting. It feels like, to be honest, red side's had the advantage because there's not been the god tier first pick. It's been all about strong picks across the first couple of rotations of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista, they're another power pick, but not necessarily must, first pick, first ban as we move into it. M3 now, one more ban to go through as well. I do like these 2 mid lane bans, freeing up some space in the mid lane, so both Xiaohu and Dade, at least one of them, if not both of them, will have to mix something up. As Sejuani actually going to be the last ban there as well, so popular junglers banned away. Have to think Gragas is going to be our first pick.
Surprised to see Sejuani priority over the likes of Rek'Sai, but maybe then you're going to price yourself into a Gragas versus Sejuani matchup that we've seen go quite handily, and that is a very confident first pick, taking away a champion that's become a new comfort pick for Dade, and just giving him this situation of, hey, what do you have against this LeBlanc now? Is it going to finally be the Ziggs?
We'll have to see. I mean, few players in the LPL command the respective, you must ban my LeBlanc role first picket, and Xiaohu is not one that I would have immediately said, hey, sure, his LeBlanc's good, but it's not amazing. We'll see just how it works out. It is a confident first pick, like you've said, and Condi might just go back to Rek'Sai. Such a strong jungler. I think of the 3 top junglers that most people pick, Rek'Sai just feels like the most aggressive of them.
Rek'Sai is also the most flexible. It's the situation where we send Rek'Sai top, which shows you just how flexible a champion is, but still, ganking pressure from level 2, level 3, so strong with that uncleansable CC and the unburrow, sometimes the flash unburrow. So it gives you those farming options. You can still go Cinderhawk and get very tanky in the late game. I think whatever's available, you take Rek'Sai over most options. Whether you take it over Gragas, I think depends on what comps you're most confident in playing. Rek'Sai better for Initiate because more reliable in the explosive cast, but the reset of the team fight from the explosive cast is just so hard to evaluate, and honestly, RNG will be happy to pick up one of the 2.
Yeah, they'll take the Gragas instead. It looks like they've already locked in the Alistar. M3 went with the Maokai for Lupa as well, so very standard stuff so far in the draft. Gragas is locked in as well there for Royal Never Give Up, and M3, 2 more picks now.
I think it's a very savvy Alistar steal away because Alistar's been the answering pick to LeBlanc in a lot of cases because it's another support that can roam and can be very aggressive with their warding and not have to worry about being exploded because of the unbreakable will. It was almost certainly going to be a pickup for M3. Basically every support is dusting off their Alistar and solo queue and practicing those headbutt pulverize mechanics. But taken away onto the side of the LeBlanc means that whatever option you go for, probably going to be squishy unless maybe you commit to the Nautilus.
We actually see Dade pretty animated there on your screen right now as they don't have too much longer to lock in these picks. Going to change around a couple of things here, but we might just have some surprising stuff here. Morgana locked in, but that's a Vladimir for Dade.
Look, it's not the best matchup in mid. We've seen it in the Oceanic scene go horribly wrong. Dade, I'll trust you, but if you're going to go double escape summoners and opt into a laning matchup against LeBlanc, you're going to have to play super defensively, a bit like yesterday when we saw the Morgana versus Cassiopeia matchup. It's not even the same with Vladimir, of course. He has to get a couple of levels in Tides of Blood before he's able to counter-push the wave. RNG with a strong ganking jungler, a strong roaming support like Alistar, and now an assertive mid-lane assassin like LeBlanc. RNG have a whole wave, a tornado of mid-game pressure, and M3 are really going to have to weather the storm until Maokai can really start to answer the pressure of LeBlanc in team fights.
Yeah, Sivir picked up there as well. That's one of Woosh's most played champions from last season. Trundle going to be the last pick there actually, so Flandre special from late in last season. Going to be Letme's top laner there. Still sort of fulfills a lot of the same thing, very tanky. I actually quite like to pick it. In weird ways, it sort of enables the LeBlanc pick there from Xiaohu.
It's a really weird draft from M3 to have their 80 carry as the last pick. It's one of those situations where you almost expect a Vayne because they've left it to the last pick and it's been opted into against Sivir to very mixed success, let's say. is the laning matchup. Lucian would be the more reliable matchup in this situation, but I really would have liked to see the Sivir. It would have synergized really well with Maokai and Rek'Sai, two melee range auto attackers that really want to get into the back and CC. It would have been good in lane. It would have synergized with Vladimir in the late game to allow him to really get that consistent damage down. They still stick with the Lucian, but the drafting order is questionable. The result, the only big question mark for M3 is how do you get through this mid lane matchup?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see here. Dade seems to be opting into the double escape summoners as well, so going to be feeling that pressure, especially if MLXG wants to come visit for a few early body slams.
And that's the thing. Ghost Flash doesn't help you if you're going to be hit by a chains. It goes through the pool, I believe, because it's one of those tethers.
Tethers really hate Vladimir.
Absolutely. It's always about the fiddlesticks drain and the tether coming through from LeBlanc. Gragas has a lot of burst damage in the early game. I know you always compare him to Lee Sin in terms of early game damage. The tether and the damage, it's scary times for Vladimir.
It is indeed. As we move through our matchups, MLXG on that Gragas versus Condi's Rek'Sai. Can't imagine we won't be seeing a whole lot of this season.
There's a lot of ganking pressure from both in the mid lane matchup, in the featured matchup. Dade counterpicking himself. Look, it's not a true counterpick, but it's pretty close to that for Dade.
He is back. First game back, and of course, that's what he's doing here. Double escape summoners as well, just to make sure. As Alistar, kind of the upcoming support you have to think. Very popular at MSI as Love City, of course. Has a Morgana there as well, but blame on the Alistar. As you said, every support's been dusting it back off, and it's just looked great.
It's just great to see the return of Alistar. It's something different. It's a melee support that can really tank up damage, who can really force fights. The WQ from level 2 onwards, the headbutt pulverize, can change lanes. Alistar Urgot's been perhaps the premier matchup. It's going to be great to see him out here as well.
It is indeed, and with that, let's get straight onto... Nope, not quite yet. We're not getting onto the rift. I apologize.
We're just staying away from the rift. Where are we now if we're not on the rift?
Well, apparently we're about to get back onto the rift, so let's do it. And welcome on to Summoner's Rift as Xiaohu diving in onto Dade at level 1. The featured matchup already going off just under 45 seconds in.
Out of context, that looks super exciting, but realistically, it was just an auto attack and a W. Xiaohu taking a lot of damage, of course. Magic resist runes, definitely not being opted into by LeBlanc players anymore. And judging by Dade having 32 magic resist, there's being confident, and they're taking Ghost Flash, double mobility, and magic resist per level runes against a LeBlanc. That's basically saying, level 9, I'll be relevant. Before then, I'll steal experience.
I mean, that's sort of Vladimir's story in general in a lane, but I agree with you. Getting to level 9 is usually Vladimir's biggest problem. He's even started Boots pots as well, which I actually don't mind the start. I guess you can't really go Flask in this matchup.
Oh, yeah, you don't go Flask against Vladimir. You could get an Amp Tome, I guess, if you wanted to be a boss, but...
I mean, Dade is a boss, but I think even he wouldn't bite off quite that much in this matchup.
I mean, you avoid chains with the boots, so it's a fine purchase, but this is going to be absolutely Dade trying to get as much experience as possible, and then hoping that in the mid-game, pressure is relieved from him, so he can just walk over to a lane, stack up the Tides of Blood, and pick up the CS hole that he's going to be in. He's going to definitely be in a 15 to 20 CS hole at best in the mid lane.
Yep, so we'll have to keep track of Dade's mid lane, as we do see SMLZ and Love City helping out Condi with the Grump. Let me can actually take the Grump here as well, kind of on his own there as far as the jungle. Actually, no, that's a top lane Trundle, so he's just taking some farm.
That's the thing with Doran Blade and just the interaction with the Chomp. You quite happily and quite sustainably take a camp from the Emperor's Tribute. I think I've got that right. Passive, you get that nice burst of health afterwards and goes to lane losing about 150 health, but perfectly happy.
Yeah, doesn't need to teleport. Looper, of course, started the Raptors as well, but will have to use his port. So smart stuff there from Let Me to kick things off. But for the first time in a while here in the LPL, although maybe not today, it's actually standard lanes.
Standard lanes, so we can really assess things. When you got Lucian versus Sivir, finally it's not the Vayne to throw the big curveball. The standard lane's probably not too surprising. Always waiting for the level 2 from an Alistar to see if there's going to be any action, although judging by the heal, it's going to be more the level 3 that's going to be relevant.
The MLXG is actually waiting in the wings there as well in the mid lane matchup. So we talked about Dade feeling a lot of this early pressure. Quite possible that, yeah, he actually got quite aggressed on there. That Ghost is gone, and Dade with a big chunk of health missing means that Gragas has already come to visit.
The Ghost has a short cooldown. That's definitely the best possible scenario if he blows a summon spell. Not sure if he actually skilled the pool at level 2. Probably had to, given the pressure that he's going to be undertaking. But just going to be on the defense of this lane as we expected.
Yeah, I mean, some good smart pressure there from MLXG. Knows that it's practically free just to come in and harass Dade as Love City. Going to do the same here to Woosh in the bottom side of the map as well. But Lei usually land, but apparently just left off the M here in this particular game, or maybe he's changing off and cutting off a letter to make it easier for us. Down in the bottom there on the Alistar, expecting quite a bit of farm from the Sivir side of the matchup.
Yeah, it should be farm matchup down bottom. We've seen a lot of people opting into Vayne for the kill pressure on Sivir, but it's more implied kill pressure on paper than it's really eventuated. We've only seen one game where I believe Kid went off on the Vayne in that particular matchup. So just going to be farm wars down bottom. Vladimir would love it to be farm wars in mid, but probably going to be a lot of kill pressure. It's going to see consistent visits from MLXG in the mid.
Curious to see actually the biscuits there as well from Dade, so needs even a bit more regen coming through from his
Gets a bit of spell
potions.
vamp potentially from the utility tree. It depends how many points he's gone in. We can't actually confirm or deny how many points. It's at least 9 to get the biscuits, obviously.
It's Dade. He could go deep. I'm sure he's done it before back in the day on the Vladimir, but keeping competitive in CS so far, which is exactly where he wants to be in. Top lane as well, plenty of farming. In fact, Lupa going back early, got himself double Doran's ring.
Honestly, Xiao has let this lane get away from him a little bit, and what I'm talking about there is that you really want to have the minions push into you so you can basically position on top of your minion wave and then punish Dade with multiple spell rotations every time he comes near the minions. If the minion wave pushes into Dade, it's in much better spot. So now, given the fact that he's only got 2 minions alive, he wants to try and tank it as much as possible while the minion wave comes in and hold it at this part of the wave so that even with the pull, that tether comes through, Dade, significant kill pressure onto him.
Yeah, just keeping fine actually though is Dade, so we'll have to keep track of that. But a good early start, which is never what you want from a Vladimir lane. In fact, pushing the wave in now as well. Xiaohu does have his 3 points into distortion, but MLXG might have to come for a revisit, try and get a bit more pressure into that lane.
Look, this matchup will still keep tipping towards LeBlanc until a couple of items come through from Dade, but just the fact that he could actually full-on push the wave into turret is already a small win for him, and he's got the scaling runes. He's approaching the 13 magic resist, I believe around the level 9 when those runes equalize.
It's just a very Dade thing to do, isn't it? Pick yourself into a hole, pick your scaling runes.
So counterpick
somehow
yourself, don't rune for the lane, start with the boots and no combat stats, and hey, if it works out, you feel great.
I mean, Dade's always a player that feels very high risk, high reward, so it's that sort of play here as MLXG down on the bottom side looking for a gank, but with a Morgana and Dilution here, it's going to be a pretty tricky one. In fact, Condi sitting there as well, actually found him with the binding there. Good place ward coming through. Lano trying to peel them off. Love City taking a lot of damage, but does get the first kill onto Gragas. Lay is going to get the counter kill, but should go down here as well. Does flash himself out. SMLZ though will chase in a whoosh. Now doing good damage, gets knocked up there by Condi. He's forced to flash away as well. And as it all stands at the bottom side, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
But Master 3 played that engage masterfully.
Well done.
That's really horrible. But regardless, the big factor, they actually had a ward to spot Gragas coming out, got everyone in position, hit the bind, basically instantly burst down the Gragas and won that trade. But they never tipped their hand. They stayed quite aggressive, baited in the Gragas, and got the favorable trade. 2 flashes down, and now they have lane supremacy in bot.
Jeez, Looper as well, really getting into a brawl with Let Me. Ultis popped across the board there as Trundle uses to try and all in actually, but no one's going to go down quite yet. I imagine we'll just see people return and hope to teleport back to their lanes, and Dade also getting chunked up by an ulti as Xiaohu's also hit level 6.
And the lane's gone better than expected for Let Me in the top side. Of course, the thing that we've learned about a Trundle is needs that Tiamat so he can really be relevant, just because he doesn't have any ranged wave pushing compared to a Maokai who has a bevy of options in that regard. Has the longsword, going to slowly build his way towards that Tiamat. But the fact that he's actually equal, now 5 CS behind, but with a wave pushing towards him, fairly equal in CS, is good times for Trundle. Then, of course, in the late game, just throw on that ultimate onto the Maokai and steal those resists that Maokai will always naturally optimize and build into.
Yeah, when we've seen Flandre play this champion, just gets unbelievably tanky as Dade takes another big chunk of damage. Xiaohu navigating nicely there with his sigil, with his distortion and his ultimate. But Dade, as long as he doesn't die in an all-in, he's usually fine on Vladimir.
It's good that you mentioned the Flandre playstyle, because he often plays this matchup, which makes sense. You build tank, you still tank stats, but when you actually expand on the thought, the big factor that comes, you build the Tiamat into Hydra, Maokai doesn't do any relevant damage to you, and you just take structures. You actually open up a win condition of split pushing, just because you need multiple members in the late game to be able to actually harass Trundle. Lane has so much sustain between what will eventually likely be the Hydra, and then, of course, his passive, the Emperor's Tribute, that gives him effectively spell vamp off every creep that dies. All that healing means he's fairly immovable and does a lot of structure damage, cancelling his autos with cooldown reduction on the chomp. So they're going to have to find a way to deal with the split push. We're talking more around 30 minutes, but it will grow and be a bigger and bigger problem as this game goes on for M3.
And 30 minutes is not that far away given how quiet the early 10 minutes or so of this game has been. We're just at 8.5 minutes now. It's been a killer piece with the first blood going to M3. Dade's starting to get really heavily pressured though, but yeah, chain misses is the crucial bit there, and Dade stands his ground, doesn't even use the pull.
He doesn't feel the need to, but of course, once that tether hits, the pull's not going to do too much work, so false bravado might actually be the case here for Dade, but sometimes he makes these self-counter picks work, and so far, can't argue with him too much.
Yeah, got his Hextech Revolver now actually, so getting a lot of spell vamp back when he uses that Q, which is part of the reason he's confident in the all-ins that Xiaohu continually throwing at him. See Xiaohu as well, got himself a Chalice, so building in towards the Athenes for the matchup, which makes a decent amount of sense. BF Swords down in the bottom side there as well, and apart from that, pretty light on items. In fact, it's an early win for Condi, who's already got his Cinderhawk completed.
It's a really fast Cinderhawk. No boots or no... And probably just no shopping trip yet for Gragas, who died and has spent less time farming. So makes some semblance of sense. Has a kill involvement as well. And speaking of involvements, 4 members up top.
Yeah, Condi coming through, but MLXG there as well. Let me getting quite low there. Looper going to come through. Condi gets the knock-up. Great ulti from MLXG, but Looper flashes after him and gets the kill with the ulti. And MLXG going to try and get in there. Tries to kill Looper. Damage is good. Twisted Man's coming back. Sap Magic does work there for the Maka. And Xiaohu diving in is going to get 1 kill. Can he make it a second? Landing a chains there onto Condi. Gets him so low, but Condi somehow makes it. No, Looper is going to go down. Xiaohu's going to get the next tether. Condi's going to try and get out of the situation, but Xiaohu out of spells and out of luck. No more kills.
I believe Master 3 spotted out the fact that Xiaohu was coming, then realized they would at least pick up the kill to equalize the trade in bottom lane. Lays actually had to use the ultimate, but doesn't look like any kills will come through.
Yeah, popped his ulti and then immediately comboed him and said, I don't really have anything else with Whoosh. Not in position. So ult's being blown in both the top and the bottom side, and it's 3 for 2 in kills there for M3.
But the big critical factor is that Dade didn't have to leave lane, and only 1 answering kill came through, so kill score involvement increased. SMLZ doesn't get stunned.
That was a sick black shield there, saving SMLZ. Lei getting way too low, does not have his ultimate. Whoosh eats a binding there as well, and SMLZ going to try and clean up the second kill. Flashes in, Lupus here, but not necessary.
Yeah, Looper not even needed, so now he's not going to have a lot of wave control. You see the pings onto his turret coming up and top. Very nice play from SMLZ. And as you mentioned, I didn't even notice it. The pinpoint black shield coming through from Love CD.
Dade now even getting aggressive in a 2v1. Xiaohu gets low there. Dade still has his ultimate. Starting to tank turret hits there as well. MLXG, silly name. Really getting forced off here as Dade's pushing into that turret quite hard as well.
I mean, M3's lanes in general don't give many mundos this game, Patient Time. Dade in particular, not even ruining for lane in a tough matchup where there's so many different ways for LeBlanc to kill you. Specifically, just mimic the chains, hit the first one, you know when he's going to come out of the pool, hit the second one. Still significant kill pressure. You don't even get a DPS drop anymore. Lemmy's going to take the turret. Can Condi duel them?
Condi's coming in. Looper's actually here as well. The pillar goes down. Lemmy. That is some damage there, but Looper going to try and make it count. Will follow him as long as he can with the ultimate ticking away, but not enough. Good Q there to slow him down, but doesn't get the knock-up. Lemmy kiting as best he can. Just needs to kill a couple more creeps. Doesn't have it, though, and Looper claims the kill.
It's a game of inches sometime, Pastry Time. Condi was literally on single-figure health, still lives. But during all this, RNG should be able to pick up the Dragon.
Ulti, though, from Condi's going to mean M3 might look to challenge RNG on top of the Dragon. It's 40% health now. Love City, can they get in? No, it's a little too late. Finds the ward, gets the binding onto the Dragon, but MLXG smites it away.
They would have had an educated guess, but they couldn't all commit their time to going in. So in this meantime, Condi picks up a Grom, continues the jungle pathing, and RNG finally pick up something for themselves because the kill score, definitely good reading for M3 fans.
6 for 2 now, actually. They're M3 2,500 gold ahead here in this game. Down a Dragon and a turret with the top one going down just earlier. And we can see everyone still powering up. Let Me almost done with his Hydra. Athenes is completed now for Xiaohu. And a BF Sword and an Avarice Blade there for Whoosh. Every Sivir is going this early Avarice Blade.
The Avarice Blade is fine. The Yoma's Ghost Blade that we see sometimes I feel is too much into the mid game. It's 6 seconds of extreme power. And if you don't abuse it in the mid lane.
Dade looking for a 1v1. Xiaohu flashes in. Sick flash from Dade to dodge the damage. And he's doing it level 10 now on the Vladimir.
And there's definitely some Master Yoda Star Wars analogies to talk about. The old man still keeping a pace in the mid lane, outplaying the young upstart in Xiaohu. Very nice play from Dada. We didn't see that too often last season. Starting the season off strong.
Yeah, really strong there. Even ahead in CS now, pushing that wave back in. Got good damage on the turret as well. We wondered, where is the Dada that we're used to seeing? How good can he be in an opening game? And at least for the first 13 minutes, looking good. Goes back in a Will of the Ancients is his pickup.
And Will of the Ancients with a Negatron cloak that he'd already prepared previously. Despite the fact that it's a favorable matchup for the Blanc, it's looking difficult because the item disadvantage. Their Fiends are mostly defensive option choice. In fact, Morellonomicon is frequently the choice of LeBlanc's in this matchup just to reduce the healing from Vladimir, but he's gone for the more expensive defensive option and now a Negatron as well. Xiaohu, he's in a bad spot against Dade's Vladimir. I never thought I'd say that.
No, I mean, we talk about it. It does get the tether down and a bit of damage, but Dade at this point just phase tanking as much as he can and not really caring too much. Again, they'll trade back and forth, but Dade, we talk about Vladimir, almost every lane he ends up getting himself ahead eventually, and I think at this point, Dade's just ahead.
And the tipping point was much earlier, and then the scaling runes is meaning a lot, but there's a fight.
Love CD though, pops his ulti. Lei gonna come back in there. Whoosh now getting a little too low. Condi's gonna move in as SMLZ. Tries to get it in. A massive Price Seeker gives him the kill to Morgana's Ignite. SMLZ though, far too low, gonna go down here.
Cancel the teleport.
Yeah, teleport cancelled in there, so no one gonna rejoin, but that's it, 1 for 1.
Really nice play from Lupa. Didn't even have to flash to cancel the teleport. Had the ward down, so was able to spot another trade in mid.
And Dade just not using the
Look
pool.
at the levels, though.
Yeah, I mean, level 11 to 9 now. Dade rank 2 ultimate, ready to go in about 5 seconds. And he's not even pulling. Xiaohu's constantly trying to bait him, and Dade is holding his ground every time.
I don't know if bait is the right word anymore, Pecham. He's even chipped away at the turret. This is completely unexpected from Dade. And look, I guess he spent his time off in the off-season practicing.
Yeah, I mean, again, had a strong performance in the promotion tournament. Must have been practicing in the last intervening month or so, because Vladimir into LeBlanc paying off this well in the first game for M3. This was not the performance we expected from Dade, even though we know he can do it.
And it sounds counterintuitive, but honestly, RNG probably need to actually pull this game out to late and trust on the Trundle to be a solo nuisance. We saw that game last season where Flandre basically single-handedly won the game, split pushing all the things. Maokai will not be able to stop the split push later in the game. The Hydra is just the start of the train that will tip the tip of the iceberg going to be cooldown reduction, Spirit Visage, and the likes of the Frozen Heart. That's when he'll be largely immovable in the top lane. But opting into late game against Vladimir is risky. You really have to be smart at not opting into team fights. And the Sivir just using her ult defensively might be their only way to do that.
I think the good news, I guess, then for RNG is that M3 don't really have an objective that they can force right now. Them having the first dragon means a lot because you have to think they really want to start fighting with Vladimir being strong, with Maokai going to hit that mid-game point so much earlier. And even SMLZ just picked up his Infinity Edge, and Condi has a Warmogs. Unfortunately for M3, there is nothing massive they can fight for just yet.
And the excitement that we've got about the 8 kills has to also be tempered by the fact that it's 1 turret and 1 dragon to 0 objectives whatsoever. So they need to start turning these kills and the 3,000 gold lead into objectives, and it seems like prepping for dragon is the first port of call for M3.
Well, it's back in a minute 40 as Condi moving aggressively. That has so much health already, almost 3,000 there in their health pool with the Warmogs. First, they're coming through after that Stalker's Blade, and Cinderhawk does see them moving in. Love City going to try and find a binding, but Whoosh will cut the Krugs back and take them for himself.
Very Clear Love-esque approach by Condi. Get ahead on Rex side, build as much health as possible.
And then start diving. That's usually how Clear Love does it, so we'll see if Condi can do a Clear Love impression here. And I think with how aggressively he's moving down towards the bottom side of the map, that's where he wants to look for that first turret dive.
You see in the top lane, Trundle's already very pushed in. He's going to keep pushing. That's pretty much his job. Not really able to disregard turret shots. He'll have enough cooldown reduction to get 4 or 5 chumps off every time he gets onto a turret. So just being a nuisance, clearing out paths. Let me as the big man here. We would have expected Xiaohu, especially in a favorable matchup, but it's actually all on the other ex-Gumty player to try and take RNG over the line.
Good control there from SMLZ. Going to give them an outer turret here in bottom lane. That's the first for M3 here in this particular
Look at the CS. We
series.
didn't even mention it.
Yeah, 173 to 125. Basically a 50 CS lead there for the Lucian.
It's a pretty good matchup by Sivir, but this is one of the reasons why I group Alistar with champions like Evelyn, where there's something a little bit different about them. With Alistar, it's the level 2, and just how tanky he gets at level 6, the fact that he can really promote turret dives. But he's not the best laning champion. It's never really been his strength. Not the best in 2v1s either as a melee champion trying to take turrets. In a fast push meta, he can really be exploited. In lane, if his laner falls behind as far as Woosh has here, honestly, if he doesn't have an all-in option, he doesn't really do anything.
I mean, I think that's why we've seen so many teams swap around, get the 1v1 or 1v0, and just let the Alistar roam, which is something he's very good at. So with the 2v2, I agree with you. Alistar, it's not that he's bad necessarily, it just limits his options, and he has quite a few otherwise.
Look, he's a little bit like a better Bard in that he has some sustain, he does some interesting things, but laning is not his forte, and they're just preying upon bot lane.
Condi moving in. They actually flashed in for an Umbara, but Woosh had the spell shield ready, but doesn't really matter. Let me gonna get some pressure down, but Looper will force him away in M3. What they really want's their first Dragon. Though Let me starting to tank a few too many turret hits here. Looper coming in. That ultimate gave him so much health back though. Gonna turn and fight Looper, who's gonna keep trying to go in there, but Let me gonna get himself away with a very nicely placed pillar.
And honestly, if he had turned around, it would have been a close fight, and he got half the turret health. It's just a preview of what will get worse and worse for the Maokai. So important they start to open other win conditions, like Dragons. Again, bit early to hold them a win condition when it's just 1-1, but M3 really needs to start piling on the neutrals. They got their first turret. They've basically completely run over the Sivir Alistar lane in the bottom lane, and now starting to spread that winning mid and winning bot lane into multiple objectives.
Yeah, mid tower goes down there as well. Nice rotation there from the Lucian. So M3 starting to get that gold lead ticking away. You can see 33,000 gold for them. They've got about 5k up on RNG so far. And RNG, like you said, can just move to the late game, try and use that Trundle. But the next 2 Dragon fights, I'm going to say, going to be quite difficult for RNG to look to contest.
I mean, SMLZ, 50 CS up. He's going to be donated the blue buffs because honestly, no one else needs them at this present point between the no mana mid laner and jungler. Setting up to carry SMLZ, already gone back and bought a crit cloak close to the Phantom Dancer, so even though he's snowballing, he's still opting into a late game focus build, not being tricked into, say, picking up a second item, Youmu's, to really capitalize on how far he is ahead in lane, because he can happily go the highest DPS build and in the late game be a real force.
Yeah, join Dade there. I mean, Hemoplague, calling on just Hemoplague auto attacks. Pretty deadly stuff there in a 5v5. So good setup here for M3 moving in. Looper actually swapping back down to the bottom side because M3, they realize they want to rotate their AD carry and take that last outer turret.
They want to rotate their AD carry into the lane of Sivir. At this present point, SMLZ is 1v2 and Alistar can do nothing to help. That's the thing. Alistar all-in trades like Leona. It's much the same story. Can't do anything in this situation. That's why the first pick or first rotation priority for Alistar sticks out to me. Is it's the same as a Leona. If you really prey upon that lane, just has to watch passively as his laner gets denied CS.
That has been collapsed on. Good flash though gets him out from under the Gragas ultimate, but blue buff will be the pick away here for Xiaohu. So no steals forthcoming. Condi! Believe he stole that blue buff. Yes, he did.
He definitely did. Prey Seeker has hit all the things sniped to kill down. Bottom steal away a buff to further dishearten the RNG team because they took another turret. Speaking of turrets, though, this is the man they have to take them.
Yeah, Let Me is just going in there. Has the Hydra as well. Can get plenty of health back. Pops his ulti once again. Turns around. Just melts through Looper now as well.
Kill the creeps.
Yeah, goes back to the creeps. Realizes he just needs some lifesteal. And look at the health he's getting back already. Looper now going to get run out by the other creeps as well. He's trying to buy time for Dade and Let Me. He's on the wrong side of the map. Going to pop his W. Looper flashes forward but doesn't have the twisted advance range for the follow-up. Rek'Sai might have been joined in as well as Let Me walks over a couple of tunnels, but Trundle starting to be a menace here for M3.
Hashtag just Trundle things.
That was a just Trundle things moment, that's for sure. And we've seen Flandre do it. Let Me doing a pretty good impression so far.
Absolutely, and it's just the CDR that he's short of. CDR, which so nicely builds out of the Frozen Heart and the Spirit Visage for magic resist and armor appropriately. And he'll be immovable. It'll take more. It'll take Dade and Looper. And if you can't do something with that on the other side of the map when he's getting objectives and fighting off 2 members, you deserve to lose if you're RNG.
Yeah, Let Me, again, kind of the person that bridges RNG to the mid-late stages of the game because they have fallen ever so slightly behind, but Gold Lead's going to keep them back in there. Let Me, especially taking out those turrets, going to keep it at still about 5,000 gold between them. And only a Ruby Crystal there for Let Me. I wonder where he's going next. You mentioned Spirit Visage. That's my first instinct, but good choices there with both those tanky CDR items.
It's not going to be a Black Cleaver. I know you're hopeful of one. That would be intense, but you can see from his bias. He's going for Frozen Heart Spirit Visage. That's 30% CDR. He'll find another 10% somewhere and just be a menace.
Yeah, smart stuff here coming through for Let Me. Now quite tanky already with a good mix of mid-game tanky items built up as well. Abyssal Scepter actually for Xiaohu as well, something I wanted to point out earlier because Dade, he's done the same thing and the Dade special. Their Sorcerer's Shoes with a nice early distortion enchant.
It's surprising. He had a Null Magic Mantle, and I thought, okay, on top of the Athenes, and I thought, okay, maybe Merc Treads, because you look down this lineup, if you get hit by a Morgana binding, it's big CS values. Of course, the Twisted Advance, all going to be coming towards LeBlanc. I wouldn't have minded the Merc Treads. It's a lot of money to spend on just not that many offensive stats. And Abyssal Athenes, that's probably the most defensive LeBlanc build we've seen in a long, long time.
I mean, Dade has a very similar looking build on the other side, but, you know, he's more of a frontliner. I think that makes more sense.
Absolutely. He needs to get in 300-400 range, just pump out those tides of blood in a team fight. He's about sustained damage. Burst champions build the big AP value Morellonomicon into death cap items. Sustained damage champs can afford to go the more utility items like the Rylai's and the Abyssals of the world. So when you're pigeonholing yourself into sustained damage as a LeBlanc with basically at this point no kill pressure on your lane opponent, that's already a big win for Dade, and he had the scaling runes. He has the scaling champion. It's wins upon wins for the old master Dade.
Look at this. This is an EDG level Baron here by M3. 24 minutes.
Trundle's nonplussed about
There is a ward there, but he does have a teleport. He's actually going to use it right now, but that Baron far too low already. Let me dives his way in, but Condi secures it in now. Love CD going to go in onto Whoosh. Lay's already way too low. He's going to go down there to SMLZ. Let me trying to chase Condi, who's diving the backline as well. Looper getting in amongst it, seeing what he can do. Condi gets a knock up onto Whoosh. Just chases his down solo almost, but no price ticket this time. Does flashback, gets the heal out as well, and SMOZ gonna keep chasing. It's only one kill on the Baron, but M3 will take it.
I really like the call there from M3. They had Condi with so much health at this point that he could tank up the Baron for days, re-engages, tanks 4 members for about 10 seconds, then flashes out. They'll actually add on the inner turret as well, pastry time, and this gold is preciously close to 10,000 gold.
It is indeed. It's about 8,500 gold up so far, and M3 gonna go back and spend some big chunks of change from that last exchange. Dragging up in 5 seconds now as well. That'll be the second for either team here, and M3 going to run straight towards that objective with so many spare items in their pockets.
I think it was just poor awareness from Let Me, to be honest. That teleport came in super late. Baron was at 3,000 health when he started channeling it, and they burst it down from there. Feels like if he had teleported in earlier, I mean, he would have not been able to split push, and that's a significant win condition for RNG. But the result is a free Baron. It's going to add on, and they're going to have to watch the Dragon, just like they watched the Baron, be taken by M3.
And Looper going to pop back to the top side, try and hold off the push from Let Me, but Let Me does not have a teleport if there's another fight that breaks out here, and I don't think he wants to take one. He's actually just going to go back in to the war here, but Baron up creep's going to mean Let Me can't actually split push against Looper right now.
Yeah, they're making Maokai look good in the 1v1 matchup, are the Baron buff creeps. So now, because he was slow on that teleport, it negates his real split push pressure, and basically in every metric, M3 are leagues ahead.
I love this build from SMLZ as well. I mean, you can tell just how far ahead they are with a Bloodthirster being the third item here for Lucian. Usually that's only the item you build when you feel so confident that you're ahead, and Lucian at this point, let me tell you, very ahead of Xiaohu. Gonna get caught there by Condi. Culling gonna come through and almost rip through the Mimic. MLXG will try and zone them off. Xiaohu's safe for now, but M3 just gonna continue applying pressure.
Absolutely, SMLZ has the rich man's AD carry build. SMLZ, Whoosh, very much going for the investment banker. Had to opt into static shift, no boots too. And the Bloodthirst is very, very close from SMLZ.
Yep, you can see the Baron up cannon minion doing work as it almost always does as well. They'll buy their time, they'll farm back up. Dade going to clear out the waves relatively swiftly there as well. And SMLZ, as soon as he gets on top of the turret, it does not take much for it to go down.
They have good turret damage, but still risky to get too close. As you can see, the flash, the cask, not this time.
They're forced to disengage, but Dade going in 1v4 tower dive out under it there. Gets massive damage on the Xiao. Hemoplague's almost going to kill him. Pillar will stop them from running back as they pop the Sivir ulti defensively, but binding there from Love CD for the disengage. And M3, no kills, but they get the turret.
Yeah, crucially, the big dive comes after already picking up the objective. Objective focus play wasn't M3's strength over the course of the 11 weeks. They had their ups and downs, as every team did, but it was something for them to practice. But all in all, very impressive first 30 minutes of the league for M3.
And I think objective focus is something that they've actually been quite strongly this game, which has been surprising to me as well. That Baron call was very confident and very
assertive is the word I would use there.
Which is not a word we ever used to describe M3, even in their victories last season.
It was often that Looper and Dade weren't on the same wavelength as their jungler or the bottom side of the map. It was only actually the playoffs, honestly, where we thought, okay, this is against lower level opposition. How much can you really read into the fact that they can play good, smart, objective-focused League of Legends in the a relegation, promotion, and playoff, but coming into the real leagues against a team like RNG that, again, we don't have a real read on their strength just yet. On paper, still mostly members that made it to playoffs. They're still looking very powerful, and hopefully there's something for M3 to build on.
Looper follows Xiaohu there with a twisted advancement, forced to flash away. Woosh are going to turn on the damage as well. Good headbutt there from Labor. Dade coming back in with Love City, and Condi all going to move in now. Gragas Barrel going to try and disengage somebody, but only peels the tank away. And again, they'll just move back in. Baron buff has dropped away, but they're just going to keep pressuring these turrets.
It is 5v4, but they have to do this, RNG. They need to clear waves and allow Trundle to split push. He's going to back, but remember, they have Sivir for wave clear, though Woosh, low mana bar. Perhaps just as insurance, they all need to back because Sivir needs to refill this mana if they have any hope in clearing waves.
Just a little too risky. Looper, though, did go back, so M3 turn off the pressure now. 6 turrets, though, as they've gotten the outers and all of the tier 2s as well. No Dragon up quite yet. Baron going to be a couple minutes away as well. So RNG so far quite far behind here, almost 10,000 gold up for M3s. It's about 9k ahead for them so far, but just those inhibitor turrets left to defend, it's going to be a long defense here.
And look, even for how bad the laning phase was for Woosh, he's still got 380 items. He still does very respectable damage. So he's put his gold, the little gold that he's had, to really good use. So he is team fight relevant. He's certainly not SMLZ. No Last Whisper coming through for SMLZ, but no real armor stacking apart from the Trundle that's going to be hell for him to kill anyway. So it's definitely not a better build than what SMLZ's put together with its riches of gold, but it's competitive from Woosh, and a 5v5 fight with a pick could actually go decently for RNG.
I think so, but it's Xiaohu that might have the problems right here. You can see Dade already has his Void stuff, so maximum damage, wants to be teamfight ready right now. But Xiaohu, we talked about the Abyssal Athenes, very defensive, just a blasting one there on top of the Silk Shoes already. Not a whole lot he can do from there. In fact, Looper might have just caught out a jungle here. Love City going to line up a Binding Lands easily after the twisted events. Point blank culling, and Dade comes in for a transfusion and gets the kill.
It tells you something about how strong SMLZ is that he actually opted into using the culling. It was hilarious looking, to be honest, but it was enough to pick up the kill. Use the explosive cast. Didn't notice the fact that, of course, Looper had Banshee Veil, an easy kill to pick up.
Yeah, Looper very tanky as well. Righteous Glory, Frozen Hut, and the Banshees all done up. Randy was completed now for Condi as well. It's just riches beyond their wildest dreams almost for M3 at this point. Dragon back in a minute 15. Baron will be back up in 50 seconds. And RNG, right now they have to worry about their base getting pushed in.
In every situation, it's completed items against components. That's what the extra 10,000 gold, which is now basically confirmed, gives Master 3. The Baron and the Dragon both spawned in the last minute. It was 6 or 7 minutes ago when M3 really pushed past RNG with their assertive Baron. And the next Baron will probably be the death knell if it's acquired in the next few minutes for M3.
See the levels as well. Just so much experience being piled onto these M3 members as well. Level 16 there for SMLZ. Condi and Looper. Actually, Looper is there, so is Dade. Condi is almost there as well. It's just advantages upon advantages here. And I don't know if RNG can look to contest either of the upcoming objectives.
It's come to the point where Trundle just can't split push because they have no semblance of control of the map whatsoever. They can't set up defensive wards. They haven't even been able to investigate Baron. A second Baron will negate the chance for Trundle to split push because we already saw what happens when Maokai combines with the Baron buff minions. They're baiting this Baron, knowing that RNG have to compete for it if they have any hope of getting back into the game.
I mean, some decent wards for Royal Never Give Up will give them at least a bit of vision, but Tremosen's going to land a binding onto MLXG. Good ultimate to disengage and a pillar as well, but Looper dives in on top. Lei, they're going to try and get some knockouts, but takes a lot of damage. Pops his ulti. Lei, Dade dives into the backlines there as well, ghosting on top of Woosh. Does go down there to MLXG, but the calling going to move through as SMLZ takes that one. It's Let Me Xiaohu going to get low as he flashes forward to Lucian. Lei trying to peel him off there. Condi goes nuts forward into the backlines of Woosh, carding as best he can. McHale's going to keep the Rek'Sai healthy. Next kill there goes to Looper. He's got himself a double Love City. Flash binding hits onto a creep, but a 3-for-1 win for M3.
It doesn't even matter that Dade dies first. Just how strong SMLZ is. So confident. Black Shield, Bloodthirster, so much sustain to get through fights. He could basically run that fight 4v5, and it was no worries whatsoever for Master 3. Can they kite back and pick up a Baron, though? With Condi starting it, looks likely.
Yeah, they are going to go for it. Dade might even be just alive in time to pick up the benefits as well. 3 seconds left. Are they going to hold on to it for their teammate? Don't even need to, as it's going to die just in time. And a Scrying Orb going to give RNG a bit more information, but Baron number 2 has just been taken.
Honestly, RNG have no good answers. There's a massive minion wave stack in the bottom lane that multiple people have to react to. There's pings onto Dragon, but with the minion wave situation, it's just not realistic. And given how fast the Baron was taken down, it's probably Master 3 going to go down, pick up their third dragon confidently.
Yeah, Xiaohu coming in, trying to get some poke down, but Condi is pretty tanky. SMLZ feels rather safe as
That's
well.
not poke, pastry time.
No, I guess without damage items, it's not. Avoid stuff done does give him cost-efficient damage, but it's just not the same LeBlancs we're used to seeing. It's not you from yesterday, who I think 3-shot at jungler playing that champion.
And the crazy thing is he still has some decent dueling potential, but without the death cap, there's no real AoE pushing. Only Sivir can fill that job. There's quite a lot of tension despite the fact that Baron buff's up.
And 3 are just going in for the dragon. Wooch actually steals it there on Sivir as Condi the Chain does follow him there. He's going to get aggressed on SMLZ. Caught in a bad spot now, but he just goes back in. Looper, Homeguard teleports his way in there as well. I'm going to get on top of the team. Dade and Love City a little bit low there in that exchange, and Condi is dead. RNG got the dragon and got away with it, but M3 still going to keep pressure up.
It is insane that they were able to do that, but it was 5v4. 4 members with Baron, you think they'd be fine, but a lot of Baron's advantages around the neutral minions that weren't available in that situation, given that it was a fight around Dragon. With the boosted stats, Looper not being present was a critical factor. So it's only a second answering Dragon. The actual objective they picked up wasn't big, but just delaying some of the inevitable snowball to Master 3 after their second Baron is a big win for RNG.
I mean, RNG just stopping the bleeding at that point with the Dragon. They'll take what they can get, because at this point, there's not a whole lot that M3 are giving them, but that's a nice spot there. Does deny that third Dragon, prevents any sort of big snowball towards the fourth, and of course, the big powerful fifth. But M3 got a bit more Baron buff left to go, and they're going to pop down the bottom side, it seems like.
They go for the split push and just piling on the levels. Level 18, those scaling rules runes finally reached their crescendo. 107 magic resist being afforded by the Abyssal Scepter, and the 27 coming through from the magic resist per level. Just keep pushing in. There's just not a lot of good answers for RNG. They have to answer a Baron buff. So when the Baron falls down, maybe it's Operation Backdoor Trundle, but for now, they just have to really lie in wait and hope that Master 3 can't find a way to break the base.
Yeah, 4.5 damage items for SMLZ there as well. A Thornmail there for Looper on top of 3,000 health or more. Condi as well, Kindle Gem moving into pretty much any item he wants. Might even go a luxury Black Cleaver at this stage of the game as well, but has about 4,000 health himself. M3 again still pushing in with the Baron Xiaohu, trying to poke where he can, but we said not really that much poke in M3, just going to get straight on top of this turret.
Decent dive options. Dade's been poked.
Good pull there from Dade, dodges some of the extra damage. Lay, they're going to come in. Great knock up there onto Dade, but they turn it around. Hemoplague down, Looper straight into the backline, just tanking up so much damage, and Hemoplague wrecking faces there. Let me going to go down. Looper does back in onto Xiaohu, still not dead on the Maokai, gets a 3-man knockup from the Arcane Smash as well, and Condi diving straight in. Looper did die, but they traded an AD carry.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Hellfires show that it's much less of an even trade that the score suggests. They pick up the inhibitor as well, can back away confidently. Master 3 not maybe picking up the neutrals they want, given the fact that the dragons are all tied up, but they're breaking the base, and that's what you want to do with a Baron buff.
Needed to break the base, have now done so. It took 2 Barons to get there, so the game is starting to go on a little bit longer than maybe M3 would like, so RNG have some windows back in here, but still so far behind in every single lane. Trundle really the only one that can get to a late game spot and feels comfortable with his current item build, but even Let Me can't really leave and do the split pushing right now.
Breaking the base is always something we say, yep, that's a win condition. Obviously, it gets you closer to exploiting the Nexus, so on a very simple level, you can understand that. But one of the reasons why it's critical here is that we said that when Baron buff goes down, Trundle can go on Operation Trundle Backdoor. That's not an option when you have to actually be answering the super minions in the bottom lane. So now he has to push against super minions, even with the Ravenous Hydra. He won't be able to do that fast enough. So this whole Trundle anchored to the top of the map split push mission for the 3 or 4 minutes while Baron buff is down and Baron buff hasn't spawned again can't even happen because the inhibitor is down. So it's a big strategic win for Master 3, even more than a normal game, just because of the interaction of the Trundle versus Maokai matchup.
Yeah, you can see M3 continuing to move aggressively, get some vision down, clear out vision as well that RNG has, who again, like you mentioned, are tied back down here in the bottom side of the map with Whoosh. Coming out super minions relatively quickly, but going to need to be maybe even a bit quicker. Dade almost has a Zhonya's now as well, and he's just hunting right now. It's not off cooldown right now, but we've seen it already. He will just ghost and run for your backline.
Distortion Boots, a very short cooldown on the ghost. Zhonya's probably quite necessary given that he's been pooling for damage and then getting exploded on the backside of the pool. Will be available very, very soon, as you mentioned, so that will be the last part towards the teamfight dive comp, the 2-man dive of the Korean top laner and mid laner, Dade and Looper. SMLZ basically God at this point. Probably has quite a lot of gold saved up because he's been sitting on the Zeo for quite a while. Is it going to be the static shift? Seems most likely, but Trinity Force has been 5th, 6th item on a lot of these Lucians. Maybe just a bit more burst with that pickup.
I mean, we talked about the rich man's build already with the Phantom Dancer. yeah, it would be the richest of rich builds here as well. So I'm curious to see what he goes. I'd like to see the Trinity Force, because why not at this point, given how far ahead you are. But Dragon's back up in a minute 12. Dade did go back and get his Zhonya's Looper, and Negatron Cloak now continuing to get tanky. And we can talk about builds all day long. M3 pretty much just have a couple of formalities to sign, and they'll be on to game number 2.
And it's a big pickup, Trinity Force, from the Zeo. We actually saw in the LCK and the Najin versus Anarchy matchup a Lucian rushing Trinity Force. I don't think it's quite that level. That was back when, back at the start of Lucian's release, it seemed like Trinity Force Rush was the best way to build him. Trinity Force Rush now not so good, but burst damage in the late game, bang shoulder for SKT can be very, very powerful. So probably going to fit it in. He's been sitting on gold for at least 100 creeps, so Trinity Force can't be too far away.
No, and the CS value is still pretty high for the members of M3 here. 385 there for SMLZ, 361 now for Dade, as he just cleans up a minion wave there with Tides of Blood. Let Me is the one member of Royal Never Give Up that's really gotten his hand on so many creeps, because let's face it, he's been in side lanes for about 20-25 minutes of this almost 40-minute game, and still back down in the bottom, going to clear them out as best he can. Dragon back in 10 seconds. I don't think Royal can look to contest it here, and again, it's taking a while to finish this game for M3, but almost feels like an inevitability. Not guaranteed, but almost.
Well, it says a lot about the team comp that they're able to pull it out so long, RNG, such as the stalling tactics they've been able to employ, that they're forcing, what, triple Baron, 5th Dragon before really they're feeling confident for the dive. Master 3, on the balance of things, you probably say need to be a little bit more assertive, maybe need to be looking for those turret eyes, because they've been winning fights whenever they face them. They now have the Zhonya's, which should be the last piece of the puzzle for the team fight win for Master 3, but they're still playing it a bit passively. The moment this inhibitor respawns in bottom, the split push mission will start. And if ever there is a situation where he can split push an inhibitor or a team fight goes the way of RNG, they've got Sivir. We've already seen multiple times that scaling teams have been undone by fast pushing teams just winning a fight and taking multiple structures. With all the ones that have been prepped earlier by the Trundle split push, there is still the threat that RNG are in this game.
I mean, Xiaohu's working for Rabadons as well. Blade of the Ruin King completed for Woosh. Damage items are starting to come through for these carries, and sure, they're still going to be behind their respective lane opponents. Dade now with the Haunting guys, and SMLZ still sitting on top of his Zealous Lay. Just gets a headbutt there onto Condi, who's got almost 5,000 health up on this Rexo with a Spirit Visage actually was the pickup with his Kindle Gem. They're going to clear out vision around Baron and try and force a fight, but it has been quite slow, I have to agree.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that for the last 6 minutes, Woosh actually managed to catch up, and then a casual Trinity Force is completed. SMLZ is item capped at 40 minutes. If it goes to 60, we'll look back on this time and say, look, if you can't find time to dive with a huge Maokai and Condi on this Rexo, who's had 3,000 health since, 15, 20 minutes into the game, then that's a misplay from Masters 3. They need to be assertive. They've been that with the first 2 Barons, and they're rushing down for a 3rd.
Yeah, very objective-oriented here. It seemed to be this M3. Let Me actually going to teleport his way in. The Baron is going to get low. Lucian does manage to pick it up at M3. Now going to start the fight. Dive onto Xiaohu in the backline. Hemoplague's going to destroy him. Love CD. Massive ultimate in there, and M3 only needed one big fight, but they get a full 5-man wipe with no death. A triple for the Lucian, and M3 win out in style. That's a quadra, actually, for SMLZ.
Massive quadra for 6-item SMLZ. If it went 60 minutes, they would have looked back and shake their heads, but they managed to take it out. It was clinical work around the Baron. That's 3 Barons in the space of, 14 minutes for Master 3. Very smart play. The teleport was on point this time from Let Me, but not enough. And Master 3 looked very impressive. Maybe with some strategic holes, maybe should have been able to finish it 10 minutes earlier, but they went the most conservative way possible, and they didn't look like losing. So credit to them, solid victory.
Yeah, I think safe in the execution of their late game, but very assertive in the mid game to get themselves that lead. So I don't know if it's just confidence fighting in the late game. That last Baron fight looked like genius there, because it's just so many bad choices for RNG when they approach that pit. And you saw what happened. They got completely aced because they're still so far behind. I like the play from M3, very controlled, and Dade, that's the big news for me. Picks, again, a losing lane matchup, looks for the scaling, looks towards the mid and late game, and lo and behold, Dade might be back.
Yeah, only one game to draw as a sample size, but Dade seems to be back with a very smart play in a difficult matchup. Assertive around objectives, maybe conservative in trying to finish the game, but Master 3, a lot of positives to take away from their first game.
Indeed, and a strong first game there for Empty. We'll put them up once we're here in this best of 2, but when we return from the break, we'll see if RNG, Royal Never Give Up, can answer back and take the split. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL Summer Split here. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me once again is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. We're about to enter Game 2 between Royal Never Give Up or RNG versus M3. And M3, I'm not going to say surprisingly, but very confidently after that game, are up 1-0 in the best of 2.
I mean, the surprising factor is that it was well-constructed, objective play. I mean, played flawlessly around objectives. Maybe too conservative in finishing the game, or maybe just conservative enough to guarantee them a victory. I mean, the big wildcard, Dade, just styling on Xiaohu in mid. If you asked me at the end of last season where I'd rate those two, Xiaohu would have been a couple of levels above, but Dade showing that form is temporary, and it seems that class is permanent.
It is indeed, and Dade, a very classy player, especially when he looks good. He looks just so dashing.
And you can now start adding champions like Vlad to that pool. LeBlanc approaching Dade A+ tier. Vladimir right up there as well.
And you can see just from that last game, the amount of control that M3 had over that game was phenomenal.
And the jungle control rate, talking about the amount of camps they were able to take, 69 to 31%, that's a massive advantage. And big credit has to go to their jungler, but the most credit has to go to SMLZ. 6 item at 40 minutes, just looked flawless on the Lucian.
I mean, we could have, looked at Dade and said, okay, he deserves an award there for that performance, but SMLZ, the true carry of that game, and AD carries have been a tough thing, I think, for M3 for a lot of the split, but SMLZ sort of stepping back into his old role in some ways, and again, seems also refreshed there, and if it's going to be a 2-carry team here between SMLZ and Dade, that's the right way to start your season.
And look, a public service announcement for all you LPL viewers. Of course, we didn't surface the MVP ratings last split. Let me tell you, they love voting for AD carries as winners. So you're going to see a lot of AD carries. Crystal, of course, right up there, Deft as well. AD carries have a lot of prominence, especially when you get the high KDA scores. Probably going to win the MVP as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were 2 in the top 5 of the last season. Deft, of course,
2 in the
winning
top
MVP. 2 in the top. Oh, it was Crystal Deft, wasn't it?
Yep.
Other way around, though. Deft won, of course.
Yep.
Poor Crystal. I think Yu's been getting a lot of votes as well, so
Sure.
there's a bit of popularity there as well. But MVP is some cool stuff. We're glad to bring that to you as well. But moving into game number 2, I'm not too sure what RNG need to change here because it wasn't necessarily some champions or matchups that really got them bogged down. It was just the overall strategical play, and I think it really shows because as far as young teams go, Royal Never Give Up might be the youngest team as far as players go because there's not really any hardcore veterans in this lineup. Even you moved to Snake, and now he's the veteran of that team.
Sure, they don't have Heart, for example, on a team like UP or other pro team. QG have a player with OGN experience in Swift, so you're right. They don't quite have the same level of level heads. They have had a whole LPL split to play through, all 5 members, so that's still some semblance of experience, but they don't have a shot caller, at least someone that you can really anoint as a shot caller. We'd have to actually do some research to find out who it is, the controlling voice in that team. M3, they've got a lot of things on the board. The kind of worrying thing for RNG is that they got the matchup in mid they probably wanted in the LeBlanc versus Vladimir. It was a self-counter pick by Dade. He just made it work. So maybe, to me, the one thing that would jump out to me, maybe just don't go all in on a mid laner first pick. Maybe work on around that mid lane matchup. Maybe get a strong ganking junker and just a matchup that you're comfortable on. Because blind picking LeBlanc certainly didn't work.
No, I mean, it's been a strong first pick for a lot of players. You look at players like Cool, look at players like Pawn Rookie as well. These are all fantastic LeBlanc players that play mid lane in the LPL that you would want to take that champion away from, either with a ban or would never want to give it as a first pick. Xiaohu, for as great and as flexible as he is not one of those sort of players. So I agree. Xiaohu might be the best player on this team just on paper. So give him a counter matchup. And they're on the red side now, so that's more of an option now as well.
I mean, you kind of have to watch what you say because it was to some degree a counter matchup that he set up. So Xiaohu looked strongest at the end of the season on kind of off-meta picks. We saw Aurelia mid. We saw Lucian mid twice to great success. And that's not to say that he needs to cheese enemies, because his Lulu, for example, is actually massively powerful. He just needs carry potential. He had it on LeBlanc. He couldn't make it work. It was the first game of the season, so everyone gets a mulligan at some point. He'll start off not with the strongest. I think just don't commit to the first pick and then force your comp to be made around the LeBlanc. Maybe just look for the counter pick, look for a later round choice, and just assess things different.
Well, we are into Champ Select for game number 2 here. M3, of course, up a game here in this best of 2 series, but Nunu's going to be the first ban there for Master 3. Vladimir actually banned out by RNG. Didn't really like what Dade did in the last game.
And that's one of the reasons why we see multiple bans coming towards Dade in general, Pastry Time, is that people kind of perceive him to have 3 to 4 champions at any time. So with 3 bans, maybe you can force him out of comfort. So will he prove this season that that's a misnomer, that he has multiple power picks? RNG the first to ask the question. Shown prominence on Vlad? Vlad banned first.
Yeah, banned away there. LeBlanc actually banned away as well, so some respect to Xiaohu. Azir, interestingly, banned away on the red side, so M3...
3 mid lane champions now.
I don't know if Dade plays Cassiopeia, but if they don't want to ban it and RNG don't, that is a potential pickup as well.
I think you'd be forgiven on RNG for saying that you probably don't think he plays Cassiopeia. It was actually one of the questions for Pawn and MSI is that everyone was confident that given the Azir Cassiopeia prominence, he'd played both those champions but not really shown any prominence, and then he came in with a carry performance on Azir, for example. The question now is, does Dade play Cassio? I think they've answered it, no.
Yeah, ban it away there on the blue side. Don't want that in the pool for either team here, and obviously don't want to first pick it. RNG have a ban left. Do they want to shoot another mid laner? It's Rek'Sai actually their choice there, but that's still 4 mid lane bans in this game.
4 mid lane bans and a very strong ganking jungler. It leaves open Kalista. Now, Snake had the same option. Do we pick up Kalista for Crystal, or do we go for a jungle like Rek'Sai? They chose the jungle route, so the Kalista priority wasn't as high for them. SMLZ, it's not Candy, who styled upon people as Kalista earlier last season, but still is another noted Kalista player. They value it very highly. 80 carry at first pick.
Yeah, that's going to give Gragas over to RNG, who have already locked it in there for the jungle. Makai would be a smart takeaway there as well, if that's what they want to take as well. Makai, super flexible, great in so many situations, and was understandably one of Lupa's first choices, but got a couple more options here as well.
I would have expected the Hecarim to be the answering pick to the Maokai, so if he does just opt into Hecarim, probably going to still be the Hecarim-Maokai matchup. Lupa's played some Gnar. It hasn't necessarily been the stronger of his champions, but Zatai showed just what you can do if you build for lane and happily blow a Hecarim away with the Black Cleaver or the Frozen Mallet. In that case, both, because he's just a baller, was Zatai in that previous game. Wait and see what the jungle pickup is. Probably going to be the Maokai, though. These are the options. The Maokai is definitely trying to match early power for late power in terms of a much earlier power spike for the Maokai and a much later power spike for the Hecarim. And it's just a more reliable lane swap champion. We've seen Hecarim versus Maokai, for 2 months now running. Has been a very confident top lane matchup, and Lee Sin, our first Lee Sin of the split.
That's a change-up. I mean, both these junglers known for Lee Sin play. Practically every jungler actually in the LPL. Even Clearlove known for Lee Sin play at some point in the last season. But Lee Sin, Maokai have the next few pickups, and in a Cinderhawk meta, Lee Sin's fallen completely away. So to have M3 pick it up here is curious, as Orianna already locked in for Xiaohu.
Insta-locked by Xiaohu, doing his best Godfrey impression with the insta-lock Orianna. Lots of options left to Dade, of course. Orianna, very strong laning champion, very reliable, but it opens up many different matchups. Will he opt into a counter matchup again? I almost want to see the Zed come through and just go for the skill matchup in mid, but any control champion is open to him to face off against the Orianna.
I just realized he actually could pick Yasuo here as well, as Alistar is a pickup for RNG. I only realized because the Lee Sin's already locked away, so if that's what they want, they can take it away, but we'll see what M3 wants to take away.
You really want to see the Yasuo.
Dade's Yasuo?
100% win rate in 2015.
That's true. Dade does have 100% win rate on the champion with exactly 1 game.
Hey man, statistics.
They do not lie. You are correct there. As Thresh actually a consideration, one of Love City and Layham's or Lay's big champions in the last season as well, has seen quite a bit of play. Not quite the same love as maybe Alistar or Nautilus in recent matchups, but M3 do have a couple more picks to make. Dade might upset me here with a different pickup, but we've seen a lot of this style. You mentioned control meters already. Dade going to match control for control. Thresh to pick up there on support, and it is Xerath in the mid lane.
When you look at the RNG lineup, they've got multiple different ways to disperse a fight. They've got the Hecarim ultimate with the Terrify. They've got the Gragas ultimate for the displacement, Headbutt, Pulverize, and the Shockwave. I think given how team fights were going to come out for M3. It would have been too risky to go for the Yasuo. Very unlikely there was going to be clumping on either side of the rift. So going for the Xerath, going for the pure long range option, can actually poke out Orianna in lane. She has to usually has to opt into standing in a queue to be able to wave clear herself. It's probably the safest option, but it's probably going to lead to the super powered Sivir Hecarim combo. And in general, RNG have a very good answering combo for the Xerath.
Yeah, they sort of snuck away with this draft, which was really smart. I mean, to get last pick Sivir with these specific champions all paired up, RNG must feel really comfortable with the picks that they've made here, but M3 going to keep it a bit different. I mean, comfort picks for them, for sure. The Lee Sin's the biggest flag for me, because how much work can you get done in a Cinderhawk meta? Clearlove's shown that you can still do it. Some of the really aggressive junglers like it, but for the most part, being replaced by Gragas or other junglers, it's just your early game's great and then it falls off real quick.
And the reason why they've opted into this Lee Sin is to look for early game power. That's the only reason I can come across, because Lee Sin certainly can build Cinderhulk, but doesn't really fit into his builds. It's a risky pick, and the Xerath towards the end of the draft is super risky, given the fact that you can read down these names. The likes of Sivir, Gragas, and Alistair, all great champions are getting onto the backline, all of them empowered by the Sivir on the hunt. It is, as you mentioned, surprising to see them sneak away a Sivir pick at the end. But in terms of getting onto an immovable mage, they've got multiple options.
They do. I mean, I like the laning matchup for Dade. I think classically Orianna Ziggs was a big Ziggs matchup there that was in his favor. And Xerath, not quite the same champion, but does have similarities there. So I like what Dade's doing here. He's actually picking himself into at least a soft counter here, not the soft
The lane matchup is fine. It's just that everyone else, the team fights, is looking hairy, to say the least.
Yes, and I mean, M3, they got ahead in the last game and were assertive in the mid game. Condi, who did quite a bit of work on Rek'Sai in the last game, going to have to be applying even more pressure in this particular game.
And that's the thing. Late game 5v5 fights, we can't really see how M3 will navigate around them. It's on a champion like Lee Sin, who can take over games. ClearLove showed it best towards the end of last split, to really equalize that point and get an unassailable lead for Master 3 in the early game. That's not to say that there's no scenario where you win a late game fight. It's just, it's too tricky to really execute. It'd be execution heavy to a fault for Master 3.
And M3, at least in the last game, we saw a lot of objective focus and smart team fighting around those objectives. It wasn't necessarily, really high mechanical, very high execution comps that won them game number one. Just to let you know as well, we are remaking the game. Same picks and bans, but it seems like one of the players maybe couldn't swap a champion or something similar. So they'll get picking back through and we'll get shortly onto the Rift. But I think we already said it. I think Royal won this draft handily.
I think Royal won the draft, but let's just talk about the champions that Master 3 have put together. Kalista, 2-item power spike. Maokai, a 1.5 item power spike. Lee Sin, definitely strongest in the early parts of the game. If you can get this game snowballing, get a big objective lead, have the Xerath for a little bit of late game insurance, even though there's multiple ways to deal with them in the perfect positioning world, can do a lot of heavy lifting in the late. It's going to be on Master 3 trying to snowball this game out of the reach of RNG. But if RNG get this Hecker and rolling, if the Gragas can really start to pressure the lanes, honestly, it feels like Gragas versus an inferior version of Gragas in Lee Sin, which is just a sad thing to say about one of the most popular champions in the league, one of the most popular picks in the LPL in the first split. I think there's a lot of reasons for RNG to be happy, but it's not landslide that Master 3 will lose this game on draft.
No, and if they're playing like they did in the last game, I think they can navigate just fine here. So matchups again, there's Lee Sin versus Gragas. Condi going to be back on an old favorite of his, and Dade, I believe we have seen some of his Xerath in the last season, but Xiaohu, I think he found late comfort on in Orianna.
I mean, Dade was Shurima only as well for a long part there. Azir and Xerath made up most of his champion, but he can definitely wave clear with the best of them. As in the bottom lane, more Alistair. Didn't work out so well in game one, but if you start winning, Alistair's almost like a snowball support champion, because whether it's in lane with engages or roaming, very, very powerful on the CC front.
I mean, do you think there's value to maybe that lane swap? Because we talked about it last game, could have had the option there.
I think there's options too. I don't think it's a requirement in this particular game, but it's always a flexible option.
Well, we'll see just how flexible they can be as we're about to get straight onto game number one. And welcome onto the Rift here for game number two, not game number one, between M3 and RNG. Master 3 currently up a game after a very strong and convincing performance in game number one, but Royal never give up. Some familiar faces, but certainly a new lineup for them as far as the full 5 players go. And we'll see, can they make an impression here in game number two?
And Kalista Thresh very fast speeding to the top lane. So blue side lane top looks to be the picture. You seem to have the inside read on that one patient time, trying to avoid the Sivir versus Thresh versus Kalista matchup. At level 1, it can actually go very well for Kalista, but from level 2 onwards, it can be a bit of a struggle. So both sides invading the red side jungles, and it looks like a lane swap will start off the proceedings.
Yeah, we'll see some wards being put down here. 4 trinkets already used by RNG, but M3 going to try and place theirs a bit deeper. Almost all of them down, though, and they'll get some strong vision around here as well. You can see a couple red pings there for RNG, spotting the wards going down, I believe. So having an idea of where M3 might currently be hiding.
I think that it's all pretty clear what happens at this point, and then because you have the wards down, it's much safer to start on the enemy red side than return to your own jungle because you don't have any vision around. It's all become fairly predictable in the jungle follow and the vertical jungling meta. But at present point, Maokai and Lee Sin setting up around the Wolves.
Yeah, Whoosh actually running towards the mid side of the map. Now we'll get spotted moving in towards the top. So successful swap there for M3 if that's what they wanted. Was kind of a bluffing game there towards the end, but Maokai going to get a camp. We're going to have Condi. Where is Condi? Down the bottom side, going to start there. So Lupa going to actually steal away maybe a couple creeps there with Saplings.
The bluffs have been strong today. We actually saw this Atlas and I in the previous series, a situation where you basically put everything into a lane swap. You know that there's only 1 minute wards down. The wards time out, and then you can just re-swap back and still get the favorable matchup you're looking for. Because now on the blue side, you've swapped back, you've got the dragon control, and you've avoided the lane that was looking a bit hairy.
Yeah, you can see Love City there as well, trying to get a bit of harassment done down there in the jungle. But Lupa will join in with Condi after the red buff goes down, and they'll start the double jungle. So lane swap has been started here, and both junglers going to end up on the left-hand side of the map.
So Gragas was able to take the blue buff on his side of the jungle. There's no blue buff to be taken. So given that Alistair's roaming, it looks like it might actually potentially be a 3-buff start for RNG. Very smart map movements and jungle pathing from MLXG and friends.
I mean, a bit of a mistake there, I think, from M3. They knew that they were on that side of the jungle, so you have to think that if I've taken my red and they've got their blue, I have to go to my blue, but maybe just afraid of being outnumbered there. And you're right, it will be a 3-buff start for Royal Never Give Up.
Look, they might have gotten away from going and rushing to their own blue, but it would have been risky. Alistair had already left the top lane. They were going to be outnumbered. Basically, Condi has given up a buff to get this lane swap successful. So while we might say good bluff, the counterpoint is Lee Sin, a jungler who we've already noted has to make a lot of impression in the early game, is going to be denied a fast level 3, and in general, may not be much of a ganking threat if he's always half a level or a level behind Gragas.
Well, you can see Sivir trying to break the swap pretty quickly here, is starting to fast push down the turret. We've got 3 people, though, rushing towards the top side of the map as well. Going to see what work they can get. And it's actually 3v3 right now on the top side, and Whoosh has to be a little bit careful, but Lei is going to come in for the dive. It's 4v3 now. Hook lands for Love City. Let Me, though, not going to get in tower range, and Lupa trying to clear out what he can, but Condi's also off to the side. Dade even going to roam in here as well.
Shades of QG versus LGD yesterday. There was an expert turret dive in that match, but RNG have been forced to back away, so no turret dive. It was looking with the Alistair, with the Gragas, so much instant guaranteed CC that they might go for the turret dive, but they all back away. So good job by Dade in particular to rotate without Ghost and actually dissuade the turret dive.
Yeah, smart stuff. Just pokes them off and, yeah, dissuades them, from diving in that particular situation. Is pretty even on CS there as well. Whoosh, SMLZ, sorry, keeping the wave fairly close to home. So doesn't quite have as much CS as Whoosh has been fast pushing, but we'll catch up and just be fine here. This is exactly the situation early game that Kalista wants to be in.
Doesn't have a lot of CS, just Let Me, but picked up the blue buff for a very quick level 2. So it's going to be able to match the experience that Lupa's picked up, but certainly not the CS. 16 is actually very, very competitive.
Yeah, good babysit here from Love City, just keeping Lupa in this lane. Lei right now, we've talked about it. Alistar in a 2v1 situation or a 2v2, not that handy, so I'm surprised that he stayed in the lane, but I guess after the dive, he just thought he kind of belongs here.
I mean, you think about that, you might think, okay, so Thresh has equalized and moved to the top to help the pressure for Maokai. The issue is Alistair goes to bottom. Doesn't really do a lot for Let Me. They're still fiercely melee. They have some all-in options and a bit of sustain, but the 2v2 there won't help anymore. So again, it's just the reality of Alistair. If you swap around his weaknesses instead of amplifying his strengths, you get these situations where he just doesn't really achieve a lot.
No, I think start roaming maybe with MLXG is the other option you can have here. Got plenty of good CC. Dade's a fine target there in the mid lane, but instead he'll just sit in the mid side, but the top side, sorry, but of course that does give again. Lupa now 22 to 7 CS.
He hasn't even been able to put down any wards. There's 3 blue defensive wards for M3 around Maokai that Thresh put down, but no such vision from Alistair. Doesn't have enough gold from Boots. He's thought about challenging the back a couple of times, but hasn't been able to pull it away. So you're right, Lei, unfortunately, he's just sapping experience at this point.
Yeah, getting a bit of XP, not too bad, but Condi starting to get some jungle camps down. Does smite the Wolf will spot. Let Me actually was coming around level 4, but Thresh is back down to the bottom. So now on MLXG aggressively on the other side of the jungle, but Lupa, again, I think knew he was getting dives, just avoided it once again, gone back and got himself another Duran's rune.
It's actually quite smart of Lee Sin to be jungling on this side of the jungle, because it means that Let Me, he's got the smite, so you might think, okay, if the lane's being frozen, he can exit, smite some camps and get some extra gold. There's no camps for him to get.
Yeah, Condi, I mean, sticking on the side where they've got power as well, even going to move down and maybe try and force some sort of push here Instead, Love City freezing the way very tightly there around that turret, just trying to buy as much time as they can. So no rush here for M3, at least for the dual lane.
Yeah, very smart from Love CD. We always see this situation where people rush to a lane and a lane to try and get the freeze. That's all Love CD is doing, is ensuring that when the minion wave finally breaks, it's going to aggro onto the nearest target, because of course it's been aggroed just onto Thresh himself. Aggro's onto the nearest minion, and the push and freeze will continue.
Yeah, but although Let Me does get some good CS there, as they're trying to buy SMLZ some back timing. Did go back and get a BF sword, so FLICKR going to get a bit of experience in CS, but does have to be careful in that 1v1 now. And you can see Lei starting to move around a bit more with the jungler. These two in tandem really deadly in a gank.
They're very strong, but as you mentioned, Calista has that big BF sword pickup in the right spot to pick up Dragon. So they're trying to get as much vision around the Dragon to negate the fact that the shot is coming much quicker for SMLZ, whereas M3, because they've had this dual lane down bottom, they're kind of priced in and feel forced to actually pick up this first Dragon.
SMLZ takes so many minion hits there just to keep the wave in the right spot, and it's great knowledge of the game there from the AD carry, but they are dedicated to getting Calista this early farm.
It tells you they're dedicated to get the free zone more than it is to pick up objectives, even though we've mentioned the fact that with the likes of Lee Sin, Maokai, and Thresh, their power spikes are much earlier. You feel like if RNG get a secondary win condition, it's not just pull it late and have the compositional advantage. If it's pull it late and have a 5th Dragon to shoot for, that's maybe too many eggs in the pile for RNG. But for now, Master 3, you can see, much more interested in freezing the wave.
Yeah, lots of control here as well. Dade, continuing to push Xiaohu into the mid lane. 10 CS ahead as well on the Xerath, so using that soft counter matchup quite nicely.
SMLZ continues the freeze, and Alistair's doing Alistair things. He's sticking back and not achieving much.
He's chilling out. I mean, Lei at this point needs his ultimate maybe to be relevant in the next big fight, and he's quite far away from that sitting at level 4. In fact, Condi might have been fancy the 3v3, and I think with the BF sword and the Fates Call ready, M3 are right to pick a fight here.
It's smart that Condi just continues to stay around this lane, because he's suspecting. You'd expect Woosh to be calling in the jungle and saying, look, man, I can't even farm. I'm forced back. You're expecting pressure from the enemy jungler, but not even on the same side of the map is MLXG, and things will just continue to get worse for Sivir. Actually has to roam out of lane and maybe look to pick up the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, you can see Looper in the top side as well. They actually have the swap back, which I only just noticed given that Woosh had walked down. Scuttle Crab does go to them, so a good bit of golden vision there for a couple seconds there for Royal Never Give Up. Looper ahead in this lane. Let Me should start to get his way back in though, but might struggle a bit here and just kind of take the CS as it comes under his turret.
Look, it's going to keep pushing in. Obviously doesn't have to worry about the threat of Maokai when it comes to any damage. Condi's on the Lee Sin, but is going to be building Cinderhulk Lee Sin. So the kill pressure on dives, it's always there with the base values coming through from Condi, but it's not really massive like it would be if the Warrior Enchant was the first pickup.
And I'd be so curious to see if Condi had gotten an early edge in this game. What's his tipping point for maybe getting the Warrior Enchant? Because like Rex said, that flexibility, just such a good thing to have here on a champion like Lee Sin.
And there's a reason why Spirit of the Elder Lizard, now Warrior Enchant, has always been the choice for Lee Sin. It's so slot effective. It's one damage item that really helps, but there's a lot of action.
Fates Call moving in there. Let Me's actually down as well. SMLZ, good flash. Gonna keep him safe for now. Hops around there, trying to do what he can. Onto Woosh, actually outplays him almost. Sivir gets the first blood. Orianna down here now as well, but Lei gets a headbutt in, looks for the pulverize, doesn't find it. Xiaohu misses his shockwave after the flash. He tried to get Love City so bad, and 5 people in the bottom lane, only 1 kill.
They chose not to roam down. In the end, probably wouldn't have done much. SMLZ is way out of position. He's looking for the assassinate. Walked through multiple wards, though.
Yeah, they've actually got the ults down, but doesn't hit a single bolt onto Woosh. I believe he was pretty safe with Orianna there anyway. Does give them control over the Dragon if they want it, but Condi not quite rushing it down, although is going to start it up now.
Dade was flying blind and walked over 2 red side wards, so was really going to be optimistic to a fault in that situation. Wouldn't have got any severe turret damage down. Condi's smart. He comes through an area where he's not spotted out. MLXG at half health. Should be first Dragon to Master 3.
Clever stuff here from M3. You know, they did lose the first blood, but I think they'll take the trade here of the first Dragon and Condi. We talk about needing to apply early pressure and get things done. No kills just yet for him, but a first Dragon's going to be just fine.
Alistair thinks about face checking it, doesn't know how many members to expect. Probably has a rough timer now that Master 3 have picked up the first Dragon. We mentioned they had the mid-game scaling. Looks like this is probably the minimum they can hope to get in the early game. No turrets down just yet, but still control, in fact, massive control of this bottom lane.
I think Lei being level 5 there as well is also another thing. It's a galaxy of difference for Alistar when he has his ulti and when he doesn't. And, you know, you talk about face checking somewhere blind as Alistar. Don't really want to do that without the ultimate ready.
In a lot of scenarios, Alistar just doesn't have the same effectiveness when his ult is either down or not available. If you have these situations where you rotate your AD carry down bot and you say, okay, 4 members versus 5, we can freeze in the middle, Alistair changes that because he can tank the turret for days and cause a very aggressive turret dive. But when you're level 5, you just have to watch and really wait for that experience to come through.
Yeah, just hanging out for now as Dade will clear out a watch. Xiao actually backing, but no vision there for Dade. Means he'll actually start a roam. Nope, never mind. Returns there to farm up the lane as Condi's actually the one tipping into the top side.
Always had to be a farm fest in mid. That's a lot of aggression.
Going in there, good knockback there. Let me gets kicked out of it as well, but he does have his ultimate. Good patience there from Hecarim to keep himself safe.
Doesn't have the damage without the warrior enchant to really dive. It was good moves from Condi to go for the very early kick. But with the ultimate still available, didn't kick him out of it. I don't know if that's a possible interaction.
No.
But the result, going to get some proxy farm on, but no kill pressure.
Yeah, Hecarim brutally immune to CC in the middle of his ult. It's part of the reason. It's A, a good escape tool, and B, just such a good initiation tool.
There's no unstoppable in the word, so you never know for sure.
That's true. It's only an onslaught, so we have to check. But can confirm Hecarim immune to CC during his ultimate, which is part of the reason we've seen all of this Smite teleport or Ignite teleport shenanigans initially as Dade. Blue buff now, Athene's done as well. Xiaohu matching that with the same item there as well as Whoosh. Gonna clear out the Grump, get some damage done. Lei really desperate for this level 6, let me tell you, but he'll get it relatively soon here, get some good experience, does actually ding 6 off the camp, and early items starting to get accrued by both sides.
And while it's nice for him to hit level 6, when he's just sitting in lane in this particular situation, honestly, it doesn't really change much about the lane matchup. When he exits lane, maybe he can go for the very aggressive flash pulverize into the back line, but for now, with his flash down especially, just watching SMLZ have his run of this lane.
And you can see as well, it's just paying off so nicely for the Kalista, getting all the CS she wants there. 122 to 96 CS, although Whoosh will catch up nicely as all these crash into the turret. Turret almost down there in the bottom side as well, so M3 got good options as they move around for their second dragon, and we're going to have a bit of a farm fest coming through as both teams look to the next big objective, but a couple minutes time and M3 feel like they've got control over the early game.
I don't know if the item timings will really guarantee them the second dragon. Not going to be a Hurricane, certainly by that point, just the Bloodthirst are likely to be completed next by SMLZ. Dade's 10 CS ahead has been an item completion ahead throughout the complete nature of this melee matchup. Will be a structure coming down, though, for Master 3.
Yeah, it's those turrets that are giving them such a nice lead. We talk about Hecarim needs to really charge up and get to that mid to late stage of the game. And Looper right now, with all those very effective spells and early base stats, getting the early turret as MLXG comes in. Dade will get knocked back, but Condi missing his Q, not going to have any other action.
And not a lot of damage coming to Dade as well. Doesn't even force him out of lane. Can just happily wave clear, keep that 10 CS advantage up. Going to be the first towards that needless large rod power spike that we often see straight afterwards. Lupus back stopped.
Yeah, bit of an awkward spot to back there as Gragas actually caught him out. Hecarim going to come in, finds the ulti there. Lupa just managed to get his ult off before it happens. Good double knockback, but Zhao is here as well for some extra speed. Shockwave going to land in there as well. Kill will go to Letme and Lupa. That was a very silly spot to recall.
Yeah, they had the choice of people to donate the kill over to. Thought it might be Xiaohu, but still much the same requirement for Letme to get towards this late game. 43 CS behind. Probably best to help the horse that was really struggling in that 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, and actually SMLZ also quite ahead in his lane as well. So 2 games for 2 now here for M3. 2 different solo laners, or 2 different core heroes have gotten themselves very strong and a very good CS lead here. The big lead there for Lupa, which you only just noticed as you pointed it out. And SMLZ with about 20 CS ahead, maybe make it 30 plus a turret as he takes out the bottom side.
He's sitting on a pile of gold as well. He crucially hasn't shot, but 1 minute 44 to Dragon. Cannot fault him for being a little bit greedy at this point. I'm going to be at least boots and a Bloodthirst, so you'd have to think, or maybe even most of a Hurricane. Kind of has his choice here, does SMLZ?
Well, important time to back his Dragon. Back in a minute 30. Berserker Greaves and the Bloodthirst are going to be some good power. Even a Dagger actually spare is some nice power coming into that next fight. Dade did back for his need to see a large draw. Doesn't actually have boots at all, so kind of relying on his long range to keep him safe. At M3, we talk about them needing to gear up for the second Dragon fight, and it's up very soon.
He has Flash, so of course the explosive cast, you can at least flash that ability and stay in the back line. But you're right, risky to not have boots, but thinking that he won't need it, anchoring into a defensive spot around the Dragon, and it's raining damage from the back.
And that's what he wants to do. Hecarim ulti will be back in time. In fact, both teleports there as well for the top lane. There's 55 seconds now till the Dragon does come in. Data going to clear out the waves nicely as Xiaohu trying to find a foothold as pretty much both teams just wanted to clear out some vision and try and get a foothold on that next big objective.
The big difference between Whoosh and SMLZ in terms of items, the Bloodthirst or whatever you can say. Looper's being caught out again. 35 seconds till Dragon.
Yeah, Malka not that tanky here at this stage. Great ult now from MLXG coming in. Let me pops him back with a devastating charge as well. There's just so much CC coming from this Gragas. Condi here but can't do anything, and that's another kill for Let Me.
See defensive pings around mid.
Good cleanse there from Xiaohu as Love CD nails him with the hook, so that will not be available next time.
It's weird to see both Sivir and Alistair transition towards the top of the map with Dragon up. I thought maybe they were looking to push down this turret to answer a Dragon, but regardless of everything, Master 3 definitely better set up to pick up the Dragon.
Let Me has his Skirmisher Saber and the Home Guard Mercury Treads done as well. So good options also coming through for RNG. The next Dragon fight might be a bit closer than we thought here as it's up real soon. In fact, it's alive now.
Yeah, it's alive now. They've got position on it to Master 3. They're going to take the Scuttle Crab at a minimum. And Hecarim's out of the base, picking up red buff. He can pick up red buff and get this Home Guard. A lot of burst damage coming on, specifically onto Dada, if they can get onto this no boots control mate.
But speaking of Dada, he's really laying in the poke there, just through that very thin choke point. Lantern as well to help reposition, and that Ren going to give an easy second Dragon to M3.
Lots of attack speed. Doesn't have the Ren set potential so much without the Hurricane, but certainly does a lot of Dragon securing. Dada can go back to wave clear wars, which is quite happy to do. And in general, Master 3. In a very comfortable position, in an unassailable lead, no, but in a comfortable position that they honestly needed to make this team comp work.
Yeah, about 1,500 gold or so ahead. Maybe a bit under there for M3. They'll take the turret. That'll actually pop them back up. No, where'd the turret go? It's top lane actually Let Me able to take that one out. So 2 for 1 now in the turret score. Going to even that gold right back up to about 500 ahead. So it's slow and steady once again for M3, but it was a mid-game where they really started taking over, and if they don't take over in the next couple minutes, RNG have some really strong tools, especially with the Hecarim starting to get going.
It's the kills that are actually keeping RNG in this game. I was trying to work out where the ace in the hole was in terms of extra goal, because they're not far behind whatsoever. It's the 3 kill credit, score kill credit, and critically, it's all gone on to Let Me, who was 45 CS, 47 CS behind. Now he's crept up to only 20 CS behind and 2-0-1. So actually he's going to be on basically equal footing with Lupa after he's overextended a couple of times too many.
Yeah, and he's got his Phage up now as well, getting stronger there. Luden's Echo going to be the next item for Xiaohu with an 8th Wisp already completed. Whoosh already has his Avarice Blade and the Infinity Edge done as well. And MLXG might have caught Condi here in the Lee Sin pick. Actually going to get aggressive, but Gragas just so tanky, whacks away with the Drunken Rage and just nothing this Lee Sin can do.
And the dueling double Cinderhulk, there's no way that Lee Sin can out-damage a Gragas. Just has better base damage on his spells. In fact, has more guaranteed damage. Just popping that Drunken Rage for a bit of percentage health. They're looking to steal away this red.
Good hook there onto MLXG. Are going to follow it in with the flare, but Love CD now caught out with the Gragas ulti. Great phase call to get him out from under the shockwave. Goes back in as well. Dade coming through with a death cap as Condi dives back in, but's forced to flash over the ridge. Does get himself to safety. SMLZ scout to get what he can, but Lupa couldn't quite make it into the fight, doesn't want to use his teleport, and narrowly escapes death there, does Love CD.
Yeah, the timing on the Fates call by SMLZ was so good. Clearly very practiced on this champion. Literally fizzled the Orianna ultimate. They was just looking for one member. They were probably surprised to see going for the assassin play with trying to pick up 1 kill, but they knew they could transition that into multiple objectives. But even without getting a kill, that is completely a red side jungle of Master 3 littered with wards by RNG.
And you know what? They need to as well because they're behind 2 dragons right now. Baron just going to spawn now as well. Probably not going to see it right at the 20-minute mark, but it was an assertive Baron that got M3 really ahead in game number 1. So it has to be on these players' minds. I think EDG have shown the way. If you're confident in this Baron call, you're in a good enough position that you can take it. You just take over the game from 25 minutes.
The reason why EDG don't play a lot of champions like Xerath, though, his damage prowess around Baron, not really respectable. Kalista, fantastically good at Baron, but the other members of the team don't really suit them to picking up that objective at any sort of speed. Certainly not a Cassio when it comes to Baron damage is Xerath.
And a bit of a standoff here actually is supports and junglers trying to gank respective AD carries. Let Me even running down to the bottom side of the map as well. Lupa still with the teleport, sticking in the top lane as long as he can, just farming away, but could be a bloodbath here in the bottom side. Even Xiaohu starting to roam as well.
be 5 members of RNG committed. We can see Let Me in the back of this fight.
Yep. There's actually SMLZ going to get headbutted back in. Massive damage going to give him the first kill. Second one will come through as well. And Looper far too late here as Condi gets ulted by FLICKR. Good kick there. Might leave Woosh under the turret, but it's not enough as Looper coming down as well. Xiaohu's roamed in. Dade going to try and keep them off the turret, but 2 of those bolts did not hit, and that turret's dead.
Unfortunately, Looper's been really off form this game. Caught in the enemy jungle twice, and now his teleport is far, far too late. Honestly, should have just not channeled it, just tried to push in a wave to give a bit of global pressure. They're continuing with the aggression.
They're going to go in. No, Looper does get to back away, but that'll be a second turret here as Grogus throws out a zoning barrel. Xiaohu's going to go back home and Woosh on the Sivir. We've seen it before. Does do quite the damage to structures here, and that's 3 turrets to 2 now for RNG, including a tier 2, although Dade going to equalize it with the mid turret.
And once Dade showed in mid, they were just really empowered to go for a kill in a turret, or at least at minimum as they secured an inner turret. Dade moves away, going to pick up a pink ward, but still the smallest of advantages to take. But Master 3, it's Baron time.
They're apparently really just taking EDD's philosophy to the limit here. 22 minutes this time on the Baron, and they do have the Kalista. I don't think RNG expected, and the pink ward's there. The Baron's going down quite quickly, and M3, another very sneaky, and I'll say it, EDG tier Baron once again.
This is really, really assertive play from Master 3 around the Baron. It won them the first game, although they'd already set themselves up in a lot of ways for the victory. This is a game where they were actually looking smarting and being on the back foot, but now this Baron might unsettle the RNG game plan. King as a team were never strong around the Baron. Gamti weren't either. So unfortunately, that hasn't changed. And Master 3, they're the ones to really develop a new objective side to their game.
Yeah, very objective focus there, and rushing down that Baron, going to give them plenty of setup to get ready for the next Dragon as well. 40 seconds until Master 3's third Dragon will be available. Void stuff almost completed for Dade. Hurricane done now for SMLZ. Decent tank items or no major items completed for either Lee Sin or Maokai, but Master 3, Dragon up in 25 seconds. They're really ready to fight.
Definitely in prime position to pick it up. It's not unassailable. They're still behind in goal. In fact, they haven't even picked up a single kill credit in the game. 0-6 is the kill score. But you mentioned it already. Bloodthirster Hurricane, the early game core is completed for SMLZ. All the summoner spells up on the carries, at least between Dade and SMLZ. The item timings are just fine. They've picked up gold where they can. Very hard to opt into a Dragon fight against Baron.
I think Dade doing the right thing as well, just pushing the mid wave in constantly to give them a bit more vision and put pressure onto Royal Never Give Up. Kalista with the smite there as well from Condi should be more than enough to take the next Dragon, and that's straight on top of it. Dade moves towards his team now as they pick it up safely, but RNG don't even walk near the objective this time.
Dade had to give up pressure on mid. He was worried about being dove. They don't want to give away this turret.
He gets ulted instead. Lei there gets on top of him. Massive ulti there comes in, and Lei will get that kill. Looper diving into the back as Lovesith is forced to flash out of it. Does Dade whoosh though? Looper's going to be the next target, and objectives maybe not a thing, but team fights they are winning.
Yeah, Dade had a wonderful flash to win a 1v1 against Xiaohu in the previous game. Needed to flash that shockwave. The moment that he went down, Baron buff be damned. Master 3 were put to the sword by RNG, and they're going to continue to lose objectives.
Yeah, they're going to get more out of this. The Baron up minions not quite enough to hold it off here in RNG. A 5th turret now for them as Condi lands a Q, but will not follow that one in to the rest of Royal Never Give Up. And Let Me had a Trinity of Force. That was one of the big go buttons there in that last fight, and you talked about it. The Gold League was even in that last fight, now fairly far ahead for RNG. And N3, objective control is great, but that was a silly spot to put themselves in.
To say Let Me's gone for a greedy build is an understatement, but it's so easy to justify when you're 4-0-5. You have 100% kill participation as a top laner. We remember how awful his laning phase was. Looper got caught once, Looper got caught twice. The items started to pile up for Let Me, and 10 minutes after what was looking like a really tough game for Hecarim, he is now super powered this game.
Yeah, Let Me only get stronger from this point. In fact, goes back and gets a Spectre's Cow to go along with those Mercury treads. So already starting to get the tank items as well. We've seen Hecarim as a good counter to Kalista. SMLZ, he's already so worried about this horse.
And you can tell his priority from the pickup. If he built armor, he was going for Dade. If he builds magic resist, he's trying to kill that Kalista.
Yeah, because he wants to wear through all the magic damage there as well. And SMLC, no real good peel tools here, especially with a nice flank teleport. So RNG, win conditions firmly in place now, and they're 5,000 gold ahead.
Just really smart, assertive play to not be bullied out by the Baron. Still see the kill that was just presented on a silver platter by Dade's mispositioning. He was smart in the first to move towards the Dragon, even though he wanted to wave clear, and understand that between Hecarim, Gragas, Sivir, Alistar, there were so many ways to get onto the fairly immovable long-ranged mage Xerath, but then he just walked back to lane the most aggressive way possible, and the shortest distance was picked off, and the advantage is piled on for RNG. It's 9-0 in kills.
It's Boots 1 Dade as well, so he said he had his flash up, clearly didn't respect the cooldown there and paid for it, and his back his team paid quite a lot as a result, so Royal Never Give Up starting to pressure a bit more proactively now. Whoosh getting stronger with 3 items. Luden's Echo's done for Xiaohu now as well. I don't want to talk about the Hecarim because he's only getting better from this point onwards. Everything's going right now for Royal Never Give Up. It's just a matter of how they close out the game. And can they arrest the Dragon lead? That's the big thing M3 still have going for them. XG, it eats a hook, but he's so tanky.
It's going to be so tough to take Dragons when both Dade and SMLZ are going to have to be positioned on the polar opposite sides of the map and just have their finger so trained on the flash button, because one of these initiation tools will be used to take out both of these champions that fairly immovable, don't have natural escapes, have to use that flash summon as well as flash down. No chance you're going to opt into objectives, and honestly, hard to team fight for both of them.
And when Dade's not there as well, that wave clear, not really there. I mean, SMLZ can try, but a little too dangerous to stick your head out that far forward in a lane. So Loop is down the bottom, trying to keep Let Me going, who at this point as well, also a split push threat.
I mean, Looper's just trying to clear minions. He cannot do anything to Let Me whatsoever. This Hecarim going to pick up jungle camps with Smite. Now he can even clear wards, that's cute, and happily pick up whatever he can. Let Me's basically gone straight off the deep end. When he was in the pocket of Lupa early in the game, there was a big CS advantage for Lupa. He had everything working until he went for that aggressive back that we've noted a couple of times. And things snowball quickly for a Hecarim.
They do indeed, and Let Me been unleashed now on the pony. And Let Me's best performances from last season, in my mind, were carry performances on champions like Cassidy and Hecarim. Seems to fit his playstyle to a T, and this, if he continues in this fashion, already at 4-0 and 5, with that 100% kill participation that you brought up already, be another carry performance again.
And there's a lot of top laners on this roster. Godlike, previously Ackerman, that fans will remember from LMQ, played in the Season 3 World Championships for Royal Club, on the bench. Sky, a very consistent top laner from King, on the bench. Let Me, honestly, his KDA didn't really show the potential that he has, but like Zhao, who is really respected as one of the future top laners from China, it's a big boom for him to be chosen of the 3 top lanes to be the starting one, and he's justifying it with play like this.
He is indeed, and objectives are coming back up now as well as we move in towards our next tension point. 40 seconds here for Baron, a minute 5 there on that Dragon, and items are there for M3, but the team comp might not, because RNG just have all the tools.
Yeah, the Baron buff, that was the one part where like, okay, maybe they can snowball from here, but then they lost the next fight. They lost objectives with the Baron. I think that succinctly tells you how the last 5 minutes gone, and their Dade has to proactively flash.
Yeah, respects the initiation, but Lei's going to come back in. Does try to do there with the righteous glory, but loves it. He keeps going. Now Hecarim teleports and dives in there. That's 3 out of 4 initiations they've dodged. Can they dodge the rest of them?
Well, it's a flash down on Dade and the displacement down on Condi, so the re-engage can happen at any time for RNG. They've got exclusive vision around the Baron, and they're just looking to fight.
MLXG again, fairly tanky, gonna happily face tank the pink ward and clear it out despite the poke that's coming through. And MLXG gonna dive in, goes in onto Looper, moves Dade back in, massive shockwave, and Hecarim ulti getting them all through. A 3-man pulverize is not enough as SMLZ kiting back for his life. Looper caught in the front lines now as well, will go down also, and a 3-0 team fight win with a double kill. RNG go off with the wombo.
The ability to construct a Sivir Hecarim comp with last pick should never happen in competitive league. Dade was already being a bit optimistic with the Xerath lock-in, but when you add in the Sivir with last pick, it makes all these things that honestly give Dade real headaches as Xerath. Any immovable mage against the likes of Hecarim and Gragas, which are already locked in, is going to have a bad day. But when it becomes reliable with the on-the-hunt speed, it's just a bridge too far. So RNG going to go back, pick up the Baron as well. And there's just nothing much they can do. They can go pick up a 4th Dragon, but this game is probably not going to last another 6 minutes.
I don't think so. We've seen games end before the 5th Dragon before. That Baron's going to push them up to basically 10,000 gold ahead, and Condi and SMLZ, nice hop in there from SMLZ, gets him into the pit. They'll take the Dragon. That is their 4th, but Royal Never Give Up. They're looking to end that next game.
Oh, good. I was watching RNG. They were thinking about coming down to Dragon. They don't. So 4th Dragon something. It's probably not going to mean enough. It's really nice play from MLXG to get onto Dade, and just the tip of the shockwave comes through. Dade dies instantly, and it doesn't matter what you can do. Whoosh, that's why we see so much Sivir. You pop the underhunt, you can always be in the position you need to be. Your tanks are all empowered. Alistair, Hecarim, Gragas, all so much more effective when they just basically get a free ghost.
And that's the nicest thing about empowering your tanks as Sivir, is that empowers you as a very short-range AD carry. Sivir, you know, not that good as far as long-range attrition wars go with AD carries, but you're moving forward in practically melee range, and you are doing damage.
It's why I always say that Sivir fights with her tanks, just because that's what she gets to do. Her tanks are all being able to do what they do. It's not damage, it's CC, so they're all reliably hitting their CCs, hitting their skill shots because they're so quick, and Sivir's just standing with them. You have to respect the CC and the ranges that all those tanks provide, and Sivir free hits, and it's why she's come back in this Cinderhulk meta so strongly.
And it's been such a priority pick here. It makes sense that Whoosh is going to go back to it here. Played it in game 1, I believe, and couldn't find a win, but at 4-0-6, looking quite a bit stronger here in this one, and so are the rest of Royal Never Give Up. Not much left here in this game for M3. If they can get to a 5th dragon, that might be what they need to keep themselves in this game, but they have to weather one hell of a storm now.
I think it's more picks pastry time. I think even with a 5th dragon, the team comp just doesn't work. There's no way Dade can stay alive with that with flash down. Honestly, RNG, if they can get this cask onto Dade, just kill him and dive a fight.
Yeah, I mean, they've got ultimates back up here. Everything available if they want to dive in here, and they've got all the tools to do so. Even the Baron going to help in. Let Me gets caught. That's not the best news, but not enough damage to kill him.
It doesn't have Home Guard, so Home Guard teleport's not a realistic option. They bought some time here, Master 3. 5th Dragon might spawn and give them a glimmer of hope, but for now, it's just wave clear
Yeah,
time.
got to deal with the super minions here. Massive stack in the bottom side as well. Going to have Alistar wander towards there as Condi, trying to find a window there under Lee Sin. Will clear them out as best he can. No major objectives here means RNG have to calm down just a little bit with the Hecarim getting chunked out, but Let Me's back in. He's gone home, healed up, got some more items, and then run back to the mid, and we're going to look for a dive once more.
And Master 3, they get a bit of time. You might think, okay, they can farm up and get some items, but this is Kalista we're talking about. She's pretty much capped at 3 items. There's no critical strike modifier to encourage an Infinity Edge purchase. Dade's had his call for quite a while between these 3 items. Might need to consider maybe he's going to pick up some movement speed with the Aether Wisp. Might have even considered the Distortion Boots, because when his flash is on cooldown, not really much he can contribute. Everyone on this team doesn't really get stronger with the items or time, and RNG just gets stronger and stronger.
You can see Dade going to try and poke up Xiaohu actually, but doesn't take too much damage. Baron minions doing work. It's taking their time. That's one of the things their comp doesn't do that well is Siege, I think. They've got good turret damage, but it'll take a while with the Baron up minions doing pretty much all of the work. But if they want to dive, they can dive. If they want to fight, they can fight. And they don't need to do too much other than what they're doing. And I looked up, M3 still don't have a kill.
Between Gragas and Alistair pastry time, they can either bounce people away from a turret and take it fast with a Sivir, or just have Alistair take the turret aggro and 12-0. Grim reading.
It is indeed. I mean, it looked fine before with the 3 dragons up and a couple towers and a Baron there as well, but since then it's all objectives for M3 and all kills, and now all objectives for RNG as well. Dragons be damned, they don't need it to win this game, it looks like.
They don't need it. I don't even know if the 5th dragon will really mean that much. Just the scaling isn't there with the teams. Looks like Blade the Ruin King's going to be the next pick purchase from MSMLZ. Probably not going to get to complete it. Whoosh. So strong on the Sivir. 4 damage items completed. Doesn't really need to rush in terms of any magic resist or anything, because there's just no real threat coming through from Master 3 onto Sivir.
You're taking, again, a little bit more time to close out this game, kind of like game number 1, but Royal Never Give Up. Know that they can play safely, feel confident in the scaling of their comp as well, and this position, like we mentioned, very difficult for M3 to assail. And Let Me, he's hanging out in home, just waiting for a good teleport.
Still 100% kill participation.
I mean, that says so much about how good this Hecarim has been for Royal this particular game. Wave clear back in there. Baron buff has worn off, I believe, so he's going to slow down the siege just a bit. But again, they just need to pull the trigger once here with a reasonably clean fight, and that'll be it for M3, unfortunately.
Honestly, Gragas should get a Sightstone ward, as he's trying to do, into the base. Once that happens, just have the Hecarim rush in and get the kill. Don't know how many Sightstone wards he has left. They just need to get a ward into the base to really empower a very good teleport to come through from Hecarim.
I mean, they can force here as well. There's an inhib open. Condi dives in way too deep, but MLX actually going to use the ultimate to push him back away. Hecarim still waiting. Lay's going to dive in. There's a teleport coming through. Xiaohu's going to move in. Love City gets Fates called out after getting initiated on, and Let Me just needs to dive in, but Looper turns him around. Good hook there from Love City as well, just trying to buy time, but RNG, they'll take the inhib instead. Dade doing what he can, but it's not enough.
Hits 3 bolts onto Whoosh. One of them prompts a spell shot. There's the initiate.
Let Me goes in. Dade in trouble. Love LoveCD going to ride in as well. Dade going to try and keep himself alive. Good lands him, but Whoosh crits him and he dies instantly there. LoveCD finds another grab, but it's too little too late here for M3. Boomerang Blade almost going to get LoveCD. Flay's going to try and keep him alive, but Lay, good pulverize, so good headbutt into double pulverize coming in. Hook lands again. Shockwave going to kill Looper of all people, and Royal never give up. They've taken the game, and that's a 1-1 split for the series.
It looks like they'll be able to finish this game. Dade got counterpicked once as Lay goes in again.
Yeah, I mean, just cleaning up some more kills. Good combos there from Elstar, showing off a bit as SMLZ tries as he might to do something, but that's just another kill for Gragas. Doesn't quite, or does end the game with 100% kill participation. Will this hacker him and let me? What a show here in their second game.
And to me, it was a tale of two counterpicks, Space Time. Picked the Vladimir confidently to Dade, won the matchup in a counterpick matchup, picked the Xerath, which was a fine laning matchup against the Orianna opponent, but the Sivir just meant that he basically counterpicked himself in terms of comp and just expertly played. Only one kill finally coming through for Master 3 right at the last, and they split the points, and honestly, on the basis of those two games, a fair result.
I think so too. I mean, we had a lot of questions for both teams. What does M3 look like recharging? It turns out when they get controlled again, they look quite good, but what is this? Again, I'm going to say new team, even though the players are very familiar. As a 5-man unit, they've never been together, I believe, playing all on the same side. So it was going to be different for both sides here. Royal Never Give Up showed that some of the hype behind them is, you know, top-level solo queue players and strong LPL contenders from last season can look good together. But certainly as we start the season for both teams, a lot of growing up to do for both of them.
Exactly. No big debut like QG yesterday where you say, okay, this is a new team. They could really assault the top spots. Probably going to be pushing for playoff contention, but not necessarily right at the top for either of them. When Dade looks good, though, so do Master 3. And RNG, they're just getting everything together. It's a new lineup. They're putting it together. There's a lot of potential there, and they're starting to register.
Yeah, they are indeed. Almost expected split there at the end of the day, but we do have one more game coming up. Your MSI champions, Edward Gaming, are going to take on some new, very, very familiar-looking faces in King.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, open away now.
And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL 2015 Summer Split. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me for the last series of the evening is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and it's a great one here. MSI champions, LPL champions, EDG are going to be taking on Team King. King. Better known as definitely not Star Royal Club.
Absolutely. It's the same lineup that got relegated last season and finds its way back into the league because China.
Well, you know, things do happen sometimes, but, I mean, yeah, they're back in. Exact same roster. You didn't mishear that. I mean, I guess they didn't get to play with Name for a full season, so presumably he's at least going to start here.
Absolutely. And it's the litmus test for this lineup because, honestly, when they named it, when you heard that Name had transferred at the last possible moment, before we had heard that he wouldn't be able to play for the first 8 weeks of the season, you thought, okay, Corn and Cola, decent duo, capable, but never really taking that next step. Maybe it's time for them to grow in a long season. Insect, the old warhorse in the jungle, coming off already a World Finals appearance once again for the Star Royal Cup organization. And the bot lane, a lot of promise. Name and Zero, after Zero had already really impressed at World Finals. It's just how many times did they actually get that roster together? Maybe 8 games during the course of the season? No more than that between Name being in prison, Insect breaking his leg. It might as well have been daytime soap drama for the Star Royal Club team, but this is their chance to actually let the rubber hit the road and actually give it a real go. They've got the lineup together. As far as we know, everyone is not sick.
Or injured.
There's been hours
or in
today.
Jail.
There's been hours today for some sort of infraction to happen, but give them a split. If they can get it together, this is a team that realistically could be at Worlds, which is crazy to think given they got relegated, but still could go to Worlds. If they can get all their different parts, all their strengths together, they could be an impressive team.
They could, and unfortunately for them, they start things off with a very difficult matchup here coming in. It's actually Ed Wood Gaming going to be coming through here as well. And of course, what more to say about Ed Wood Gaming that's already been said? You're champions for the spring split of the LPL the last season, been champions multiple times already, with actually Name playing for them. That's sort of a fun story here. Of course, you're MSA champions as well, looking like one of, if not the best team in the world in King, freshly back into the LPL after their relegation as Royal Club. Tough first match ahead.
And not since World Elite's domination back in 2012. I mean, to start rattling down the achievements, 3 consecutive LPL split wins, MSI champions, and now the international tournament that had eluded Clear Love for just going on 2 years since IPL 5, picking up that massive win, I believe on the 1000th day from IPL 5, coming up with that big win over in Tallahassee. Everything's looking good for this EG lineup. We don't have confirmation on who's going to be starting. There's a lot of stories there. People had said, okay, Pawn, after his injury, wouldn't be able to play for a month, so you would sub in, except now you's gone.
Yeah, he's joined Snake, so not going to be happening there. And
Amazing J's on the roster now. Will he see much game time? There's actually some analysts in China that rate Amazing J over Korra, which to me is ludicrous. But there's still a lot of potential. But we should come back to the previous game. M3 fans, just cover the screen for a little bit. Your side is not happy reading.
No, it was a really strong last game there from Royal Never Give Up. The current real Royal Club here coming in. I mean, just great stuff. Let Me's Hecarim especially coming out on top, but it's MLXG that picks up the MVP.
How do you not give it to the 100% kill participation Hecarim? You guys need to watch the top lane do the judges over in the LPL, but MLXG, good work on the Grug. It's definitely made up for the lack of jungle pressure out in Game 1 with a much better Game 2.
He did indeed. And as we move into this next matchup as well, lineups will certainly be a question. There's potential shakeups coming through on the sides there as well, but EDG, hard to say that for role, these aren't some of the best, if not the best players for their position.
Look, I've spied someone in the lobby that I did not expect to see. So all I can tell you fans is that it's not the same 5 that won at Tallahassee.
No, it's not here. Oh, I noticed something different. So we're going to have some surprises coming up potentially, but we will see as we move into the first game between these two. And kind of as expected, both of them probably want to start off on a right foot, but not in a rush. EDG especially, if they're ever going to mix things up, I think right now is the perfect time to do it. What more do you have to show or to prove to the LPL right now? You're already a champion of every tournament so far in the year. Just take a break. You probably feel fairly confident in the matchup anyway.
But look, if that had been the exact advice you gave to EDG, week 7 when they'd already won the LPL in spring? That would have been good advice for them then. They didn't take it. They kept winning. Only dropped 6 games the whole season. EDG are not a team to pity fools. They keep pushing for the victory at every opportunity. They're relentless. Clear Love will keep picking Lee Sin when he has a 28 KDA and pile on the victories. So EDG aren't known to really take the foot off the gas at all. And this, I almost said Star Royal Club. This King lineup is the one that has a lot to really prove.
Yeah, and I think, maybe a year ago, this would have been a superstar bottom lane matchup. Name versus Deft, once upon a time, would have been an absolutely incredible matchup with the tip then going to Name. Name at one point, a contender for the best AD carry in the world. Now not even the best AD carry in the LPL.
No, it's been a rough 2015 in a lot of ways through not getting to play, and they're just not reaching the level of performance outside of a very stellar debut on Jinx. Will remember 2 big wins in that series over Gamti, I believe. And then just never getting a foothold. There was word that he became the shot call, and it seemed to weigh down upon him a bit. I mean, someone had to step in when Insec was injured. The team never really got the cohesion necessary. They've had an offseason through of upheaval. I don't even know how many weeks ago that the roster was actually confirmed. And look at this Edward Gaming 11-man roster.
That is so many people, but EDG will start with them. Amazing J, he is in the top lane.
So their captain, Koro, not playing in Game 1, at least in the top lane as far as well. We don't actually have confirmation on who's playing mid just yet, but Amazing J, a lot of analysts really rate this player, did a lot of innovative things, was all about the Hecarim before anyone else. Clearlove, he's still there.
Of course, Clearlove's still there in the jungle.
Look at that KDA.
Yeah,
Majestic.
Pretty insane from the last split there as he moved in. Pawn still in the mid lane hanging out. Some injuries apparently not weighing him down.
Rumors of his demise to injuries have been greatly exaggerated. We thought that you could see you for a month. He left, and Pawn's still here.
Yep, Pawn is there as well. Deft also still here as well.
MVP of the first split.
He was indeed, and arguably, I think at this point, the best AD carry in the world. Undefeated on Jinx, still looks good on just about any champion. And last but not least, Mako still there with about 1 million AD games in his last 5 from last season.
Mako must think this competitive league thing is a piece of cake. Rookie to win a world championship in MSI. Made it look easy. That Annie is majestic. Probably going to still see bans. 5.8, so 5.9, of course, the Annie nerfs comes through. Haven't come through yet, so that Annie Mako's at full power.
And I think, looking at the top lane now, as we can see Amazing Day right at the front of your screen, Kora's a great player, don't get me wrong. Fantastic team fighter, one of the best in the world. His Nara is insane. But Amazing J is a carry-style player who brings something different.
And it'll be so interesting to see how does Amazing J play with a stronger jungler, with stronger lanes. Maybe this will be Amazing J unshackled, but we move over to King and find some familiar faces.
Yeah, there's Kohler, of course, the top laner for this team. He'll be starting once again. A mixed performance, definitely some strong games, but about as many weak ones as well as Huey, actually. Their sub-jungler is going to be playing instead of Insect for this game.
Insect's still on the roster, but they're going to go with Huey in the first game. The king of the pentakill on the debut, and then it was kind of all downhill. But how can you really go up after a pentakill on debut?
Yeah, and there's Korn as well, the mid laner. Definitely crept up to be a more solid mid laner. Had to carry a little bit more with Name out of the picture, but seems to be decent as there is Ao, actually. Name not playing.
Wow, that is a surprise to see a different AD carry into the lineup. Of course, a couple of different organizations coming together when it comes to picks, but definitely a new look face in the AD carry room. And Sync Dream, somewhere Atlas on the way home from work, is super pumped to see that Sync Dream somehow unsettled good old Zero in this game.
Yeah, Zero not playing either, and I believe that means we've moved to a full Chinese lineup for this game.
I guess I can't confirm because I don't actually know that much about their new AD carry, but this is still something different. And hell, it's something about hiding strategies at the start of the season. No Koro, but no Name and Zero is a very big curveball, and Insec as well from the King lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Insec, not too sure why the players aren't playing, but at least for this first game, we're going to have some of the subs playing as well. And excited to see how the new players do here. Both teams mixing it up, and EDG, again, I think this is something that they're okay to do when they're starting it off. Amazing J is on the roster. He needs to get some games in. This seems like a decent series to start him off.
Absolutely, and changing the top laner, all respected top laners, probably shouldn't be too much of a difference. I remember when we changed one player on LGD, I was making a big case out of removing PYL would change a lot of the power. I feel like Koro is an excellent player, excellent La, excellent carry top laner. I think the team will still have mostly the same sort of form. Amazing J, to be honest, plays a similar sort of style with less resources. It'll be interesting to see if he can rise up to the level of EDG and really find himself a foothold in this team and actually start to be competitive with Koro for a starting spot. We still haven't really seen true squad League of Legends, at least in the LPL. Over in the LCK, you see EasyHoon and Faker really having ups and downs, but in the LPL, Flame and Acorn, the closest to that, still no real rhyme or rhythm as to which one starts.
No, we'll have to see how it does work out as EDG are going to start things off on the blue side here for this game. Hecarim's the first ban there. It's a smart one. Kalista joins soon after as well. We actually do have a LeBlanc there, the ban for King. Almost always banned against Pawn, and he hits another ban as well with Azir.
Blue side Hecarim ban, so Amazing J not going to be picking up his most known champion. I think he actually ended up playing more Gnar than Hecarim by the end of the split, but definitely was a pioneer on that Hecarim top.
Was indeed an amazing Jay. Pioneered quite a few things in the top side, was one of the best looking players of his old team, Energy Pacemaker, of course, who no longer playing in the LPL this particular season. And we're at the last band through here for EDG. We've always seen strong picks and bans from this side, and with a new lineup here, especially at least for game number 1, be curious to see what else they can mix into the roster, as Vladimir is actually the final ban.
Feels like King are almost priced into 3 mid lane bans. Cassiopeia makes it through picks and bans. Not even the skill matchup of Azir available. You have to say the Rek'Sai looks pretty tasty though, so might have to be the first pick, but not many answers to Cassiopeia. As Amazing Jay, another one of our analysts, Spawn smiling somewhere. But Rek'Sai, you think you have to pick it up as the first pick?
I think so too, but look, Amazing Jay having some fun, smiling here in his first game on top talent here in China on EDG. Has played Garen last season in competitive, so don't write it off just yet, but it is going to be Rek'Sai first pick for Clearlove.
And you know he wants to debut something. Teleport, Ignite, Hecarim, outside just a few teams in the world, kind of left the scene. It's all about Teleport, Smite now, so he needs to really debut something different as Cola flashes the game.
Yeah, there's a Teemo hovering there as well. King going to consider a couple other picks. Maokai actually already locked in for Cola, and Gragas would be a fine answer in the jungle for Huey.
A lot of power coming through with the first 2 picks. Maokai very reliable. Cassiopeia is really tantalizing as a pick that's available. I'm sure Pawn plays it. Don't know much about Korn. I think he played it a couple of times. It wasn't really one of his core champions. He had real peaks and troughs of performance, did Korn. Was really trying to push it a bit too far with champions like Lux that he really never managed to look convincing on. When he played the standard, his Ahri in particular was very impressive.
Yeah, Korn's got a really weird champion pool. It's sort of Orianna, Ahri, which are 2 different champions. LeBlanc sort of in the middle there as well. But
I'm worried about Deft and Mako getting Annie and Sivir in
that's
this game.
true, but Sivir is going through. Fizz might actually be the selection. Is locked in there. And that could be Amazing Jay's Fizz as well. He actually does have it in his last 5 picks.
I don't know, but it's too suspicious, right? Why do you pick Fizz, blind pick early? We know Pawn loves this champion, plays so much Fizz. Even when it doesn't fit the comp, he's like, I'm picking Fizz, guys. It seems to be his way, but it's suspicious to see it that early in the picks and bans.
It is indeed, and I don't think we got a talent game from him last season, but we did get a couple Fizz games, including one
We
that
can't
he
complain
hard
about
carried
too
on.
much. There was no Shaco, but everything else was around.
That's true. There was some Vegas happening. We got some Dravens as well coming in for Crystal. All sorts of shenanigans here in the LPL as King going to select their next 2 picks. It is Nautilus Solution, probably for the bottom lane.
Waiting to see what's left. It's actually quite a big question mark. Amazing Day showing the teleport smite, so I guess we don't know whether to expect a top lane smite Fizz. It's possible.
It is.
Yeah, a lot of questions and no real answers at this present point. They're flashing the Morgana, could be a Morgana mid for all we know. Annie is available. Be very surprised to see them not go for Sivir.
Oh
Annie,
my god.
it's there.
Varus gets locked in there. That's a champion for Deft from a long time ago.
It's not a
but
champion
it's
for
not
Deft.
a champion for Deft. Exactly. No. That's Pawn's champion, I guess, as Morgana might be able to round things out. Gonna take a bit more time to breathe here. I wonder what Mako's gonna do. I assume he's gonna lock in this Morgana here. Wants a bit more protection for these double carries, but that's a Varus there as their last pick.
I love the fact that, I mean, Morgana, even though she's super flexible, at this point, I has to be going support, you'd imagine. Everyone else, kind of nebulous. It's gonna be Varus mid. Unicorns of Love, of course, famously played this in the EULCS finals. Very, very strong with the buffs towards the arrow, the Q. Much shorter cooldown, because when you're channeling it, the cooldown reduction is already affecting at that point. This is actually something that FLICKR's been practicing in solo queue. I've been watching his stream on the Hide on Bush account, practicing it. Obviously, it's infecting the Korean champion pool. Varus mid can be very, very powerful and has a low item threshold to be relevant. A tier for a bit of mana sustain, getting some armor penetration. The base values are so high on that Q that it can be very, very relevant. And you see a very defensive choice. They're going to go with the Orianna to match the Varus in the mid, the Sivir in the mid. It's going to be Varus, surely.
Look at Deft and Pawn, just having some fun there. I think probably have to stop swapping because they need to make sure they're locked in, but should be Varus mid at this point. Colin does last pick his Orianna. I like the cleanse there as well, but Amazing Jay keeps it in the top side with a Fizz. That's Teleport Smite Fish.
And that was the second most likely thing. I guess Clearlove doesn't really feel like a Fizz jungle player, although his Nidalee was quite decent, so who's to say?
Clearlove will not be questioned.
Yeah, but Fizz literally doesn't farm the jungle very
That's
well.
true.
He really can only gank and then just be a bit sad when it comes to the jungle, especially now that the AP changes have come through and you can't really go for the same on-hit build with the same levels of power. But this is a crazy draft from EDG.
This is actually the same matchup that Zatai picked into and just destroyed Maokai.
Now, usually you'd want Ignite, actually. Teleport Ignite would be more reliable, but obviously going to be picking up a jungle item as far as we can tell. Pawn in the mid lane. This is a champion that could really see some play.
Yep.
It's very similar to AP Kog'Maw in the fact that those max range arrows are off the vision chart. You don't even see them coming unless you have a lane ward, so they can be super powerful. Very defensive supporters. Annie available, but not selected by Mako.
I think just needs to protect some of these squishy carries. There's lots of diving that's going to be coming in. I actually love that the Sivir complements the Varus as well. EDG, it looks strange, but it's really smart drafting.
And honestly, Clearlove needs to go full Clearlove. We coined the Clearlove as going Cinderhulk and buying lots of health. He's the only one who can do
Well,
it.
we'll see if they can do it because Varus is in the house. Let's get into game number 1. And a welcome back to a pause, unfortunately, for our final series here, but a beautiful thing to freeze frame on there. Pawn playing Heartseeker Varus in the mid lane for EDG's first game. You challenged Amazing J to mix it up in the top lane. We wondered if EDG might be up to some shenanigans, and Papa Smithy, your prayers have been answered.
If there's one thing you can say about Amazing J, it's expect shenanigans.
Yes.
He is the shenanigan man, whether it was the teleport ignite that we thought, okay, I don't understand this no flash, no ghost Hecarim. He made it work. It revolutionized Hecarim play around the world. Moved on to a new meta. Smite's what it's all about. I assume it's still going to be Cinderhulk coming through from Amazing J, but there's no guarantees.
No, and there's Pawn looking very majestic there in the mid lane. Very pretty there with little angel wings. And there's a crystalline flask because, of course, it's Pawn. He always starts flask.
And look, Doran Blade is a decent choice, but the mana sustain is the big issue. It's a very high base mana cost coming onto your Q, and it's on such a low cooldown as the Chroma, again, looking very majestic. Is Amazing J. It's Pokerina
Oh,
time.
good binding there. Pawn as well coming through. Al not paying attention. Gets over the wall with the E. No one follows in with a flash, but Lucian chunked out early.
And Al actually not having to only having to skill E, not even having to flash. That's the minimum you'd expect in this
Depth
situation.
looking. Mako almost gets the binding, but a good block there by Sync Dream means that Lucian does get back safety, but that was very scary.
Wow. But I mean, the fact that he didn't even have to flash or heal showed on the one side, the fact, the option of skilling the Relentless Pursuit was very adept. Good thing he didn't skill that Q for a bit of power early. But more importantly, just a bit of confidence to understand the situation, know the limits, know how much damage all the abilities being thrown at you do, and not panic flash heal.
Yeah, EDG not committing either. No summoners used anywhere actually after that. Just a couple of level 1 spells exchanged. So Corn will settle into the mid lane. Down the bottom, it seems like we will have standard lanes. And Amazing J currently doing the wolf camp for himself as well.
Amazing J, he always pushes the envelope. Very intrigued to see what is the jungle choice. You have to imagine Sindog. It's hard to pick up, hard to pass up. But then are we going to expect a full tank? Fizz, is he still going to go the on-hit build despite the fact that the W changes were about trying to eradicate that playstyle? Lots of questions. Magus is not a bad enchant to pick up at all. Very gold efficient. But we'll have to wait and see.
We will indeed. No AP runes, I can tell you, at least on the Fizz. So might be looking for more of that bruiser style. Pawn in the mid side. Just going to approach Corn here. And again, this matchup, I mean, Varus in general, always been a strong laner in the bottom side. That does hold true in mid as well.
And the irony is that it's not till level 9 that Orianna has instant mid wave clear. By then, if you channel up your arrow, it actually does quite a lot of wave clearing himself. The damage in bottom.
Oh, Def, very smart stuff.
Oh.
One last auto gets the kill. And EDG's duo have seen it time and time again. They are so aggressive.
Yeah, he moves on to Morgana, but same sort of playstyle. Ping level 2, instant all-in. The bindings hit razor sharp. And Sync Dream, there's nothing he can do.
I don't think Mako's missed a binding so far, and Mako and Deft starting out in the foot that they just left off on after MSI. They don't 2v2 that often, but when they do, this is what happens.
Absolutely. Now Pawn has wave control in mid. You mentioned it right towards the tail end of the pick ban. Fizz is a very strong laning matchup against the Maokai. A lot of kill pressure coming through. Whatever the build you go through, just get some points into that W, and the trades Maokai just can't deal with. You're winning bottom lane, you got pressure in mid, you got a strong ganking jungler. Feels like an EDG game.
It does indeed. And Clearlove happily farming while his lanes do some winning for him. So he's going to be happy. He doesn't need to get too aggressive with the ganks. And I have to say, for a lot of early ganking that Clearlove did last season at the start of it, he's really toned down because he just has so much faith in his laners.
And the meta changed as well. He was playing champions like Lee Sin on patch 5.4 and just had to be really assertive. But he just doesn't have to do that anymore. The Cinderhulk meta changes thing a bit. It's still more proactive than kind of the Clearlove we talk about with more negative tones when it comes to being really passive and just not impacting the lanes, being invisible but not playing Evelynn, if you know what I mean. He's been a lot better than that, and you can see some aggression coming out into Huey. Looked to contest for the Scuttle Crab, but too late.
Yeah, couldn't get it, but did smite actually. That has a Stalker's Blade done already, so able to get some good damage down, but no kill forthcoming there over onto Huey, so we'll keep his double buffs just for now as Sync Dream trying to get a couple wards down here and there as Pawn actually trying to zone Orianna, but Korn doing a great job so far keeping competitive in CS.
575 range. Orianna doesn't have that many pushing options, doesn't have the short cooldowns on command attack to really go through multiple rotations. Ours level 2 and really needs help.
Yeah, we can see Deft was not a lane bully early on in his career, but has evolved in China to really become both a dominant team fighter and a dominant laner. And this is the matchup you can see. I think Mako helps a lot there, but Deft, when he smells blood, he just keeps you trapped forever.
Yeah, I don't want to really focus too much on the support. Deft's definitely picked up, but Mako, man, what a improvement he has been over Mouse at the start of last season. It was ever since they lost that match against Snake 2-0 with Mouse, they changed the support. We didn't know anything about Mako, a pure rookie. But the amount of a controlled aggression that Mako brings out the best in Deft.
Yeah, doesn't need his Annie right now, and Deft going to continue harassing under turret, clearing out minion waves as best he can at 39-19 in the bottom side, so 20 CS ahead already.
And just looking to pick up the freeze once again. No, just happy to push. They had the freeze option. There was multiple levels advantage coming through from Sivir, but Sivir happy to just wave clear to increase the pressure. Opens up a lot of space for Clearlove to do work, but Clearlove doing what he does best. Passively farm.
I mean, the nice thing is that Clearlove can go and take jungle from Huey now because every one of his lanes is pushed up as well. So first gank going to come down to the bottom side. Huey will visit to get some pressure down, but the ward will spot them off, and EDG will put their vision back down. 6 minutes in, we've already had a kill, and look, 1,000 gold up already.
That's a massive lead. The 400 gold from the first spot, but 600 just from the farming in the bottom lane especially. King doing everything they can to relieve pressure off this ward, and the jungler has to show Clearlove's in the area.
Yeah, Maker wants to use that Black Shield, does nail the binding on to Sync Dream. Clearlove comes in, Preyseeker does land, not quite enough damage as Deft is chasing him, but they'll get the pink ward instead, and Nautilus going to be forced out of the lane once more.
Just so much more pressure coming out from Deft with the pickaxe. It's pickaxe against just a Doran Blade, which is a massive advantage. And Clearlove, he can counter jungle, he can passively farm. Varus is even just straight up winning this mid lane matchup. Everything going well for EDG.
Yeah, Skirmisher's Saber just completed for Amazing J as well, so he's got that first part of his jungle item. With the Ruby Crystal, have to imagine it is a Cinderhulk coming through, so I think at least going to be the start of maybe Bruiser Fizz here.
Bruiser Fizz was target nerfed, but it's still just fine. The big difference, the big change they did is that on the Seastone Trident W, the original change to kind of nerf AP Fizz was to move the on-hit damage to the passive and the percent health damage to the active. So what that caused was that without having to use the spell, i.e. permanently, you could do that on-hit max W build and get lots of good trade damage in with auto. So you prioritize attack speed and other, Triforce and other auto-attack based builds. Whereas now, moving the percentage health damage to the W incentivizes just poking because the percent health damage doesn't require attack speed to be relevant. It took away the AD build. Huey's coming in.
Yeah, Deft coming in, good spell shield and Black Shield there coming through. Actually, even Malka here trying to get a gank. Walked down to lane. Didn't even teleport because, he's in the top side farming. Would rather 1v1 the Skirmisher Saber Fizz than stick in this lane any longer.
Very interesting to see. And there's a lot of kill pressure that's going to come through from Amazing J, even though he hasn't built any attack damage items or doesn't have any ability power. I don't think he's been Sin, so he's lying and lining up his praise. Only level 4.
Yes, Amazing J's level 7. Does have the ulti. Now level 5, but that might not be enough here at this stage. Lucian has to be careful sticking the creep wave, and Amazing J buys enough time but decides it's not worth the brush gang and just goes back to farming.
And just to complete the thought on the change to Bruiser Fizz, with the changes now, because you don't have permanent on-hit damage, now that on-hit damage is only during the, I believe, 5-second uptime on the Seastone Trident, you just get less of that on-hit damage in, therefore you do less trade damage. it really promotes the burst playstyle with AP rather than the AD, but it doesn't completely trivialize Bruiser Fizz.
No, I mean, Fizz is just so sticky and so annoying that you can just get on a carry and make their life miserable, especially with Skirmisher Saber acting as almost a mini exhaust pawn. Looking good there as well. Pickaxe actually with a tier, so I believe that's Manamune coming through.
It will definitely be Manamune. It's the standard build is Manamune into armor penetration. You don't really need more AD on top of that. Of course, you'll build it just to amplify your poke damage. It's just the cooldowns just get so obnoxious. Maybe Black Cleaver will be the build as a consideration. Although, again, you're more about long-range poke, so when you're going for poke, you want more the flat penetration than the stacking penetration. But it's an option because CDR, armor penetration, that's what you're all about as mid lane Varus.
Pawn looking good right now. Decent CS lead, but Colin will catch up. As you can see, the poke just missing there for Pawn.
They're not a very wide skill shots. You definitely have to be on point. But with how short the cooldown is with the cooldown refresh mechanic, plenty of Qs going to come
you
out.
can see even Sync Dream could be in trouble. Hook does land though. Good shockwave there for Con. Barriers down as well. Clearlove's going to join the party. Teleports in as well. Clearlove now going to have to back away. Great ulti there by Huey. Going to move him back in. And Clearlove still alive. Gets a knock up there. Black shield for Mako as well. Will keep him alive for just a bit longer. Flash auto is going to give Con the kill though. And Clearlove finally caught out of position.
And crucially, double buffs as far as I can tell. Red buff was riding to complement the blue buff that Korn already picked up. Maybe a re-engage.
Mako is level 6, but doesn't want to pull the trigger on the ulti just yet. No one quite low enough there to go in. And the target they caught too tanky, unfortunately. So no extra kills or rotation, maybe for a turret, but Poke going to come through for Pawn as well. Decent siege actually here from EDG.
I mean, look, it's 280 carries effectively at this point, although Pawn won't be really traditional, so that standing damage won't be as strong. The wave clear and the turret damage is very high.
Yeah, looking good there as they're going to mow down the mending waves here. Deft actually doesn't even have the turret in bottom lane, would just rather pick up the mid lane turret right now for his team. So a smart rotation after a bit of a scuffle. Clearlove die, but they get the mid turret.
And look, Control Mages not having a turret to go back to makes them very, very gankable. Clearlove can have his tail between his legs a little bit, having died and given away the kill. Is still going to have many, many angles to burrow in his Rek'Sai to look for the kill in mid. Between the knock-up on the unburrow and the Chain of Corruption coming through from Pawn, there's a lot of kill pressure onto this Orianna.
You see Lucian still up here as well, but Amazing J still ahead by 2 levels here, so Lucian does have to respect the all-in potential from the Fizz. We've got a pickaxe and a BF sword with the Avarice Blade there for Def, so everyone going for this quick Avarice Blade on their Sivir, it seems like. Manamune Longsword done there for Pawn, and other than that, Cinderhawk now completed for Clearlove.
It's a snowball choice going for the Avarice Blade. When you're already winning, either when you buy an early-ish Avarice Blade, you're either buying it because you've given up on lane, you want to pick up as much gold as possible passively, or you're winning by so much that you can get everything, basically. It's the old GP10 effect, and it works great.
I mean, I think with Sivir especially, given that she just wants to hoover up minion waves for quite a while, it does add up quite nicely. So I like the pick up here. I've seen Crystal and all the other Sivir players today and yesterday do it, so makes sense here. And we can see a dragon actually snuck completely away by Clearlove. So quick, the camera couldn't catch it.
There's just no pressure whatsoever on the bottom side. The top lane has already moved. Mako's going for the kill because, of course, no one else on this side of the map for King.
Flash not enough. That Clearlove coming through. Teleports down there as well. Knockup does come in. Def's already here, and that's a clean kill. Mako, lovely initiation.
Don't really think they needed the teleport, you'd have to think. Amazing J leaves top. I guess he was just relegated to the fact that he was probably going to have to watch the turret go down in bot. They're going to, at minimum, get this turret in mid, and they just keep pushing across the map.
And you can see we've got Cinderhawk completed now for Amazing J, so does opt for that jungle light. An amplifying tome probably indicates a Sheen to me, so maybe going for a Trinity Force somewhere along the way, but remains to be seen what Fizz does want to do from the top lane.
That Cleaver doesn't make much sense on Fizz, given they doesn't do very much physical damage outside of just sheer auto attacks, so Trinity Force is probably what you're priced into. Honestly, the best thing I can say about the Fizz choice in this situation is it's going to fulfill a similar result to the Trundle versus Maokai matchup in that it makes Maokai very honest in a 1v1 split pushing sense, but definitely not an ideal pick. A bit of out-of-the-box thinking. Amazing J style through and through.
It is. I mean, it's his first game of the season on his new team. He's coming in for the first game on the starting roster. Better mix it up on Amazing Day, because that's what you and the fans and probably your team want.
The fan support will definitely be there for Amazing J. Doesn't play boring champions like Gnar or anything meta. Garen and Fizz
He does play Gnar, actually, but also Garen and Fizz. That's what makes him special, as Huey does eat a binding there from Morgana. Mako on the point with these skill shots here from this champion. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet so far. Def just going to re-rotate here and try and take more structures.
I actually like the fact that he's moved away from the Annie. Speaking of damage, my goodness.
Oh, that is damage there onto both of them, actually, as Al gets the culling down Deft. Again, just face tanks a chunk of it there, so a bit too aggressive perhaps, but clearly rotating in as well means they really want to take these turrets.
Showing them Morgana makes sense for comp. As you mentioned, they have Varus, Sivir, who both are very, very squishy backliners. But honestly, in general, the Annie's being nerfed next patch. Okay, attack range is not going to change her main function in skirmishes, but will change her laning phase. Just keep practicing these other champions. Move on to your repertoire. There was never any doubt that Mako could play Morgana, but Annie only or Annie priority might not be the way after the change to attack range.
Be interesting to see what happens here as Def keeps cleaning up minion whips. Infinity Edge has been completed now as well, so very strong in this particular lane. And you can see King are bringing up Huey constantly to the top side of the map as well, just trying to defend what at this point looks like an inevitable 3v3, possibly even a Clear Love special turret dive.
Clear Love's very, very tanky already. Doesn't have the giant spell to his name. No early Warmogs like MLXG in the previous game, but still very, very strong and able to just disregard the jungle control of Huey. Usually we're talking about Gragas being able to out-pressure or match a Rek'Sai. Definitely not the case this game.
No, not at all, as Pawn continues to farm up there. 128 to 121. Lots of farm there for those mid laners. Clear Love going to take away the Raptors now as well, so sort of a similar look. And that gold lead stacking up quite quickly already. 4,500 gold for EDG. Maybe make it 5.5 there as they get a turret gold down as well. And that's the 3 outers already done. Looking an awful lot like some old Corki games.
The fast push meta without Corki, I was going to say myself, is super surprising to see, especially when it's not like they went very obnoxious win lane, win game champion. Sure, Fizz is favorable against Maokai, but definitely doesn't have pushing choices in that lane. It usually just evolves with item pickups that he has kill pressure. Varus versus Orianna. Orianna should be able to match a little bit better than the matchup went, but it went about as expected. It's just EDG just throwing pedal to the metal, going really, really aggressive. 3 outer turrets at 15 minutes is a great clip, and they're not going to stop here.
No, that Dragon actually going to be coming up in a couple minutes as well. EDG already have the first, going to look to snowball and get the second, and we've seen this from them all spring split. Get ahead, start to snowball the objectives, take out the turrets, and just take over the map.
Yeah, flat armor penetration picked up with the Brutalizer. Patch 5.8, so I believe, yeah, Blackcleave, of course, has been changed, so only Yoma's Ghostblade, probably not even going to be evolved at any point, just going to stick with the Brutalizer. CDR boots, maybe a Bloodthirster if he's feeling threatened, and then just straight into the last one.
Clear Love coming in, Mako actually good ulti onto Cole, the tether does stay, stun comes in, Def with the damage, and Maokai does get felled for Def's 3rd kill of the game.
And no one is tanky to 3 members at 16 minutes into the game, so easy to dive even onto the usually super tank Maokai. They're going to keep pushing. Sync Dream and Al are able to pick up the turret and bot.
Gonna get the turret, but Al might be in trouble. Fish does
Nice
land.
fish.
Amazing J. Very nice skill shot there. Skirmisher Saber down as well. Culling fade away there, but Amazing J kills him with the dot damage, maxing that W, and gets a double kill, 1v2.
1v2 action by the debuting Amazing J. No stranger to the LPL, but probably a stranger to double kills on Fizz 1v2.
Looking good there. The Shin doing a lot of work there. Skirmisher Saber with the challenging smite, also hurting Al, who's just been caught so far behind this game. Just look down at the CS as Pawn almost takes away a mid turret for himself as well. Pawn, by the way, usually roaming with his team, just happily farming in the mid so far, has not left.
And look, there's been no time in the last few months where you haven't been excited to be an EDG fan. Suddenly seeing an impressive performance on a new pick like Amazing J on Fizz, more reasons to get excited for EDG, because if they can be strategic about how they play their 2 top-tier top laners, which Amazing J still has to prove to some degree, but it has always had the potential to evolve into a very strong top laner, more flexibility for a team that's already excelled on the world stage is an exciting place to be.
It is indeed, and I think growing that team into a squad is the important thing for EDG. We saw some of their subs, we saw you play. Things are a bit different now, so solidifying that roster, giving them more options, and honestly just giving your players potentially time for breaks, especially if Pawn maybe gets, hopefully doesn't get injured again. There's some skill shots coming through, but Def and Mako sit on top of a wall. They'll clear it out, because Dragon, it's back alive.
Dragon's alive. I just don't know how you can fight for it if your king is 6,500 plus gold behind. Amazing J not group, but has teleport available. There's the Rek'Sai, so the first global's used, and we're just waiting to see if they have enough pressure to actually force Fizz into using his teleport.
And great timing here as well. Pawn actually got blue buff as Corn. Takes a big chunk of damage. Sync Dream looks for a hook, doesn't find it, eats an arrow instead, and Pawn, he is just chugging these arrows out.
Yeah, but the cooldown's so low. It doesn't have a lot of mana, though. Only the mana regen, waiting for the Chain of Corruption.
Amazing J coming in. Dragon is going to go over to someone. No, they just fight instead. Nautilus goes down to Amazing J as he dives in. Ow! Gets wrecked by Fizz, and Amazing J gets a double. double. Huey nowhere near to secure the dragon. Clearlove, no depth, just goes over and auto-attacks it instead. And EDG is still team fighting well. That's going to be 4 kills as Korn gets caught. Cleanse does not work, unfortunately, there. Is going to be safe for a bit longer. Clearlove looks for the Pro-Seeker, misses, but does get the kill.
I just don't understand why King were looking to fight in that particular objective. Maybe send 1 or 2 members to try to go for a very, very
Tis the
optimistic steal. And speaking of optimism, Huey's dead.
Late ace here, does get smite as well. Amazing J going to get his 3rd kill of the exchange. As that dot damage doesn't even dive in. It's just so much work.
When they announced Amazing J on the roster, you saw the reason for it. It's a bit more flexibility. I think the first reaction had to be a bit of, a bit of puzzlement. Koro's very, very good, and Amazing J's team was bad, but he always had those flashes of brilliance. And it's often been the case that players can step up from teams that aren't performing well and just play with so much more confidence and ability when they can really take the shackles off on a top team like EDG. And Amazing J's fitting in just fine.
He is, and as I said, the thing that he does bring over Koro is more of that carry potential. Koro can play Cassidy, he can play Hecarim, but he's mostly on Maokai Nas, sometimes Rumble duty, very utility, team fight focused. Amazing J brings the top fizz, plays the Garen. He's more of a carry style player. He was that on Energy Pacemaker last season, and maybe here again on EDG.
I won't quite go to your extent, 'cause I believe Koro is a very strong carry player. The thing that Amazing J brings, you're scouting against EDG. You know all about the Gnar. You know all about the top picks. You ban out Koro. You get him in a bad position. Somehow, miraculously, you get that win over EDG. EDG throw in Amazing J. There is no playbook that tells you what Amazing J is going to play. I'm not even convinced Amazing J knows what Amazing J is going to play. That guy can play off-meta picks. That guy can innovate with the likes of Teleport Ignite. And having that wild card on your team makes your squad that much stronger.
It does, as Mako does hit a Shockwave. Nautilus ult as well. Deft going to try and save him. Varus ult does miss there, but Clearlove diving straight in. Cullen goes in and chunks out Deft, but Clearlove still going. Amazing J just diving into the backlines now as well. Vicious Sync Dream, good hook to keep him safe, but 1 kill down already. Clearlove chasing out, gonna just dive into the turret and try and take him out. Amazing J gonna go in instead, gets the double, then the triple, and this fish is doing business.
8-0 legendary on his first outing is Amazing J. Man, EDG still pretty good.
Still really good here. 10,000 gold, maybe 12,000 gold at this point. Ahead already. Going to go in for a Baron. It's an early one. I would normally call it an EDG Baron, but when you're this far ahead, it's just a standard Baron.
Absolutely. They're just so far ahead. They got no health, but it doesn't matter. Deft's going to have to do a bit of tanking. Pawn reluctantly might have to as well, but it's going to be a free Baron. King aren't even in the same area code as EDG as a team or for this Baron, and it's an easy one for EDG.
Yeah, and King struggling here with a couple of substitutes moving through now as well. Not a whole lot left in the tank, unfortunately, for them. And EDG, known for closing out games with ruthless efficiency. We saw in the last series, took both M3 and RNG maybe a little longer than we expected to close out games once they were ahead. But EDG, they are not a team to let go of a league. Once they have it, they run straight to the finish line with it as Pawn.
Nope.
Doesn't quite steal away the red buff, but a good try.
Yeah, very optimistic, but a good try. Very high base damage on that. So Amazing J finds another kill.
Finds Sync Dream. That's his 9th kill of the game. Gonna go back in here, potentially diving in. Shockwave does clip him there. Amazing J needs playful tricks to back. Does use it, but it's not enough as Death diving back in with the help of the Baron buff. Mako coming in as well. Clearlove trying to avenge his new teammate. Black Shield keeps Death safe. Flushes forward. Spell Shield goes in onto our 1v3. Is gonna die, but Mako will lock in. Gets the ulti. There's the 2 kills actually coming through. Korn gonna get chased down now as well. Needs to dodge a skill shot, but will do. No, not quite. Clearlove is gonna tunnel in. Good cleanse there from Korn as Clearlove now caught well and truly out of position. Has to walk out of the base, and it's a 2 for 2, but doesn't really matter.
Yeah, EG are just having fun. 16-3 is your kill score. Pawn's able to bring up the minion line. He's a ranged auto attacker. Not quite an AD carry per se, definitely an AD caster with the build I predicted. This is basically standard Power of Evil style Varus. Faker's trying it, Pawn's breaking it out. There's no reason it won't come into the meta page turn, because although it doesn't always have the strongest laning, especially in the early levels, the fact that you can do 500-600 damage out of vision unpredictably is always going to make a champion viable. It's why AP Cogmore always comes in and out of the meta depending on the champion pool and how many assassins have his name tattooed on their forehead. And Varus is just a new one to add to the pool.
Yeah, great to see here. Unfortunately, the bad news here for Pawn's Varus is we haven't really got to see it in action. It's been all about Def's early aggression with Mako, Clearlove being Clearlove, and Amazing J's debut on EDG at 9-1-1. We'll be sad to have the death, but what a breakout performance here on his new team.
Absolutely. I guess it's surprising to some degree just because of his previous team's fortunes, but we always saw the flashes of brilliance, and if they can start to cement into more extended periods of brilliance and, again, help the squad, because you have to think Koro will still be the lead top laner for this team. It's just another thing. Adding squad League of Legends to what was already a winning 5 is impressive.
Yeah, Mako goes down there to Cole. A bit of a missing edge by EDG. Pawn, good ulti there onto Huey, lands in, and that's going to be another kill. Kola going to go down. That's 2 actually now, as it's 2 for 1. Amazing J diving in once out. Going to try and find him, just missing, I believe, with the Urchin Strike getting out of range. Double killed over Siva. Korn maybe going to get dove as well. Pawn doing massive damage. Amazing J dives into the back line with the playful Trickster. That's 4 kills for 2. The jungler and support there, but EDG just keep the train rolling.
Double 80 carries, so the turrets will fall very, very quickly. 24 minutes into the game. It's actually surprising that the fact that the death timers are quite as long as they are, but it's going to be at minimum an inhibitor turret for EDG.
I think the death timers have more to do with just how many kills they're getting consecutively. Inhibitors not fall, but the bottom lane inhibitor turret will go with it. Dragon is back alive. If that's something EDG decide they also need in this game, but you look down the inventories on the left and there are so many items in them.
And that's just the reality. Staggered death time has been the reason why we see some of them looking a bit longer. The fights are just going, they're not fights, let's be real. It's just skirmishes happening between very, very powerful, 2,000 gold on average ahead. I mean, 16,500 gold is the lead. It's just disgusting.
It is disgusting, and EDG picking up where they left off at the start of the season here. Maybe with some new picks, a new player in there as well, but still looking just about the same sort of team. All class, all hype, and well deserved after their victory at MSI, looking good in their first game of the LPL, or their new LPL season.
And I can only speculate from a King perspective. Maybe it's a visa issue, because of course the 2 Korean players, very notable, aren't in. From what I understand, this roster and these whole changes by the Royal Organization came quite late into the picture, so maybe they're just not ready to go at this point. But look, EDG's maybe not the best acid test for a team. First up, I mentioned it before, like they were always going to get outclassed whatever lineup they fielded. I would speculate there's going to need to be more time to cement. It'll be interesting to see if this is the same roster for King 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, well, indeed. Maybe even the next game, depending on who is available to play. But right now, it is all EDG all the time. Deft is on some sort of solo mission down in the bottom side because he doesn't have too much to worry about with plenty of good wards. Amazing Day has a Blade of the Ruin King because sure, why not? He's a Jax player. He wants to go to the Jax
It's the old Trinity Force into Blade of the Ruin King build. That part's very standard about top lane fizz. The Smite, that's new. The fact that it's still being played after the changes, that's new as well. But it's still very, very effective.
Yeah, making it work here. 11-1-1. That and Hib looking to fall down here. Deft aggressively forward. Point even going to come in. In fact, he's not even auto-attacking. He's busy trying to poke people with his Q.
With a short cooldown with CDR boots, there's no real need to auto-attack. Deft will do all the heavy lifting on that one. And it's just arrow after arrow.
Yeah, Pawn going to fire them in here. One hell of a siege going to be set up now by EDG. And they might even just dive in. Binding almost hits their big poke there into Pawn. They are going to try and fight Will King, but Huey far too low already as Deft gets himself his 6th kill of the game. Amazing Day tries to launch a fish at Al, but he does escape it. But they're going to tank up the turret. Shockwave is available, but too hard to try and get a kill here. Everyone's scattered out nicely, and that's another inhibitor down.
Shockwave's a complete non-factor. There's no second AP item when the damage really starts going, or the utility. Caught between a Luden's Echo and just a Death Cap with those 2 purchases, the blasting one and the Aether, where King are just watching, King are watching the clock, and there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, dragging up in a minute 10. Flash forward there by Con. Signals the end of the game as King. I think a timely surrender there at the stage of the game. It wasn't quite over, but apart from the formality, it was effectively over.
Extra time, the game was over at 8 to 9 minutes. EDG completely walked all over this King lineup. The newly formed King lineup, not the lineup we expected, not quite Star on World Cup as we'd intimated. I think it'll get there eventually. I can only speculate as to why Insec is not playing, why Zero is not playing. I guess it makes sense if Insec and Zero are not available, why field Name? You might as well go for a complete bottom lane matchup that have been practicing in scrims, solo queue on the sister team as far as I know. Name will come back into the team. Those stars will get there. But for now, King dismantled by EDG.
And EDG, I don't even know if that was a dismantling. That was just brute force in all the lanes. Deft showing the same aggression he had last season. Amazing J going off on a Fizz and Pawn. Having some fun on the Varus. EDG looking in form from MSI. But don't go too far away. When we return, our last game and some more shenanigans will return. And welcome back, everyone, to our last match of the evening, or last game of the evening, I should say, for the Summer LPL 2015 coverage. My name is Julian Pastry Timecast. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith and EDG versus King. EDG starting off exactly how they did the spring season with a dominating game one.
And not quite the lineups we expected on either side, you'd have to say. To some degree on EDG, throwing in Amazing J and giving Koro a day off. But you look at these kill scores, 21-5. A lot of those 5s were just from over-aggression, and no one could take the MVP but good old Amazing J on debut.
Yeah, with his top AD Fizz, the Trinity Force Blade Duo and King still coming in there. EDG with plenty of surprises for their fans and new viewers there. And crazy to see what's going to come in next, but Pawn actually is going to be substituted out here, it looks like. Amazing J, I believe, is still playing. But EDG going to test even more substitutes, it feels like. We can win without Corey. Can we win with Bamey, who is going to be their sub-mid player?
Coming from ADG, their second team, this is something different from EDG. We wondered how much Pawn would be playing. We didn't know how much to read into reports about the severity of injury. He was supposed to be out for a month, then he was suddenly playing in the 5th game. You can never really know with all these things, but we don't get a lot of information. No LSPL stats. Come on, LPL, help us out here a little bit, but definitely going for something different.
Yeah, Bamey's had a decent performance. His team actually played in the promotion relegation tournament. Didn't make it, of course, with the ADG, but still a strong player. You know, one of those up-and-coming mid players. Again, EDG testing what's now a big-looking roster of, I think, 11 players listed in that nice photograph. So that, you know, they want to mix it up, want to get these players tested, ready for potential events coming through. And why not give your starting players a day? If you're already up 1-0, you probably feel pretty confident in this spot.
And we have to assume that means that King will be keeping the same lineup. Bamey isn't quite Pawn in terms of stature. Not many people are. One of the most impressive mid laners in the world, but he'll be able to sub in and do a comparable job. And Amazing J, he's the one we look to for a bit more excitement. One MVP in the bag. Watch out. What else you got, Amazing J?
Yeah, I mean, probably wants like another MVP, you have to think. So we'll see what he has here in his bag of tricks. We had the Varus, of course, from Pawn last game as well. Not sure if Bamey's going to go quite as deep as Pawn as far as champion picks go. Pawn is definitely known to pull out almost any champion in the league when you give him a chance to, but be curious to see what happens. And of course, Depth still there as well. He had another great game, even despite the fact being overshadowed just a bit by the MVP Amazing J.
I don't know about you, but I'm fascinated to find out what other champions can go in the top lane with Teleport and Smite. Fizz is definitely one I didn't expect. We've seen Lee Sin with Teleport Smite in previous weeks. Mundo has also been done by Koro at MSI. What else you got?
We've had Trundle, we've had Travana, we've got Hecarim. These are more of the standard ones. So I don't know, that's what, 6 champions? So let's see if Amazing J can give us a 7th.
Top Smite Lucian, that's what I want to see.
You would. That would be
Lucian in all the lanes, Pastry Time.
Well, you know, we've seen him in quite a few here. I haven't seen Def play him in a while, actually. Been sticking to that Sivir, and that's probably the big story of today and yesterday. Unsurprisingly, Sivir still a very strong pick.
I mean, Sivir rose the moment that Cinderhawk came back. It was suddenly the retreat back to this Sivir meta. There's still very strong laning champions, but have we seen a Jinx yet? I don't even know the answer. Have we seen maybe a handful of Jinx? But Jinx has certainly not been a consistent pick ever since they reduced that guaranteed damage on the Rocket. I wouldn't have thought that would catapult her straight out of the meta. But little to no Jinx in the LPL first 2 days.
No, and, you know, Deft maybe just wants to make sure he keeps that record intact. Hard to say. You know, Jinx has plenty of good Jinx plays in the LPL, so I imagine she'll resurface relatively soon. Still, despite that change, still feels rather strong, especially against the Sivir, actually, so maybe look for the counter matchup here. I'm not too sure, honestly, but after game number 1 here between these two teams, I'm just excited to see what EDG pull out next.
I don't think EDG will take their foot off the pedal. They're going to keep showing us new things, I'd have to think. They're just showing that, 2 weeks since their triumph, they haven't lost any pace. They've got new stuff that they didn't even have to show at MSI. Maybe they're just practicing new things in solo queue on patches 5.8, 5.9, and just throwing them out into competitive. They're going to be up there with the top teams come the end of the season, so why not just go for the hijinks at the start?
Yeah, so hijinks may ensue once again. We have plenty of shenanigans in game number 1, and coaches are surrounding their players now, which means we have a champ select to get into very soon.
I'm excited to see what picks we can expect. This was the game where things really started to go sideways with the Fizz top. We've seen the Rek'Sai top of the only other comparable pick. Keep it coming, EDG.
Yeah, LPL's been pretty good so far in its first week. We'll see what EDG or King might be able to do here. King on the blue side, of course, for this one. LeBlanc and Azir, their first 2 bans. Rek'Sai Kalista going to join as well, so just strong champions being banned across the board.
see where the picks and bans go. We don't know too much about Bamey. I know he's a strong LeBlanc player, so it's an understandable ban. Alistair actually hits the pick and bans. Interesting to see if this is still the same story in a couple of weeks' time, but Alistair priority still very high.
Yep, high certainly on this patch. Gragas gets insta-locked there by King, as Huey's going to have a run at that champion. Hecarim, the last ban there for EDG, will deny it from both Cola and Amazing J. And let's just sit back and see where EDG want to pick up here.
Yeah, I mean, the Fizz in the first rotation was surprising, but we kind of expected that even though Pawn loved the Fizz, it would probably be going somewhere other than mid. They're looking over Maokai, and I saw the grimace on your face. You don't want to see any Maokai shenanigans. It's probably going to be Maokai.
I mean, nobody wants to see Amazing J play Maokai, but that's what we've got here. Koro's on the bench, bring in the Amazing J Maokai, and Def's going to go back to Sivir as well.
Remember, it could always be support Maokai.
It's true. That's true. We haven't seen the return of legendary support Maokai. Haven't seen it since Low left the OMG roster, but who knows? EDG certainly do some strange things sometimes. Coach Aaron has a lot of kooky strats cooked up, but Morgana Fizz already locked in for King. Korn's going to go back to Comfort.
Speaking of Comfort, Annie available. We're surprised to see it not locked in the first game. Annie against Morgana smells like a matchup that's not that optimal, but of course, you ever bait out that Black Shield, the same burst potential comes through. Sivir Annie is such a strong duo. The nerfs haven't come through on this patch. Clear Love Special could be in the works here. Evelyn is available, and it's locked in.
Yep, Evelyn hit for Clear Love once again. His Game 5 winning champion from MSI, and a love of his for so long here. And Mako going to go back to Comfort for himself as well, back on the Annie.
And look, 4 picks have only been locked in, but let me tell you, there's one theme that comes together that really meshes this team together. If it had a title, it would be called Everyone Get In Here.
Yes, lots of engage there for EDG. We talked about Sivir being the ignition energy. Yeah, the go button, the ignition energy for moving all these big tanks and engage tools in. Exactly the same thing here as we look at King. We've got the Vayne locked in actually for Ao, and they're considering a Gnar into the Maokai matchup as well. That'll be a fine top lane matchup, but Vayne had not that much success here, and that's going to be Gnar as well. But King, that is a very fragile looking lineup.
It's a daring Vayne pick. Again, a no wave clear, double assassin. I mean, Vayne's not a true assassin, but a single target, high damage threat. Fizz doesn't offer much of that sort of threat either in terms of wave clear. EDG, they could go for a skill matchup, or they could just pick Lulu to have all the wave clear in the world. That's not Pawn.
No, that isn't Pawn, but Mako going to have a bit of fun with the fans. I think Bamey's going to pick something that help, gets in there. Lulu, bit surprising to me, but I guess it does make sense with the rest of the comp.
Julian, pastry time car.
Yes.
Everyone is going to get in there.
Yes, that is exactly what will happen as Bamey picks up Lulu for his last pick here. I guess my biggest concern for EDG, just looking at a glance at the lineups, is where's the damage coming from?
It's not a high damage lineup, but they've got wave clear, they've got pick potential, they're strong in the mid game. This is once again going to be similar to the previous game where they didn't pick themselves into winning the mid game strategy. They've done that here, so this is going to be all about controlling the waves, going for turret dives, and more importantly, picking up the dragons and getting that win condition of just the 5 dragons.
And look, EDG is still a team that can take this sort of lineup and still, have the objective control, get their snowball going, win with these sort of champions, but it's not the same lineup as Game 1. I guess we expect change here moving through as start things in the top. It's Gnar versus Maokai.
Very, very standard top lane matchup. Disappointment there, but Clear Love bringing off the MSI winning Evelyn pick. Last pick Evelyn, not so much last pick Evelyn here against Grog. It's not quite the Nunu matchup, but it's still Evelyn.
Yeah, we got Fizz versus Lulu there. Korn's Comfort versus a solid champion there for Bamey. Out on the Vayne versus Def Sivir. Be careful here, Al. I know the 1v1's not too bad, but Def, he will punish you, especially with Mako on the Annie versus the Morgana.
But it's a potential star-making performance here. Picking the Vayne into Deft is already going to be a very confidence-inducing thing. It's always going to be a difficult matchup, Vayne versus any of the traditional AD carries. It's a skill matchup against Sivir. It's a skill matchup against the best AD carry in the world. Bring it on, says Al, and it'll be exciting to see whether he can match Deft.
Yeah, just picked it in there. We'll see what it can get done, but Deft already pretty aggressive in the 2v2. We'll see if he can do it again because we're about to get into the evening's last game. And welcome onto the Rift for our final game of the evening. Still one day of this week left of the LPL, of course, tomorrow. But EDG versus King find Eggwood Gaming up a game after a blisteringly fast first game here in Clear Love over on the fancy new Thiefy Evelyn. Going to be seeing what he can get done. And again, favorite champions across the board for a lot of the players actually here. And King will see if they can even up against a strong-looking EDG despite some substitutions.
I was spying onto the rune page that ClearLove was running. Don't see the official rune page, but I can see 32 AP and 67 AD. So he's running the very heavy AD AP rune page. Flat stats just to increase the jungle clear. After the extra 10 flat damage onto hate spikes at level 1. Since, of course, the MSI patch, Jungle Evelyn's already got a faster clear. When you add those flat stats, she can be blisteringly fast. Only the removal of Spirit Stone has truly trivialized Evelyn as a jungler, because although she has very weak base stats, Spirit Stone kind of made it so that her very high damage output gave her sustainability. Now she's going to fall low, but she's going to power farm the jungle.
And that's sort of what you have to do in the early stages anyway, because I think you described her yesterday as a brittle jungler when Kakao played her. You die quickly, but if you clear them quickly, hopefully you don't die quite as fast.
And the extra 10 damage and the flat runes will help in that particular regard. It has already skilled Q. Some people speculate that skilling E first, just because you get, if you're on the other side, if you start the Krugs, then of course you get the stun so often with the extra attack speed. Given that you're starting the Gromp, probably makes sense to start Q. Gonna fall low, as ClearLove want to do on the Evelyn, but will power farm.
Yeah, just gonna Q through these creeps as fast as he can. Huey going to try a similar thing here on the Gragas, starting Krugs with a bit of help from his bottom lane and moving into his red, so both junglers will start and end on the same side of the jungle here. And 2v2 lanes once again. Deft and Mako, they love going in on level 1, and Mako is already starting to try and punish.
That's the funny thing. It was the level 2 engage last time. We see level 1 already the damage starts. Level 1 engages have happened before in EDG games. We'll famously remember Deft playing Twitch and basically both sides being completely chunked out before minions even broke. Level 2 will be hitting the next minion, and we'll see if the all-in is on.
I mean, this is basically what EDG did in the last game here, and it's so smart. Get an advantage level 1, force them off, and just make sure you reach level 2 first. Every dual lane wants to win there as Bamey going to get aggressed on here. Huey going to come through. Good flash share to dodge the slow, and a bit of Glitter Lance damage coming through as well. But a knock-up is going to come in from the body slam, and Bamey already feeling some early pressure.
He's taken the aggressive Ignite summon as well. Try and have kill pressure onto this Fizz, so it doesn't have a barrier, for example, to be defensive. Flash is down, gonna have to watch his positioning in lane with lots of gank pressure from Gragas.
Unfortunately for EDG, bottom lane just gonna have to be a bit of extra pressure. Just the edge of the boomerang blade there for Owls. He does tumble out of the first bit
Ricochet
of damage.
too.
Yeah, I mean, there's some damage coming through here, but EDG probably not gonna tower dive at level 2.
Yeah, Deft actually takes a turret hit because another Ricochet bounces twice, then hits Owl. He's so low in lane. No sustain going to come through from Morgana. Maybe has to use the heal preemptively for a bit of sustain, because if he tries to use it reactively, there is 100% going to be Ignite riding on his back.
Yeah, Deft has got that killer instinct now with that flash, and all the summoner spells up mean that you don't want to make any mistakes, because you misuse one of those spells and somebody's going to die on the bottom side. Both junglers on the top side mean there are no dives or ganks coming through.
And actually a very smart ward, just because of the reduced vision of trinket wards. You have to be a bit more creative with their placement. They know that Huey's in that brush. Interested to see if any action spawns in the mid lane.
Flash forward there. There's the first blood for Deft, and Mako pulls the trigger instantly. Huey going to die as well as Bamey gets the kill. ClearLove's around. Korn will get the kill onto Bamey, but ClearLove going to try and chase in. Urchin Strike going to keep him alive, but ClearLove, good counter gank, gets the 1v1 trade.
2 for 1 is the trade, and that's why I say use the heal proactively. Usually it feels bad to sustain yourself with summoner heal, but you have to do it when Flash, Ignite, and a stun is available on a support Annie. You take the case, you went for the Vayne against Sivir, you take the consequences.
Yeah, and you can see why Mako's Annie is so feared and revered by so many players here in the LPL, especially combined with Deft. If they find a single second to kill you, they will do it.
And it's just not being respected. Remember, it was banned, I believe, 9 games in a row between World Elite, Invictus Gaming, and some of the tail-end games of the LPL Spring Split. This is something to be feared. Maybe on 5.9 you can argue that some of the auto attacks won't be there, so you won't be as chipped down. The all-in won't be as strong. But I'm going to be a betting man and say that Mako will still find a way to make Annie work.
I mean, you know what? All of the spells still in there, and he's still got the great engage, so I think so, as well as Huey does spot the Trinket Ward there that Bamey just placed down, but a good pink ward going to keep him relatively safe as Korn returns with a fairly even CS score in the mid lane.
It's been 22 to 27 with Flash being down early. Just shows the strength of Lulu's wave clear. Has had to respect this Gragas, and Huey's been pitching a tent in the mid lane, but no massive kill pressure being called. There's a 1-for-1 trade. Korn has double buffs, so Baby just has to play passively.
Good bit of poke, but going to try and wave clear it back out as well. Actually tags him with the end of a glitter lancer as Def comes in and stops Al from freezing this wave any longer.
Orders.
Yeah, no free minions either here as Def going in. They're actually trading a little unfavorably there with the level 2 silver bolts, but without Mako here, especially with Morgana coming back, a bit trickier for him to go all in like that.
And he's going to re-enter lane. No Flash and Ignite available, but will be soon. They're going in aggressively.
Yeah, Mako really wants a good binding from Syncdream to keep him back there, but Mako, again, he's never afraid to go in. Doesn't even have his flash, but he is walking towards you aggressively, and look at that damage. Goes in so far just for poke. In fact, there's the Ignite down as well. Mako, maybe a bit too far. There's the first kill for Al, and that was a mistake.
That was just lazy play from Mako. He's being overly aggressive to a fault and paid for it. Korn is trying to go in aggressively, but he's being baited.
Clearlove's level 6. Huey's here as well, but so is Clearlove. Good fish from Korn's going to give the kill. Now it's 1v2 for Clearlove. Going to try and get the damage done with Evelyn, but doesn't have enough. And a beautiful counter gank by Huey.
The Agony's Embrace was available, but crucially, the Wild Growth was not from Lulu's. They get the kill and get out. Well played, King. EDG, they're playing a bit too cute, and finally, King have found a way to punish them.
Yeah, Huey on the Gragas getting a lot of early work done here, and the misstep in the bottom side means that Deft is going to go in 1v2, has that spell shield ready, but doesn't quite fancy it at this point. Doesn't have very much mana left here, so has to be a bit careful. Probably baiting Syncdream just for a bit of extra mana, but Al, he'll play it safe here. He knows he already got an advantage, doesn't want to throw it away.
Absolutely. He's finally got a window back into this lane. He never got one in game 1. He was basically gifted one for some poor play from Mako. He's just going to be smartly back, work towards his Bilgewater Cutlass, you'd have to imagine. Not a lot of power there, so maybe just a couple of longswords, but no, just a Vampiric Scepter. Definitely not a big buy like the pickaxe that Civ has already picked up.
Bamey going to keep wave clearing there as well. Actually has an early null magic mantle, so wants to shake off some of the early fizz damage. Kong with a Shane is going to start doing respectable burst in the lane there as well. And you can see Al going to go back, get a Vampiric Scepter. That's a nice little pickup, but Double Dorans is a bit of an emergency build, and I can't blame him after the first all-in.
Exactly. It's full sustain build to what, 16% lifesteal if he's not being harassed, but we're not talking about poke trades. It's going to be all-in trades. The moment that 6 is pinged on Mako, you expect the flash tibbers to come through. Bamey can obviously naturally itemize a null magic mantle towards what will be an Athene's for cooldown reduction in the mid. So just starting with the expensive purchase, going to work on that mana regen later.
Good stuff there coming in from Bamey is Clearlove still level 7 now. Actually finished his Rangers Trailblazer plus the Warrior Enchant, so ready to get aggressive as he wants.
He's the same level as everyone else, as the Solar.
Oh, Clearlove gets fished there. Korn, good flash there after it. Clearlove going to get cleanly 1v1 trying to clear a pink ward. Very smart stuff from Korn.
Yeah, smart play from Korn. This is not a Korn that we saw throughout the LPL spring whatsoever. Much more aggression, controlled aggression as well. Playing a champion like Fizz, much more proactive than some of the Luxes and Orianas of the world that he played both last game and traditionally last season. Good to see.
And he was a classic Fizz player for a long time. They're up there with White's, the old school Fizz player, back from the old Royal Club actually that Korn used to be on. So he does know the champion. It's one of his favorites, I believe, but I agree. I like seeing him back on the Assassins.
It doesn't necessarily fit the comp that well, so there may be a tipping point where the lack of wave clear will be punished, but even getting to feast on the high-leveled Clearlove, picking up quite a lot of experience and gold from that particular kill credit, things working out so far for Korn.
Mako level 6, so might just go straight in on the bottom lane. Huey looking for another gank here, but isn't quite going to find it. Bamey with the ulti and the flash up. Going to be a pretty tricky person to kill, but I think he wants to kill Clearlove.
Huey doesn't spot him out, of course, not Rek'Sai, so no tremor senses available. They scurry past each other like sails in the wind. Is that the term? I guessed that one. Went for it.
Yep, that's fine. Nailed it. As Korn is going to look in again. I like this move from King. Is Bamey going to be the target? Actually, Clearlove also there, but now Korn's going to catch him out. Good ulti there. Going to split Clearlove up. Agony's Embrace does work, though, and Clearlove gets his revenge, gets the kill onto Huey. Going to chase Korn down here now as well. That's massive damage with the Warrior, and you can see Evelyn does not muck about. Good ult there from Bamey, and he's going to secure himself a kill.
Surprising that Korn couldn't find a way out. It looked like he was going to juke towards the blue buff, but still punished from Bamey. Very nice set of kills. And that's what happens when you have the Warrior enchant. Suddenly the damage goes up and skyrockets for Clearlove on the Evelyn.
And I feel like it's been a while since people played against Warrior enchant, but Evelyn especially, so much early damage as Def could be in trouble. Good flash and the ulti used by Ow. Gonna go in, gets the kill, maybe Mako comes in, heal at the last second, saves Deft, and now Sync Dream gonna get chased down, and Deft always on point with summoner spells.
Deft is the god of summoner spells. You never think he has them. You don't think they're up because it's literally as the auto attack is traveling that he pulls off that heal. A lot of players have been guilty of just going for the auto they know will kill that Vayne or whatever champion Deft is on, or walk backwards and then go, wait, he's still alive.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened there. Mako coming in with a clutch ulti there as well on the Annie to buy them enough time, and Deft, I thought he was dead there once again, going to give away a kill, but instead finds himself 2-0 up in the lane.
Gets a snowball Avarice Blade. Didn't have enough gold for the BS, so it's an Avarice Blade pick, so Avarice Gold boots. It's not the biggest power jump, but it's a bit more fun.
I think he's saving gold actually because that was his last pickup, I believe. So again, going for the early Avarice Blade. Doesn't quite have enough for big ticket items, but we'll be there soon enough, especially if that keeps happening.
Korn just out of vision of that Trinket Ward. Hasn't been spotted. Now it's spotted.
Yeah, Amazing J, good sapling going to keep him safe, but being a little down here in the matchup. Hex Drinker for the Nard, just a Catalyst double draw into Amazing J. Yeah, needs to be careful. Amazing J pops his ulti, does keep them away. Clearlove running in as well. Mako's actually navigated to the top side of the map as well. So Amazing J very safe with all his friends joining him in the top lane.
And that's the thing. You look at these members. We've got Mobility Boots, Annie, Whimsy that Lulu can apply to herself, and Evelyn is already super, super quick to just use that W. Doesn't need to be invisible when she's trying to provide emergency assistance. Lots of speed ups means that EDG can be ever present across the map.
Yeah, and Deft 1v2 right now, was comfy in the 1v1. Now Mako with the Moby Boots ticking away, going to run down to the bottom side. Yep, no ulti, that's important, but does have a stun ready to go. Does want to use it, actually gets onto Sync Dream, forces the Black Shield out. Evelyn's here as well. Sync Dream takes way too much damage. Al gets Agony's Embrace with a beautifully placed ult by Clearlove, who gets the second kill.
Clearlove is making this Evelyn work. This was never his MO. Actually has a Sheen for more damage on top of the Warrior. Not going for a random in second or any semblance of tankiness. Trinity Force may be too expensive, maybe too much of a luxury build, but still a possibility.
I mean, we'll see, but it's paying off nicely so far with the Warrior enchant and the Sheen. Going to mean good dragon damage now as well, as EDG will take away their first. And I think Clearlove feels offended getting killed for the first time there in the game, because he's gone back with a vengeance now. 2-1-3 in this game.
And often Evelyn is typified as a low damage champion. In the late game, it's potential just because she's a melee champion that needs time to do consistent damage. But if you build enough damage, whether it's Trinity Force or full ability power, which we're probably not going to see given the Warrior enchant, you do a lot of mid-game damage.
You do, and it's nice. She's relatively tanky, does still do sustained damage though, but put that out the window for now. Clearlove's just all early game damage so far. Again, junglers have not been playing Warrior for the last few weeks, almost 2 months it feels like. So bringing them back, you mentioned it yesterday, I believe, as Warrior starts to fade back and people have to relearn. You die really quickly to these high damage junglers.
You have to relearn warding against Evelyn. You need to relearn Alistair's strengths and weaknesses. That's what the meta changes. That's why League of Legends is such a fascinating game, is that champions that don't necessarily have target buffs or nerfs just pop up again. You're like, wait, why was this person good? What did we do against them? And it takes time for teams to pick up on that because they've seen so much of the Maokais versus the world. We've all seen Azir versus Xerath for a good 3 months and far, far too long in the middle lane. But it's going to be Trinity Force from Clearlove. You ask where the damage is going to come from. This is a carry build from Clearlove, and he's got the Whimsy. He's got the wild growth potential in his pocket to just be a melee assassin.
Love to see it there from Clearlove. Going carry mode here in this game. Done it before from the jungle, sometimes on the tanks, just as some big plays on the ultis like Sejuani, but love that he's really putting the team on his back here. And EDG find themselves about 2,500, 3,000 gold ahead as Korn. Going to get himself a blue buff, but no other major objectives to take right now.
You were correct. There's the Berserker Grease and the BS Sword now finished for Def, so he was saving gold, has enough for that big, big purchase. Al went for the big plays. He went for the Vayne, and it looked good at some points. He got that nice kill onto Deft, but a nice kill onto Mako, but 1-3-0, and now with the item disadvantage, probably just no way back into this lane.
Yeah, it was a bit of a full Vayne moment there for Al, but Def with some very strong use of summoner spells, able to give himself the kill and the advantage. You can see the dual lane for King are constantly leaving here as EDG going to start to rotate down and take some turrets. Clearlove might have caught out someone, does get spotted off by the ward there as Sync Dream just in vision, so at least get the notification. And we'll back away from Clearlove.
Go just keeps power farming, gets the Krugs through quite happily. Amazing J happen quite frequently, is all alone.
Gonna get dove again here. Ulti
Wow.
dodged there by Twisted Advance. Amazing Day does get fish, so ulti ticking away. Still not quite enough as Cola taking up the turrets, and he does go down, but he deserves so much credit for that play.
The split timing to Twisted Advance to go untied with
Oh,
Ousted.
goodbye, Al. Clearlove gets the kill. Even through the condemn, and towers are falling left, right, and center, by the way. Amazing J buys so much time with that play.
It was just such split timing. You're untargetable for, what, half a second or less during that Twisted Advance? Made it look easy.
He did indeed. An Amazing J continuing to make amazing plays here. It's not Fizz this time, but Maokai 0-1 and 0. Not a massive score. 142 CS in a slightly soft matchup for you. Or slightly hard matchup for you, I should say, there with the Nah. Not the best score ever, but he'll take it, even on a role player like Maokai.
And that's the thing. The unique thing about Amazing J is that he can make plays on champions that we've seen so often. How many times do we get excited about a Maokai play? Maybe a very smart strategic play like a teleport, home guard, engage. But in terms of lane mechanics, we've seen a couple of times Twisted Advance come up big. That's the big outplay mechanic, and he just did it perfectly.
He did indeed. As Clearlove going to power down his red buff now as well. Deft is rotating back into the top side, going to take that last turret. They've got 3 already with 1 in the mid and 2 in the bottom, and it's back to Corky rotations here for EDG, just with Sivir instead.
It's the global gold that's the big winner for EDG. It's 6,000 gold, even though the kill score is quite similar. It's only a dragon in the pocket of EDG, but 3 turrets to 1 is the big factor. And Clearlove is huge. He's the highest level in the game, joint with Baiming.
I mean, Clearlove does get a lot of gold from his team, but this is a whole different take on giving Clearlove a lot of gold.
And that's the thing. He has a very high KDA, so it'd be easy to say, okay, he's got a lot of gold because he gets a lot of kills and assists. But it's actually a high amount of percentage gold. It's not the Clearlove of old that used to just pick up lane farm like maybe Diamond many years ago. He actually just gets it stealthily, just picks up a couple of creeps here and there, but it adds up. He gets a high percentage of gold, but he knows how to use it, whether it's the Sejuani or a true carry, melee carry performance like this. Giving gold to Clearlove, it's always been a good strategy, and EG have found a way to do it without actually holding back their game plan and still playing objective-focused League of Legends.
They have, and a lot of that for me is Pawn's really just intelligent and creative play, and Baimee playing a similar sort of utility style role again. Not to say that Pawn also can't hard carry games, and that's the scary thing for EDG. It's just threats across the board, and even these new substitutes looking rather threatening as well.
You just look back at those games and you wonder, when did Clearlove get this gold? It's literally when Pawn packs up shop level 9 and says, I'm going to roam with Cassin on a Sheen. He roams so much, and that's when Clearlove picks up the farm. But they get things off the roams. They're smart about communication. They're very good at using their targeted CC. A lot of Maokai, no coincidence there. You can make a lot of things happen with the targeted Twisted Advance. And that works for EDG. They get that little bit of an edge on their jungler. He wins the duels when he chooses to play aggressively. Always been a smart, clever player. The aggressive side is what's coming out, and it's exciting to see.
It is, and with Dragon up in 30 seconds or so, it's a good time to check in on some of these items. We've got a Righteous Glory done for Amazing J, along with the Merc Treads. Trinity Force already done at 18.5 minutes. That's better than most 80 carry item timings for that.
Well, I mean, Vayne doesn't have a blade.
No, Vayne's in trouble here, as Deft is just going to ultimate down. Can't quite see it. There's Mako with a pink one. Comes in with a stun. Goodbye, Ow. And that's an easy dragon for Edward Gaming.
Very, very easy. Clearlove is so strong, so strong. You cannot face check whether it's the Annie or the Evelynn. The burst damage will be off the charts. Full damage Clearlove on Evelynn. Much more fun than the build. He was forced to break out at MSI.
It is, but just watch this dragon melt as well. Huey going to be in the area, maybe think about a contest, but very scary to fight EDG at this stage of the game. And Clearlove gets on top of the dragon and just eats it.
Absolutely. We're talking about 500 damage every 3 seconds when the Trinity Force proc comes off, and the Warrior enchantment, even more damage on those Triforce buffed auto attacks. They keep pushing in. Everyone get in here was the summary, and that's exactly what's been happening.
That is indeed. Mako's Annie usually signals one thing, and it's aggression, and everything else on this team supplements it. And EDG, are you seriously going to walk over to Baron?
Righteous Glory. I mean, Evelyn's very quick. Whimsy will help. Sivir with the on the hunt. 4-0-1 casually is deft after Mako donated a kill to Vayne earlier in the matchup. Honestly, Corn's performed very, very well. It's going to be one of those situations where Fed Fizz, what's a boy to do against this comp?
I mean, Deft's going to go back to the top side. Blue will get stolen away. Huey going to try and make something happen, but Mako throws in a stun. That's a good ulti, actually. Clearlove will get caught there. Con finds a fish onto Baimee. Clearlove little too far forward maybe here. Baron does spawn there, but Cola building up rage here. Deft, though, too threatening with the Infinity Edge and the Zeal plus Avarice Blade already, and King almost had a good window there.
And no teleport used from Maokai either. They're finally going to take this last outer turret to move up to 4 turrets all in all. They already have an inner turret in the bottom lane. Mason J keeps pushing quite happily. The recalls are on, I imagine, for gold values, but Vayne just try and cause as much disruption in mid lane and try and get some turret damage. Nope, not safe.
Yeah, Luden's done for Bamey. Ninja Tubby there coming through for Clearlove. Deft not quite going back, but probably has enough for at least the static shift now as well. Everyone is picking up some items, and I wasn't kidding when I said Baron before. EDG usually like taking around 25 minutes. I would not be surprised to see them run there.
Hard to take Baron without Maokai actually being there to tank it up, and once Maokai exits the map, it's going to be why is the teleport grouped? That's the big question mark there. Because Clearlove's gone full damage build, the jungler's not really in a position to take Baron as he just eliminates the Raptor.
I mean, he's going to destroy the Baron if he gets on top of it, but you're right. Needs someone to help tank it. Baron does do pretty silly damage, but EDG, they don't need much to try and take a Baron, as they might even go for Huey here, but instead, he's going to clear out some vision, and King know it. They're like, we really need to get vision around Baron.
I mean, the sneakiest thing that EDG could do is literally to Tibbers the Baron, have that tank it, and they have so much damage they could probably kill it during the duration of the super tanky Tibbers, specifically around level 11, because I believe level on level you get 1,000 extra health on the Tibbers. Very relevant when it's tanking Baron.
I want that so bad now.
Is that what you want to see?
That's all I want to see. I don't think I've ever seen that one before, but that's all I want now. Is another tower. It does go down to EDG. They've got plenty of vision here. They actually spotted Korn, I believe, hanging out a little too far in the enemy jungle. So we'll see if they can catch someone out. And even Huey looking to ward Korn. He wants to flank this.
Absolutely. Korn's looking for any exit kill. He knows red buff spawns, so someone's going to walk up there for the red buff. But EDG, will it be Deft?
I mean, Deft is going to face Jake Mako in there as well. Korn, oh, good ward there. Great dodge there. Deft quite dodged it, actually, but the spell shield, I think, ate a good wild growth there from Bamey, and Korn is going to go down there. Cola hopping in as well. Flash out from Clearlove. He's too low. Will go down there to the Gragas. As now Al popped his ult. He's going to go back in. Cola, massive flash ult there. Gets onto 2. Deft turns around. He wants it. He's going to go in. Does get the kill onto Al. Stays alive somehow, and Mako kiting as best he can with the help of Bamey. Tibbers also trying to help him out. Mako gets low. Might go down here. Deft still chasing in. The shields from Bamey doing so much work. Amazing J's poured it in as well. Deft flashes out of the boomerang. Gets the fadeaway kill. And an amazing team fight from Edward Gaming.
And 4v5 right till the last was that team fight. Amazing J, even with teleport, couldn't get anywhere near the fight. Finally showed up just to put the cherry on top. EDG win another fight. Just again, majestic use of the summoners from Deft. They pile on the gold. We're going to see the replay coming through. Deft actually spell shields nothing at all. The engage almost takes him down, but of course Wild Growth adds all the effective health. Weaves in and out, getting extra health. Remember, Maokai's not involved in this fight at this present point.
Clearlove's dead.
And Clearlove's already dead. It was actually looking a bit hairy, but they turn back onto Al after a huge Gnar ultimate. Watch this trade from Deft. He loses vision, but managed to just get vision at the last. No critical strike coming through from this build. I mean, he's able to live, and finally Maokai slowly lumbers in. It's health bars, but Mako, watch the pathing. He's very clever and moving around, just baiting Cola in as much as possible. Even Deft has to flash away. He would have died to that boomerang toss. Beautiful, beautiful team fighting from EDG.
It was just elegant and lovely to behold here. It's 10,000 gold now at EDG ahead. Dragons up in a minute 20, but after that, I don't know what else we can have to top this game, Bubba Smithy, because that was a gorgeous team fight.
The scary thing is that King haven't even played badly. They've played quite well. They were probably too reckless in their bottom lane choice, but maybe you need to be brazen and try and take it to death rather than just passively losing in this lane. No pick available from Mako in that situation. I'm not a big fan of the no wave clear. If they'd gone for a more standard AD carry like a Lucian, for example, I think it would have done well. But there's Whimsy.
Clearlove touching in. Whimsy not enough as Clearlove gets ulted out by Huey. Amazing J runs through. Def pops his ulti, but EEG will this time find no kills.
Al wasn't actually there. Would have been a 5v4 if they were able to force it. Very good strategic use of the Black Shield. Clearlove's still looking for an engage.
He's going to find Sync Dream, but does get spotted out there. Instant Black Shield from Sync Dream as Smart and King just cleaning vision out of their own jungle now.
For once, EDG's wave's not very well organized. Al's been able to slow push in mid. The bottom wave's actually pushing towards EDG's turrets, so that's good for King. They've organized a minion wave push in top, and they're just poking around mid, trying to get some sort of pick around Baron.
Yeah, EDG are aggressively forcing a fight here. They want King to come to them because they know they're strong enough to win a team fight. Al desperately trying to find farm instead, and the blue buff's going to get stolen away.
Blue buff stolen away, but still no Titanic advantage to EDG. They have the gold, but they're still trying to be clever about how they force a fight. In and out. Looks like a couple of connection problems, though, and a pause has been engaged.
Yep, so we have a bit of time as the breaks go off ever so slightly from what's been a pretty hectic series, honestly. Not even just a game here in the second one. Clearlove looking very focused, as always, there, in charge of his team and himself.
I mean, going for the carry build on Evelyn looked good at the start, although does have that propensity to explode if you don't get enough of the members of Agony's Embrace. It adds effective health depending on how many members you hit. I believe at this point, 225 health a member. Looking a lot of aggression. Righteous Glory pops.
Amazing J finds Cola, but he's sort of caught out on his own here. Doesn't go in any deeper, though. And with the Dragon back up here, EDG might just try and force for their third. They really want King to fight them.
I mean, third Dragon, 5% more movement speed with a million movement speed augmenters will be very, very relevant. They've started the Dragon. It's on King on whether they want to fight, but they don't have a lot of good team fight initiating options, and they just have to back away.
Yeah, can't really fight that one. Clearlove will have a smite back up in about 10 seconds as well. And so King are going to go back to the Baron dance here. And they can't keep bleeding objectives here. Third Dragon's not too bad to give away, but King, they're starting to run out of options. They, in fact, may have already be in that situation.
It's definitely the closest feeling 10,000 gold lead we've seen in the 2015 season. Looking for the pick on Amazing J.
That's a lot of good damage. King starting it off nicely. Cola, Rage buff
Evelyn's
builds up.
coming in.
Oh, Death's flanking as well. Clearlove trying to find the target. Ulti is popped. Three-man Agony's Embrace. Clearlove destroys that carry. Korn goes down. Cola's in the back line trying to die, but they're kiting wonderfully, and Al can't do anything against the Evelyn as Bamey flashes in for a slow. Cola's dead there as well. The last one to fall is Huey. No Sync Dream, I tell a lie. Still alive, but 4-0. What a close there by Edward Gaming.
Everyone got in there instantly with the Righteous Glory Whimsy. Just the W from Evelyn. The burst damage onto Al was disgusting. It prompts the surrender. Feels a little bit early, but honestly, it was going to be another win from EDG. And GG Warplay to this team, the MSI champions, new roster, looking the same level of quality.
I mean, they've got the same starting roster, but fielding some very good-looking subs here. Amazing J in both games over Koro comes as a surprise, and Bamey slotting into the mid lane for Pawn there in game 2. And honestly, teams barely look different from their MSI performance.
And Amazing J, he's got the crazy, but he can play the standard just fine. Even impressed us with his twisted advanced mechanics. A lot of other Maokai players wouldn't have got that split timing because it's such a short timing window to actually dodge a skill shot in that manner. EDG looking very, very strong. King, again, I think we'll have to reserve judgment. It's crazy that the former Starhorn Royal Club lineup gets another chance in the LPL, and still we don't see the lineup actually cemented as we would expect it, but a bow comes through to EDG. We feel like we should be bowing to them given how great their performance has been recently, but EDG, excellent play.
Yep, not letting their foot off the pedal. Didn't do it in the spring season. Haven't done it through MSI. And it's another great fun game. And still showing at the end of that second game especially, just so good at team fighting.
And now Clearlove doesn't even need to get token Evelyn games. Evelyn's back in the meta. He can play it whenever he wants.
Well, Clearlove can do whatever he wants. We do, of course, have more games tomorrow, so join us again for more LPL. But we are done for the evening. So for myself, Papa Smidley, at this Rusty, and our entire live production crew, we'll see you tomorrow for more Week 1.